fast. Okay, so that's a good. The technology is good. Basically, we can relive the moments that we had in the class. So that's really very good. So okay, so
Right.
good and bright. Good morning. Okay, so that's what we start with the project risk management. Now, what is the risk? See, when we hear the word risk, it gives us a negative feeling that it is something that's going to hurt us. So we prepare for many kind of risk in our lives. We take insurances and we take precautions. So right now we are facing the biggest risk of our life. So falling sick with something which has no cure. So that's that's quite some risk. So it's not that there are not many illnesses, but those illnesses they are curable to some extent, and there are some illnesses they give us some time. So so we are at risk. So what have we done? So we are doing a risk response. Risk response means minimizing our going out movement as much as the possible. Okay, so we are doing that. So that's our response. So now in the project, the word risk acquires a different meaning. So it has got two categories of the risk. Basically, there is a threat and there is the opportunity. So we'll first look at the threat. So where is the threat? There is a travel risk. So this is something which can happen, risk at the workplace. So there are people, those who are working in the construction and in the oil exploration, the people, those who are astronauts. So they have to go to space, and there is risk in the construction field also that sometimes, some big structures, so they can fall during the construction, just after the construction, or many years after the construction also. So there is risk in the construction. So there is risk in the design. So you create a product design which is risk in itself. And there are people who take risk for the entertainment. Now, what is the meaning of the word risk? Basically, the word risk is an uncertain event and it is everywhere. Okay, the project risk management includes the process of conducting risk management planning, identification, analysis, response planning. So first of all, we should evaluate. Now, there is one simple question you can ask yourself that, okay, if this is my objective in the project, then what can possibly prevent me from achieving the objective? So, once you ask yourself this question, then you will see slowly and slowly, you will see that various uncertain situations which can prevent you. Suppose you have been given the responsibility to basically lead the cricket team of India in the next World Cup. Okay, so you're the team manager and your job is to make sure that we win the World Cup next time. So you will sit with the team and you will ask a question jointly, guys, what can prevent us from winning the next World Cup? People will say, sir, we don't have enough practice. We need some advanced equipments. We need some better medico physiotherapist. And our greatest threat is also the rival team of the Australia. Slowly and slowly you will start to see the picture. So which will prevent you. So you must ask this question yourself. I'm going to do this project, and what can possibly prevent me from achieving the objective? Then you will be able to see that there can be many roadblocks or there can be many hindrances which can basically prevent you. Then you will be able to form your strategy. So the broad strategy is part of the project risk management and planning. So in that we do the planning, that what is the broad strategy in keeping the risk out of the project. We do the identification, we analyze that what kind of risk are there, and based upon the result of the analysis we do the response planning, the kind of risk that is and kind of the response we have planned for it. Okay, then we do response implementation and monitoring the risk on a project. Implementation means that whatever we have decided, if it is a fire risk, we'll put some fire prevention in place, we can put some fire equipments in place. If it is risk to the people, we can put on site. Suppose if it is a construction site, we can put some medicals on site, we can put some ambulance on site. So that is our response. If there is a risk response to, schedule risk, so we will try to see that what are the resources on the critical path and what do we do about them. Okay, so we basically do the response based upon the kind of risk that it is, and we implement, and then we monitor. So why do we monitor? So we basically monitor for the risk so as to prevent it. Our aim is not that, okay, we are prepared for it, so you just come and happen. No, it's not like that. We are prepared for the fact if by chance we are not able to prevent it, but our main aim, since we know the risk, our main aim should always to prevent a risk, not let it happen. But if it does happen, because there is a very high probability of it, so by your way of the response, that probability is reduced to a large extent. Say it is reduced to 5%, but 5% itself is also a risk. If it does happen, then what is my response? So that is why the objective of the project risk management are to increase the probability and impact of the positive risk. So positive risk means gains, any kind of the opportunity that comes along the project as we are conducting the project, and to decrease the probability and or impact of the negative risk. So what are the negative risks? The risks that hurt the project objective, that hamper the project objective, that hindrance that hinder the project objective, and to decrease the probability and or impact of the negative risk. So in order to optimize chances of the project success. So that's what we do in the project risk management. So, here is a very clean definition of the project. It is an uncertain event, and there are two kind of risk, positive and negative. So the word risk in itself is neutral. So, the risk is categorized into two, positive and the negative risk. And this is how this has been picturized here. So the risk can be profitable, and negative risk can be loss also. So that is the meaning of the risk. So that is why I say negative risk are threats, and the positive risk, they are called the opportunities. Opportunities, so that bring us a better prospect in doing the work in the project or getting to the objective. Okay. Now in the project risk management, uh, is the process concerned with conducting risk management planning, then identification, then analysis, responses, and monitoring and control risk on a project. Every risk has two attributes. One is the probability, one is the impact. Now, what is the probability of a dice? Suppose if your favorite number is 4. So what is the probability of that? Getting that number, tell me.
1/6.
1 by 6. So because I have to roll the dice minimum 6 times to be able to get my favorite number. Now I'll just tell you the impact. The impact is like this. See, if you get 6, you get 1000 rupees. And if you get 4, you get 500 rupees. So what is the impact? So impact is it is the monetary impact. So, okay. So, every risk has two attributes. So that is the probability and the impact, that what is the monetary weightage it carries. The monetary weightage can be negative or positive also. Now, let us look at the severity. Basically, first we prepare for the negative risk. Now, what is the negative risk? The risk which has got threat, it carries a threat, it carries a harmful impact on the project. Now, what happens that there are many risks in which the probability is high, but the impact is low. And there are many risks in which the probability is low, but the impact is high. Now, what do we do in such cases? How do I prepare? Because we have to understand one thing. See, we have a constraint in the project. There is a constraint of time. There is a constraint of budget also. So if we are having to constraint, so how do we deal with the risk? First, we prioritize the risk. How do we prioritize the risk? We calculate the severity number. The severity number or the score is obtained by multiplying the probability with the impact, because this one single number lets us compare the various risk at a single level. Because I would be confused that which risk to first cater to. Okay, see, I have very limited resources, so I have to apply my resources to deal with the risk. So which risk should I first consider? So where should I first spend the money to put the counter response? Okay, so I should be calculating a score which lets me commonly understand that which is the risk with the high severity. So this score of the that is the severity, which lets me calculate a number by which I can compare all the risk. So that is the probability multiplied by impact. So probability multiplied by impact gets me a risk score. And when I put the risk score in a table, I can sort it in an Excel table for example. So I can sort it from the maximum to the minimum. So when we sort it from the maximum to the minimum, then what happens? So then I can take some part of the budget, apply it on the first, I mean that is the top one, then next. Now it might be possible that the budget which is say given for the risk is good enough to cover all the significant risk. So you're fine. But just in case you run out of the risk management budget before all the risk can be addressed, so you know what you will do. Just guys tell me. If you run out of money for quality purpose, for risk purpose, so whom will you go to first?
Management.
Yes, you will go to your sponsor and you will apprise him of this situation. Ki, boss, see, I was applying the risk budget on this significant risk, and I've run out of the budget, and there are still few significant risks which are there. Please release more budget. Then it is the call of the sponsor whether to release the budget or not, whether to release partially or fully. Okay, but it is your job to always keep the sponsor informed about any kind of issues in the project which require his intervention, right? So that is why we do the project risk management process. Now let us look. So we have got the processes here, 5 in the planning, in the execution, implement risk responses, in the monitoring, controlling, monitoring risk. Now let me tell you guys, this implement risk responses is a new addition in the PM Box 6. Okay, so though it does not make any significant difference to you, but why it is there in the 6? Why it was not there in the 5? Because in the 5 it was considered that once we have planned the risk responses, someone from the team will implement it. So, but it was observed from the statistics within the PMI that the implementation is not happening. Yes, people are doing the monitoring, but they are not implementing. If I don't implement risk response, so basically my risk prevention mechanism is not in place. So when I want to respond to a risk, I don't have anything to deal with. Suppose I said that there will be fire risk and I should be placing the fire extinguishers strategically around the work site, and nobody has placed them. What is the problem? I'm monitoring and controlling the risk, and I see a fire risk and immediately say, oh, this is a fire risk, we should have those extinguishers, and we don't find them. So this is what was noticed by the PMI between the PMBOK 5 and 6. So then most of the members, they voted that in the execution we should have a process which should say implement risk responses. So what happens, whatever you have planned here, you should implement. Okay, and whatever you should monitor. That's a very logical thing. So plan risk responses is the strategy, that is the directive, and that is the basically the narrative, and basically that is what you should be doing broadly. So it has got directions, it has got do's don'ts for the risk. Okay, so what are the best practices? What are the templates? What are the standards? Okay, and what are the past lessons learned in doing the risk management? Then what do you do? Then you go to your next step where you start to identify the individual risk. Okay, then you start to identify the individual risk, and then what you do? You do a probability assessment. So what is the probability of this risk? So you create a list which you sort out basically based upon the probabilities. So highest probability risk, they just go to the top of the list. Then you perform quantitative risk analysis. So in the quantitative risk analysis, you ascribe a monetary value, so which can be mostly a negative value. So what is the impact if this risk happens? And then you plan your risk responses. This is what you do. It's a very logical thing, and there is nothing to mug up. It is something that will come to you very naturally after some time, because you are already doing the project management, and I believe that you might have done some of these steps. And if you think that you haven't done all the steps, so you do it. And let me tell you one thing. I will be providing you the templates for all the knowledge areas. So in the templates, there is a detailed description of the knowledge area, and there is a sample situation that how the document can be written, and using that you can just think about your project and write the details of your project, and you will have all the knowledge areas covered in the documentation. Now what is the benefit? You don't have to show it to your current boss. You just keep those documents with yourself, because the documents are a great aid to your memory. It is just like a USB drive or an external hard disk to your laptop. So if you do the documentation there with you, if someone is asking you a question during the meeting, so you can discreetly open the laptop in your, you can discreetly open the document in your laptop screen and tell people, look, this is what. So nobody is going to question you whether you are telling things from your memory, from your direct memory, or you are telling from the indirect memory. Indirect memory means the document. Okay, so since you are the project manager, so you know all the things about the project, and that's all. That will make you better and better. So I will provide you the templates, and especially for the risk, quality, scope, the resources, and the WBS, you should have the documents handy with you at all the times. Okay, so that helps a lot in the project meetings and also the review meetings with your team members. See, a project manager has to deal at all the level. A project manager has to respond to the information requirement of the senior, and also give the directives to the juniors, and they have to also deal with external entities like the customer and external entities like the suppliers, vendors. Okay, so make sure that you do the documentation so you can modify the templates and make it better. I'm going to give you a starting point. Now let us go ahead with the risk management.
Sir, I
So
have one question.
yes, please go.
Sir, can you explain for the qualitative analysis in the previous slide again?
Yes, so what do you want to know?
Sir, quantitative, you said that that can be definable in the form of monetary.
See, let me do this thing. Let me reach there. So we are going step by step. So qualitative means you are trying to determine the probability, and quantitative means the monetary value.
Qualitative means?
The probability. The probability
Okay.
means what are the chances of this risk happening. So
Okay.
we can put some number between 1 to 10 or 1 to 100. I say this risk has got 1 in 10 chances, 2 in 10 chances, 4 in 10 chances, or 50% chances of happening during the duration of the project.
Okay.
So that will be your qualitative, right? And what is the monetary loss or impact? So that would be your quantitative analysis, right? So let's see in detail. We are just going there only. So we'll give you more details there. So let me show you that what is the output of this process risk management plan. So this management plan is the directive. Okay, it has got the complete narratives on how to do, don't, and detailed templates, and what are the procedures and what are the workarounds. This is describing the risk management at the broad level. Then you identify the risk. So you identify individual risk, 1, 2, 3, 4. You just write down the risk. You don't have to bother about that, which is the bigger or smaller. So at this point of time, you just write down all your risk. So you will have a risk register in your hands. So what you do next? Next you do is the qualitative analysis. So qualitative analysis is putting up a probability number. So you can create your own scale. You can say, okay, I'll use a scale of 1 to 5, 1 to 10, 1 to 20. That's your choice, absolutely. Or you can say that I will use a percentage. Okay, so that's your choice totally, but you should understand that what is the probability. So probability can be calculated like this. So those who live in the Delhi NCR, can you guys tell me that what is the probability of rains in Delhi NCR region in 12 months?
One by 12.
1 by 12 or 2 by 12? Is it 2 months or 1 month?
So if we go by the list, it can be 1 month, but this can 2 months also.
Okay, 2 months.
or
Also. So
three,
we can say it is 1.5 by 12.
Correct, correct. Yeah.
Okay, we can say safely that it is 1.5 by 12. So yes, Deepali, you tell me that what is the probability of rains in the Mumbai region for the entire
3 by
year?
12.
3 by 12, yeah. So that sounds good. I can get an idea that why is it so. So that is okay. That is good. Okay. So, if someone is from more drier region, so if some region, so yes, Hitesh, you just tell me that what is the probability of rain in your place?
Sir, it's 1.5 by 12.
1.5 by 12. So which months mostly?
Mid of July to August.
Okay, mid of July to the August. Yeah, so that is exactly what the situation is at Delhi is also like. So we can be having the rains from the same, that is the mid of the July, So basically, the meteorological department says that the rain might start from the last week of the June. So it does start, but it is mostly storm, not actually rain. So there is a lot of the dust storm and a lot of sand blows across the cities. Then actual rain starts around the mid July, and then we can say yes, this is monsoon. So the risk is uncertain. So but we know to the extent to which I can say that the risk can start from the last week of the June and it will last till the last week of the August. So and then I can put a probability number. So after the probability number, I'll do a quantitative analysis that what is the damage it can cause at my region. Can it lead to the floods? Okay, it can cause a lot of damage. Devshankar, can you tell me that what is the probability of rain in your place, Kolkata?
For me, it's around 3 by 12.
3 by 12. And can it cause floods in Kolkata if it rains or the surrounding
There's
place?
a lot of water logging, yeah.
Water logging, you can say that it is a sort of a flood only.
Yes,
Okay, so the flood is basically when there is enough, when there is more water than it flows out, when the inflow is high than the outflow. So we can say that it's a sort of a water logging, it's sort of a flood only.
correct,
Okay,
correct.
so
Okay.
that is the, and then you can do a quantitative analysis that if that happens, that how much worth of the business will be stopped and how much of the people will be, how many man hours will be lost, how many industries will be stopped. A lot of things will come to a standstill, and you can say that okay, this is the damage to the crop, this is the damage to the industry, this is the amount of the damage to the people not being able to go to work, and this is the number of the industries that were closed, and this is the per day production loss in the state or the city. So that is the quantitative analysis. Then what is your risk response? So basically the risk response is that the meteorological department makes the announcement, then individual people take their own precautions. Okay, so people can then stock up in advance if they are staying in homes and if they know that our areas are prone to the water logging. So they can stock up on food, and people from the ground floors, they can move their precious stuff from the ground floor to the floors above, and they can vacate the entire ground floor and then they can come back. So I remember there were lots of rains in Mumbai in 2010, and it had gone to such an extent that even the HDFC Bank, which has its server based there, so the server itself was down for a week. So we could not access the net banking, and the credit card was also not the working because the server room had to be shut down and the data had to be physically moved to some other place. So that is the risk response, but that is not a business continuity plan. So basically, then what the HDFC Bank did, then it replicated, it mirrored its data center and call center in Kolkata. But even Kolkata is risk prone. Okay, so they can have a better response or a better risk management. So they need to look at that. Now we come to the control and the monitor risk. So what we do, we look out for the risk and we make sure that the risks are not happening or they are being prevented. So in the project, so what we are doing, so first of all, we should start with the plan risk management. So that is the directive. So we collectively we should sit together with the subject matter experts, and then we determine how to approach, plan and execute the risk management activities for a project and document it in the risk management plan so that everybody has a similar understanding of the approach to the risk. So there might be a current set of people, maybe 8 people, 10 people, so that have defined it. Then it is taken out and explained to the team leaders. A presentation is made by the core person, that is the project manager. So he makes a presentation to the team leaders, and then the team leaders, they take out their responsibilities and the roles and they explain it to their team members and so on, and the entire team is on the same page, same understanding regarding the risk. So they are basically fixated on the objective, and but with caution about the risk. So that's how we go about the plan risk management. So let me show you a small little scenario from the IT industry. In the IT industry, there is a board of the management director. So they have certain the objectives. So they have got a certain domain. So domains are like that. So they are catering to travel domain, finance domain, learning management system domain, and they are catering to the e-commerce domain, so a lot of domains are there for which IT industry is creating their services. So that domain is called a portfolio. Now here is the portfolio manager. So what he does, based upon the objective of the management and the portfolio, he defines certain risk at the top level, and the risk goes into the knowledge base. Now here is a guy who is the project manager. So what he does, so whenever he starts a new project, so he will go into the risk knowledge base. Okay, and he will basically seek the kind of the risk which are applicable on his project. So he goes into the risk knowledge base and seeks what is the initial kind of the risk which has been identified by the people at the top management. So he will analyze and prioritize those risks. Okay, and then he will create the risk controls with his team, that how to prevent them, how to the work around them, and they will implement. They will track the creation, implement them. They will deploy the control and operate. So operate means that during the project, they are operating the risk response. So what is the response? So first of all, my response is that I should be able to prevent the risk. I will not let the risk happen. I will not let the fire happen. I will not let any breakage in the supply chain. I will make sure that all my human resources are available. They are safe, they are sound, and they are able to do the work at all the times. They have all the equipments, they have all the materials. Okay, all my suppliers are supplying, and I am also having some buffer stock or some reserve stock of equipment, reserve stock of material, and also reserve number of people. So that is how I operate. Then I learned that whether my response which I had planned, were they good enough or not. So then I update into the risk knowledge base, and risk knowledge base is part of what? OPA. So guys, tell me, what is OPA?
Organization process asset.
Yes, that is why it is called the asset. Why it is the asset? Because any person who joins the organization, he gets to understand the organization's way of working through organization process asset, and he gets started very quickly. It is sort of an accelerated experience. If a person without any document can learn something in 10 years, but with the documentation, he can learn the same amount of learning. Guys, let me tell you, with documentation, with books, we can learn our 10 years of the experience in 1 year. In 1 year, we can learn something which is equivalent of 10 years of undocumented experience. And that's a fact. That's why humanity has created the institutions of school, colleges. Okay, so this learning institution is doing basically what our ancestors, they have discovered with their hard work, that okay, this is science, this is maths, this is commerce, this is physics, this is chemistry. All that knowledge which was imparted to you in the schools and the college, that have only accelerated our experience. So of the in the next generation of the students, that what they study in the school, so we learned in the university. So I learned the computer, COBOL, so all those things in the college, in the training institution. And my daughter knows all those things since she was in the class fifth. In the class fifth, they were being taught the Excel, the Word, the PowerPoint, and she was quite familiar with that. So that is the benefit of the organization process at the asset. What is this? Boards, the study boards. CBSE board, Delhi board, Mumbai board, Maharashtra board. So these are preserving the organization process asset. What is the organization? Organization is the country. Country is the organization. And these boards are the college boards, the school boards. They are preserving the knowledge that what should be the standard and what should be the syllabus that the children learn in this country. That's why we have a large pool of engineers, doctors, and we find the doctors wherever you go in India. If you go to any particular locality, guys, let me tell you, we live in such a lucky country. Within walking distance, you will find a doctor. Tell me, guys, is it true or not? True or
Very
false?
correct.
Can you
Yes,
find a
yes.
doctor within your place, within the walking distance?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
In
Yes,
most of
sir.
the countries that I've been there, I've been in the US, I've been in the UK, Germany, I've been in the Middle East. I could not find a doctor within the walking distance. Okay, so why? It is because of the organization process asset. We have the medical board, so which is creating the curriculum, and that's why we have large number of the the expert people. So similarly, within the context of the project, we have OPA, that is the organization, process, the asset. So the organization is the company where you work. So it is updated on a constant basis, and the project manager who is currently there or who might be there in the future. So let me tell you, he will only get better and better and better. Okay, so that is the benefit. Now let us go into this process of the plan risk management input, project management plan. So that is the input. So that is that is the main document. You can say that is the mother document which is containing all the child sections. So those child sections are basically your knowledge areas in which you are detailing out your strategy and your responses. So you will take the project charter, because the charter will give you the objective, because it is the objective which is at risk. It is for the objective only you are doing the risk management, to safeguard the objective, to safeguard the achievement. Then what you need is a stakeholder register. So stakeholder register will give you the names of the people, those who have a special interest in the risk management or a special knowledge in the risk management. Then you will have 4 and 5, that is your enterprise environmental factor and organization process assets. And what you will apply here is your tools and techniques. So tools and techniques are your expert judgment, and collective expert judgment is the best. Okay. You will do data analysis, the data which is right in front of you. The data is taken from the previous projects, and it can be taken from the internet. And here, of course, you will have a team meeting, and you will come up with a risk management plan. So what is contained in the risk management plan? So this is how it is detailed out. So you guys only discuss, and you say how risk identification, qualitative, quantitative, response planning, monitoring and control will be performed. Okay. But you have to keep in mind, this plan does not address response to individual risk. Individual risk response will be addressed in the register. So this is a broad guideline. In the view of the objective. So we just say that if this is our objective, what can broadly impact that? The risk management plan may include the risk management methodology. Then it defines the approaches, tools, and data sources to be used to perform risk management on this project. Okay. Then we have the risk management team. We identify the risk management team. Those have different knowledge. Like someone has a very good knowledge of, say, project, the WBS, network diagrams, any PMIS tool. So that person will be assigned to the taking care of the schedule risk. Someone has very good knowledge of the finance, money sector. So that person will be assigned to the cost risk. Someone who has very good knowledge of the supply chain, so that person will be assigned to the material risk and resource risk. So there are various kind of specializations within the team, and that will be utilized for creating the risk management team. So risk management team is not an external team, but it is the part of the same team which is doing the project, but they are given the additional responsibility of focusing on the risk. Yes, Abhishek, tell me.
Sir, yeah, risk management is a one-time activity as a planning, or it's maybe a loop back, means after some time it again comes to the picture.
Yes, good question. See, broadly, when we call the specialist, so we try to make sure that we should have most of the strategy put into the document at once. Most of it. So it should be most of it. We should be try to be as diligent as possible in the first meeting itself. Yeah, that is possible if you have very good seasoned people in your organization. So you can bring in your seniors, you can bring in your project, I mean the program managers, those who have handled many projects, such projects. So that is why we are looking at the stakeholder register. Stakeholder is not only about the people, those who are working in the project. Stakeholder are also those people. There can be people from the PMO. They are also the stakeholders. So bring in those people. Bring in those seniors. Sir, I want some help. I'm doing this kind of a project. Since you have worked on such kind of projects for a long time and you are working in this organization for some time, so can you help? Can you guide me that what should be our strategy to deal with the risk in this country? So they will come and join in the meeting, and they will help you create and formulate this document. So once this document is in place, so you can be very well assured that the most of the risks are trappable. Now, so you can visualize it like this. Risk is something which has a risk of popping up somewhere in the middle of the project. Yes, if you see a new risk in the middle of the project, so it should be something small, not so significant. So we should apply our analytical minds, we should apply our expert judgment so as to trap most of the things in this document only. And if there is a need to update the document once in a while, yeah, that's the open. Okay, so if you want to update your risk management plan, so you can do it with the approval and knowledge of the sponsor. Okay, because that is part of the configuration management plan. Because I'll just tell you that why. Because this document is the single point of truth. Suppose you are working with multi-location team, the team is centered in Delhi, and there are people working on the project from Kolkata, Chennai, Bangalore, Mumbai, Ahmedabad, Bhopal. Now everybody will be looking up the same document. So when the updation of the document should happen, so basically a knowledge or a sort of some sort of internal voting should be sent. So guys, let's have a meeting and let's have an understanding that these are the changes we are going to make. Are those changes beneficial to the projects or not? So after this meeting, when the majority conclusion is yes, so go ahead and update the document with the approval of the sponsor, and everybody would know, okay, this thing has been updated, so that everybody is synchronized. Because this document is going to be big, and so this document has to be same for all. The knowledge should be the same, and everybody will refer to this document. There is no need to ask any other person. Okay, even the project manager need not be consulted, because the project manager himself has contributed to this, and many other subject matter experts have contributed to this. So this should be the place where the knowledge of the entire project team is converging. So guys, do you get the picture? Knowledge of the entire project top level management stakeholders is convergent in this document, right? So was the constitution of the India was made by only just one person?
No, sir.
No. So, it was made by the top leaders of those time. So those who had studied the constitution of the other countries, they had struggled during the independence, and they had a vision that what kind of country they want to create. So, all those people collectively, I believe there were around 20 to 25 people, those who contributed to the constitution of India. And some names are more prominent because people shout about some name, but it is not the work or the product of one mind. So when large number of people work on something, it is beneficial. It is beneficial to even larger number of the people. If a document is created by one person, so that might be limited in the thought process or the application. So that is why the risk management plan, which is part of the project management planning, should be the work of the collective consciousness or the collective expert judgment of the entire project management team. Okay, so that is the benefit. Then we come to the role and responsibilities that should be defined in the section. Then we come to the next part. So that is the budgeting. Establish a budget for the risk management for the project. So that is also mentioned that how much portion or how much percentage of the project basic cost. Suppose the basic cost of the project is 100 rupees. We say we are keeping 15% on top of the 100 rupees for project management, 15% for the quality management, 15% to 20% for the risk management. Okay, so the total cost of the project will be 100 plus 15 plus 15 and plus 20. So it will be something like 150, because 100 will be the cost of the production of the product, and then 30 will be utilized, 30 plus 20, and 50 plus another 50 will be utilized for the project management, quality, and the risk management. Okay, so that is the budgeting. And what is the timing? So we say that from time to time we will just evaluate, just like we take the status. Status has to be taken at very, 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 very regular intervals, fixed. If you say weekly, it has to be done weekly. Maybe on certain weeks you might not find much changes or much significant changes. So that might be like that in the planning stage. But once you reach the execution stage, you will find that week after week after week, there is very high speed progress in the completion rate of the project, and completion rate of the project will slow down around the closing process group. So in the risk also, though you can have a timing, okay, we say that, okay, this is a 1 year project. Let's meet every month for the risk evaluation. So what we will do, so we will try to ask ourselves a question, guys, are we missing any risk? Is there a risk that we don't know and which is applicable on the project? So that is the benefit of the timing. From time to time, you will take the level of the risk and you will try to find if you are missing any risk. So that is the benefit. Then scoring and interpretation. So how you are going to give the probability score and how you are going to interpret the monetary value, all that will be defined. And reporting formats are the formats in which you will basically capture the data. So you can define certain tabular formats in the Excel, or you can create certain some organizations, they are creating the Google based forms also. Then tracking how all facets of the risk activity will be tracked. So that is the tracking. Now we come to the first step, first process, that is the identify risk. So in the identify risk, we determine which risk might affect the project and document their characteristic. That's a very simple step. So in the identify risk, every person who is involved in the risk management, so he is asked to brainstorm and just dump the risk which he feels. Whether the risk is small or big, we don't take care of this at this point of time. We say that, look, we have a risk. Okay. So what is the input? Input is the project management plan. Then the project documents. So what kind of documents? All the documents which have come from the client or the various supplier, all kind of. We just go through the documents. Why do we go through the documents? Sometimes in the documents there can be certain loose terms, or there can be ambiguous points which can be misutilized by some external stakeholders, maybe the client or maybe the supplier. So we have to go through our documents so that the ambiguity of those can be basically they can be captured and they can be controlled. So we go through the agreements, then we go through the procurement, documentation, environmental factor, organization processes, and the tool and techniques that we apply is the expert judgment and data gathering. And then we do the data analysis. And we also apply our interpersonal and team skills when the meeting is happening. So that's what you do. You are talking to the people and make sure they are feeling at ease with understanding of the project objective, and they are able to give their best. And the checklist if you have. So we have to look at this point, and meetings. And what you get is a risk register, risk report, and project document update. Now, this is what a risk register looks like. Now, I'll just tell you that what happens in the beginning. In the beginning, we just get something like this. Just a moment. Let me magnify this. Okay, so I believe the portion of the screen is now magnified. See, in the beginning, so what we get here is the risk title, maybe some risk number, and this is the more detailed description. So this is what we started. So this is the column which is created, that is the risk title, when we do the identify risk. Okay, so immediately after the identification, we can describe it and we can put the date on which this has been identified, the date on which it has been identified. And this is the date completed, means this is the date of implementation. Now, these are the people, risk owners. So risk owners means that these are the people, those who are able to understand this kind of a risk and they can handle this thing. So they can take care of it. And what is the probability of the risk before the mitigation plan? So it is high, then after that it goes low. And what is the current risk category? You can create the category insignificant, low, medium, high, catastrophic. So you can you can have 5. So these are the mitigations. So mitigation is exactly not mitigation. This is prevention and mitigation. So prevention means that you want certain response, so which will completely try to prevent the risk from happening. And what is the mitigation? Mitigation means if by chance that risk happens, so what you are going to do. So it's like this. So what is the prevention? Not going out. It means that this is the prevention. So not going out, so that you are preventing the risk of the corona. Now, what would happen if I get the corona? That is the mitigation. I will take some medicine. I will take the advice of the doctor. And the mitigation closed out means that have you implemented the risk response? It will be no in the beginning. And as you are going through the checklist and implementing the risk response, so it will all become yes in progress. Okay, either it will be no or yes or in progress, so that you know what is the status. So this is a risk register, and I will give you the template for this. In fact, I will give you 3 different templates, so you can look at the template which you like best or which suits you best. You can use that. What you can do that you can basically, since they are in the Excel format only, you can create your own combination of the columns. Okay, you can create a fourth one. Yes, Abhishek, tell me.
This is for the positive risk only, or it's maybe you can create a document for negative risk also.
So, we can use the same format, the same column for the positive and the negative risk. So what we can do, we can put in a partition row. So, okay, we can merge the cells, we can put a row. We say that below this, these are the positive risk. So we deal with the positive risk later. First, we deal with the negative risk. Okay, so I'll just tell you that what is a positive risk and what is a negative risk. See, for a farmer, when there is a rain during the reaping season, say during in the north in the month of the April, so when the wheat crop is ready to be reaped, if there is a rain, that ruins the crop. So that's a negative risk. And when the farmer is ready to sow during the sowing season, and immediately after sowing there is a good rain, so that's a positive risk. Okay. So how does the construction industry deals with the negative and the positive? Like if they get some word from the meteorological department that the rains are going to happen during the last week, so they will target their work to finish during the mid-June. So they will complete all their external plastering work by the mid-June, and the rain might not happen during the last week, or it might happen during the beginning of the July, or maybe a little bit later. So when it happens, so since they have got nothing to do during that time, then what is the benefit? The benefit is that the rainwater, the lot of rainwater which is pouring on the structure, and the structure which has been plastered, it works as a sort of a material curing agent. Water works as a material curing agent for concrete, for cement, okay, for plaster. So that is good sometimes. So they make it the positive risk. So suppose if they don't prepare for it in time, so that can become the negative risk. So we can turn the positive, we can turn the negative into positive. Suppose if during in the cities, if they come up with a compulsory rule that all the high-rise building, so they will create a rainwater harvesting system. They will implement the rainwater harvesting system, and from the roof the water will not go into the drainage system, but it will go into the underground pits. Now what will happen during the rain? If it is implemented, just imagine a mega cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, if they implement this system, and let's say that only 50% of the water is channelized into the rainwater harvesting system. So at least there will be no flooding in the cities, because the remaining water can be handled by the drainage system. And what is the benefit of this? This is a positive risk. The water table will rise, because the water table across that region will be common. And if the water table rises, the farmer around those cities, they will find the water is coming in the tube well pump, and the water is fresh, clean and good. So people in the city will also get water supply throughout the year. That's a positive risk. But if you're not prepared for the positive, then you're not prepared for the negative as well. So make sure that in your life and in your project, you are prepared for both the positive and the negative risk. What's a positive risk? Immediately after you clear your PMP certification and you update your resume, you immediately get multiple job calls. So that's a positive risk, but you have to prepare for it. Okay, yes, Devshankar.
One question related to that water logging that you were telling me.
Mm.
Well, there is suppose there is a water logging during the rainy season. Okay,
Mhm.
now the ground floor occupants, they are shifted to first or second floor, or they're shifted elsewhere for safety purpose,
Mhm.
for example. So is in this case, is this a mitigation of risk?
This is a risk response plan. So this is a risk mitigation only, because you can't prevent. Because now, what is the prevention? I will just tell you. This is a mitigation. Yes,
Okay.
basically the risk has happened. It has entered your ground floor, but
Mhm.
since you knew it in advance, so what you have done, that you have just before it the level rises, you have shifted all your stuff to the floors above. So that's a mitigation. Now, what is the prevention? Prevention is like this. So what do you do? That before the construction of the house, you tell the engineers, you raise the level of the ground floor.
Okay.
Let there be some higher level of the ground floor. You might have to climb a couple of, say, 5, 6 stairs to get onto the ground floor itself. Now, that will be a great benefit during the rainy season, because during the rainy season, the entire locality will be flooded. But since your ground floor is high, so you will not be flooded to that extent, but you will be definitely surrounded by the water, but the water will not enter your home, most probably. If you know that what is the usual water level during the flooding. Yes, that has been done by certain people. That's good. So that is a prevention.
Okay, but in the current in the scenario of the example, like after the rainwater recedes and everything becomes normal, they're again shifted back to their own place.
Hmm.
So if this is the scenario, if we consider this, so how will we identify, means whether it is a risk mitigation or in project terminology, what
Hmm.
step we should call this? Means they're again
Yeah.
brought back to their own position.
Yes, very good question. Okay, I'll just give you that scenario. The scenario is like this. See, you have a work site. Okay, and
Okay.
on the work site, there is usage of some solvents, flammable material, and it is the dry month of June. So,
Hmm.
there is a very good chance of it catching fire. So
Okay.
you enact certain rules. Since we are doing a lot of work with the solvents, paints, and it is
Hmm.
the dry season, so you put up the board there that nobody will be smoking within a radius of 100 meters or 10 meters, 50 meters. That is the prevention.
Okay.
That is the prevention, and nobody will bring any kind of lighter or mastic in their pocket. That is the
Hmm.
prevention. Okay. And nobody will be handling the solvents in unsafe manner, means that you will take the quantity that only that you need and you will use it quickly, and whenever you take out, you will immediately put the lid on the main container, the
Correct.
bigger container, so that there is no vapor of the solvent around the work area. You apply the solvent on the work piece that you are doing, and immediately that will get applied out, and that will, that is the preventive. Now, despite the prevention, certain things can catch fire. If they catch fire, then what is the mitigation? The mitigation is that you have water sprinkler, you have
Uh,
fire extinguisher in place. So the water sprinkler and the fire extinguisher, they don't prevent the risk, they only mitigate the impact of the risk. So this is called the mitigation,
okay.
because it's not like that if you put a fire sprinkler or a fire extinguisher in place, that doesn't mean that the fire will get frightened and it will not happen. Yes, it can happen. But what is the benefit of the fire extinguisher? In case it does still happen, despite all the preventive measures, you can immediately put it out at least, right?
Correct. Correct. Uh,
So that is the preventive and that is the mitigation. So that is the part of a risk response plan. In the response plan, you write that first what are our preventive steps and then what are our mitigation steps.
Preventive,
Okay.
then mitigation. Okay.
Yeah. See, first of all, we should prevent. And
Correct.
prevention is better than the mitigation.
Hmm.
Mitigation is a little bit of suffering. So what is better for you? Better for you, I'm telling people that prevention is the best cure. Take a little bit of pain. You might be feeling a little bit of pain that you can't go out, you can't do this work or that work. You would love to see a movie, you would love to go to some shopping mall. Just do it online. You know, just
Correct.
think of the pain of the people, of the families or whose family members are sick with the corona, and some people got forward, and you know what is happening. So no, the whole country is praying for Amitabh Bachchan. So look at his age.
Right. Right.
So maybe he did all his best, but sometime, these people, these famous celebrities, they're invited and they have to be pulled in many places. I don't think it happened in his home. It has happened due to some business activity only. Okay. So that was the preventive. He was in the home till this time. So he was sound. Okay. But then what is the mitigation? So the doctors are doing that right now. Okay. So
Right.
now let us get into the risk register. So these are the examples of risk. Schedule risk. So now I believe you guys know very well, task on the critical path, they are creating a schedule risk. How the task on the critical path, they are a schedule risk? Because you know that each and every task on the critical path has got zero float. I believe that you still remember your
Yes, sir.
forward pass and the backward pass. So what was the purpose of that exercise? That is not an exercise. That's what previous project managers they used to do before the advent of the computer software. They used to do it on the paper. And you know, they will painstakingly, they will calculate that what is the float on the certain task. So based upon that, so they will be able to allocate the backup resources. So task on the critical path, almost every time they have a zero float. So if the float is zero, then what is the risk? Any task which gets delayed on the critical path, it will push the finish date of that path or finish date of the project, right? So is this in clear, guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
And tasks which have got several predecessor, what is the risk? Task which has got several predecessor. The risk is that if any of the predecessor is not complete, then the input which is required for the successor is not ready, and we can't start with the successor. That is the risk. And tasks that have the minimal float or slack. So minimal float or slack can be consumed in the beginning of the project. Then throughout the project, that task may be posing I mean, that will become the critical path, or it can become the new critical path. New critical path means that it can become longer than the existing critical path, the critical path that we started with. Okay, so it can become longer than that also. And optimistically estimated task. So, what is the risk of the optimistically estimated task? The tasks which have been estimated with very tight durations. The risk with the optimistically estimated task is that in case the resources which are assigned on the successor task, if the optimistically estimated task, they exceed their baseline, then the resources which are waiting to do the work on the successor task will be idling for that duration. Okay, that is the risk due to the optimistically estimated task. And task with external dependency. What is external dependency in a project? Any work which is to be done on the part of the client. Suppose you have created the requirement documentation and you want an approval on that. Who will give the approval? Client. After the approval only you will create the scope document, right or wrong? So that is an external dependency. The risk in the external dependency is that the resource cannot be controlled as you can control your team member. Can you control the resource on the client side? No, you can't. Task representing major milestone. What is the risk here? The risk is that if the major milestone is delayed, then you might not get paid. That is the task representing the major milestone. Schedule that do not list the assumption. You know why? Because some of the assumptions could be bordering on the risk. If some of the assumptions are bordering on the risk, you know, that's a great problem, because then nobody will know what is the assumption. If someone is able to read the assumption, he might be able to identify, oh yes, that's a risk, so let us deal with it. Then comes the resource risk. So what is the resource risk? Task with one key individual assigned. So what is the key individual? So key individual is a very highly knowledgeable subject matter expert, and his substitute cannot be found immediately by the HR. Task using scarce resources, and scarce resources could be material, it could be equipment, it could be people. So there are certain skill sets which are scarce. Okay, so tasks which require large amount of resources could be material, men. So if you need the large amount at one day, at one time, so if that is not available, so then there is a resource risk. And then the availability of tools and techniques. So sometimes that what happens that you want to do something, but the tools, techniques, or the technology is not updated, or maybe it is updated, but it is not say available in your organization or your project. Scope risk, uncertainty of new technologies. Uncertainty of new technologies like this, especially in the IT industry. I started to do a project on the iPad many years ago. Then what happened? In the middle of the project, iPad 1 got updated to iPad 2. Then the client said, oh, you should include the features of the hardware of the iPad 2. And iPad 1 could not be doing multimedia, and iPad 2 was multimedia iPad. It could take picture, it could take clips, and it could play sound. So then we had to alter the project. So the client said that, okay, I can give you extra money, not extra time. So we had to squeeze in a lot of people from the other projects to work on the iPad 2 project. So that was due to uncertainty of new technology and dynamics of the customer requirements. Especially I've seen that the customers which are from the say finance domain, they are dealing with some financial project which is regulated by the government. So those can change. They can change very quickly. Okay, say if some rules and regulation is changed by the government, so we have to immediately make a change in the business logic of that particular domain or the software. Then tasks with significant business impact. There are certain tasks which have a significant business impact, means that there is a scope of say login screen. Login screen may seem small, but it has a significant business impact if it is not understood properly or if it is not secured properly. If you have not understood the scope of the security clearly, then it can become a scope risk. Extremely aggressive business requirement means that there are certain business requirement which have got lots of details. So these are the examples of risk which are applicable in majority of the domains, and plus something more can be there in your projects, so you can start to identify those. Okay, so these are very, very common risks. Now what we do after we have identified the risk, after we have identified the risk, so what we do is perform qualitative risk analysis. So the qualitative risk analysis is the process of prioritizing the risk for further analysis or action by doing the assessment and combining their probability of occurrence and impact. So that is the qualitative risk analysis. The key benefit of this process is that it enables the project managers to reduce the level of uncertainty and to focus on high priority risks. So basically what you are doing, that immediately after two column names, there two columns are name and the description, you put up a third column. The third column says probability. Now, in this process, what you do, that you go through the list and you ascribe a probability number. So probability number is a scale which can be created by you. You can create a scale on 1 to 5, 1 to 10, 1 to 20, whatever is appropriate and comfortable for your project management team. You create that scale and you put that number into the column. So after putting that number into the column, so what you do is that you reverse sort it. So in the reverse sorting, what will happen? The high priority number will move to the top. Okay. So then what you can do, you can take care of that first. Now let us try to understand that how we can do the qualitative risk analysis. So our input is the project management plan, which has got the guidelines. So we take these guidelines, we keep the guidelines always with us. And then we take the project documents, and then we take the project environmental factors and organization process in the asset. So what can the environmental factors provide us? So environmental factor can provide us any software like Excel. Even Excel is an environmental factor. Organization process assets, it can provide us a template. I am going to give you the template. So you can use it personally or you can make it part of your organization process asset. You can brand it, you can change the format as per your organization. So then what we can do, so we can use it repeatedly within the organization. Okay. So then tool and technique is the expert judgment, data gathering, data analysis, interpersonal and team skills, and risk categorization, data representation, and we have a team meeting. So in the team meeting, we are able to understand that which risk have higher chances of happening on the project. And then we get the output, the project document, that is the risk register is updated. That is the result of the qualitative. Now, qualitative is done and we get the column probability. The probability is getting populated, then we sort it. So we do a reverse sort. After doing that, we do the next step or the next process, quantitative. So what do? We look at the first risk and in the next column, we put a monetary impact. So first we will deal with the negative one. We'll put a monetary impact means that if this risk happens on the project and what is the amount of loss it can cause. Suppose if you have a work site on which you are doing a project, so there is a risk called the fire risk. You say that the fire risk has a chance of 1 in 10. So you write it in the uh, qualitative column. Then what do? Your next question is that if the fire happens, what is the amount of the assets that can be damaged? So what do? You take an inventory of all the assets which can be affected by the fire, which can be touched by the fire. Then you look at the amount of the money needed to replace and make the project go as usual. Now you will look at the replacement cost of all the assets and equipment there, and that will be your monetary impact for the fire risk. So this is what you do. You take the input project management plan, your document, and of course 3 and 4 will be there. You apply your expert judgment, data gathering. So data gathering is done in a team. So you apply your interpersonal and team skills to get the idea from your team member and what is the representation of the uncertainty, and then you update this figure into the monetary impact column. Okay, once you update the monetary impact column, there is another column next to it, which is the severity formula. It will instantly calculate the severity value. Now, what will happen once you calculate the severity value? You will be able to judge what should be the response to the high severity. So, there are categories like low. And low is something that you can choose to ignore. You can say that, okay, for the low, we will not do anything at all. So you just ignore them. So you will be applying some risk response on moderate, high, extreme. So you will be applying your risk prevention and risk mitigation plan. And low is something that you will ignore. So that is the result of a quantitative risk analysis. So quantitative risk analysis works upon the severity, and you can categorize these severity into the 5. So the category can be low, medium, high, and very high. So it is your choice. So whichever way you want to do it. So you can create an Excel sheet which is programmed to change the color based upon the number that it contains in the cell. I believe that you might have done this. So this can be programmed into the Excel sheet. The Excel sheet can change the cell can change the color based upon the number. Okay, Dev Shankar, yes, tell me, what is your question?
No, not exactly the question. This is a, I mean, there's a similar type of matrix that we follow
Yes,
in ITSM, wherein we raise the tickets. There's priority, we raise the ticket for priority. Okay. So when we define the priority, there is something called urgency and impact.
yes, true.
Priority means urgency multiplied by impact.
Yes, so that is very specific to your organization. So what we are talking about
So that is
is
from the
what is
ITS
being
perspective I'm talking about actually.
Yeah. So you can basically see, you can first start with a basic template. So which has been created according to the PMI. So I'm going to provide you the Excel sheet. So you can study that. If you find something new which you can utilize, so you can incorporate some parts of the template into yours. The one that you're already be using, you can use it to make it better. Okay, so if you are getting a better picture by utilizing certain additional columns, and you can basically have the data in those columns also. So then I think then your focus on the high level risk can be more and more, and then you will be able to better prevent them. So most of the times our aim is to prevent. Okay, so risk, they have a series of expected monetary values. Now what is the expected monetary values? Expected monetary values is based upon the threat and the opportunity. So these are positive, these are as well as the negative. See, in a project, there is not always only the negative risk, there is a positive risk also. So suppose if I'm say evaluating a project for the future, if I want to do this, so I would be looking at both the aspects. I'll be looking at the positive risk and the negative risk both, and if the sum total of the expected monetary value is positive, so I say that this project is worth doing it, right? So that is the thing. So that is the expected monetary value. So now we will do an exercise based upon the expected monetary value. So these opportunities are expressed as the positive value, and the threats are the negative value, and it is calculated by multiplying the value of each positive possible outcome and the probability of the occurrence and adding the products together. The common use of this type of analysis is the decision tree. So the decision tree analysis looks like this. Okay. So guys, can we take a 15 minutes break and then meet again at 10:45?
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So let us pause our recordings.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So now we will have a look at the EMV case study. Now this is a numerical also. In fact, it will come in the exam. So in which you will be given certain options. So right now we have got two options. So you'll be asked that which is the best option. Now this, if you look at the diagram from left to right, it's a tree-like structure. It is called a decision tree. I'll just tell you that what is the situation and how do we take the decision. See, the situation is like this. I'm doing a project. Okay. And that is a software development project in which the total amount of the project is $5 million. So this is the BAC. So which is the risk cost in both the cases. Now, what is the case? Now, I'll just tell you that what happened in the software project. Now, in the software project, there is a requirement of the client which says that you have to represent or display the numerical data. You have to display the numerical data in the graphic format. Now, my team is very good, but they are not so adept, or they are not so expert in representing the numerical data in a graphical format, that too in the 3D graphical format, like they want bar chart, pie chart, histogram, clustered column chart, such kind of charts they are not able to do. Now, I have got two options in front of me, that I buy a third party component. So it is a commercial package solution which I can integrate with my main software. And this is the option number one. Let's say this is the option number one. And there is a option number two, in which I train my team and we build in-house custom solutions. So both of them are there. Now let me tell you the risk in the first case. In the first case, the risk is like this. So right now the software might seem right, but as the number of the users will increase on the client side, due to which what will happen, the speed of the application will go significantly down. The response time will be slow. Now it will be slow due to the fact, since it is a third party component, there is a data translation happening between my main software and the third party integrated component in different formats. Now, due to the format interchange, the latency time will increase when large number of the users are there, and it will be highly significant and visible. Now, in the second case, suppose I build it in-house, then the speed will be very good, but the risk will be in the fact, then the client might reject it on the ground that it doesn't look so good as expected. So it might not be so good, but it might be technically very robust. But still there will be a rejection from the client side on the ground that it doesn't look as good. Okay, now that is the problem. So I'll have to take the decision. So let me see that which is a better decision. So in the real life, we can be taking decision based upon 6 branches in a tree. Now, right now we are basing it for 2 of the branches. Now, if you look at this table has these columns. That is the initial cost, risk cost, probability, total. Now, this is your option one. Option one is your commercial package. Now, if you look at the risk cost is the same in both the cases because that is the BAC of the project. Okay, the BAC of the project is same in both the cases. Now, what is the probability of the commercial package failing? It is 10%. So there is only a 10% chance that after the integration, it will fail. So what is the 10% of 5 million? So guys, tell me, what is the 10% of 5 million?
50,000.
500,000. And you add 500,000 to this amount. Can you add the 500,000 to the commercial package and tell me that what is the total?
It's 275, the one which is total there.
Yeah, so see, I'll just tell you what is the meaning of this. See, there is a 10% probability that this project, I mean, the first option would fail. So there is a 500,000 chances. So that is the monetary or the severity number. Now, when I add it to the initial cost, why? Because if this option fails, so the amount of money which is invested in the commercial package, that will also go down the drain, right or wrong? Because it's not that the person who sold me the commercial package will say that, okay, you can return me the license, because license once you install, it's all yours. Do you get the point? I can't get back a refund on the license. I can't go and tell any company that, okay, I tried installing it, it doesn't work. Because the softwares are the products that can't be returned. Because once you've utilized the license, you have used the product. It's your choice. You want to use it further or not. So, that's why the companies, they give you the trial licenses. Now, here is the initial cost. So that will also, so the 500,000 is added into the initial cost and the total is put here. So this is the total. Now, if I develop my own custom software, so it might be cheaper in the beginning, but there is a good 30% chance that it can fail. Now, guys, tell me, what is the 30% of 500,000? Okay, now if you add the 30% to this amount, so how much you get? So this is the total risk. Now this is the severity figure. Now tell me, which is the higher figure? The number 1 or 2?
Two.
2. That's why if you look at the decision tree, the decision tree, I'll say that, okay, we will go by this way. So in real life, you could be basically evaluating six probabilities of going. So this is called taking a calculated risk. You must have heard that we take calculated risk. So what is calculated risk? This is what a calculated risk looks like. So calculated risk is the risk in which the monetary numbers are low, and by taking a calculating risk, you are minimizing the chances of the risk actually impacting you or your project. So that is called the calculated risk. So this is called the EMV case study. So you will get some questions on the EMV case study in the exams. So you can basically retain this calculation, how this is done. We'll do some exercises and then you will be able to answer the questions and you will get basically all the answers right. Okay, so that is the benefit in the real life. Yes, Raj, tell me, what is your question?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Actually, I just have a question. Maybe I missed out because I joined a bit late. Regarding this probability, I know in certain questions the probability would already be given, but I'm talking about a general case scenario. Like if I want to implement it within my project, is this probability calculated by the project manager?
No, this probability can be calculated by the project manager. This probability can be coming from the expert judgment of the project manager. But if the project manager doesn't have the expert judgment, but the project manager is the best person to know whom he should seek help. So
Okay.
this person, the project manager, can go into the organization process as he will be able to find something in the knowledge base. If he doesn't find, he can go to Google. If he doesn't find there, he can go to any subject matter expert within the organization. Organization has a department called the PMO. So in the PMO, he can go and maybe in the PMO, maybe some people, they can find out the probability by doing some expert judgment meeting between themselves and informing the project manager. So they can give him a tentative figure also. based upon the past or the historical data.
Right, right, right.
So he can start with himself. He can start with himself. He can consult his team leads, or he can consult any public database which they. So suppose if I want to know what is the probability of rain in my Delhi NCR region, so I can basically go to the website of the Meteorological Department of India. Then I can, then they might be showing a map. Then I will click on the map. Then I will drill down. I'll drill down to my region. I will look at the probability of the rain. Then I will look at the data. Then I will ask what is the probability of flood. So I can use the data to do some risk management in my projects. Okay, so that can be done. So we have got past data. That is called the predictive modeling. So
Right.
once India wanted a supercomputer for the predictive modeling of the weather, because in India the data has been collected because it was earlier done by the British. I think the British were very meticulous people, so they have collected a lot of weather related data since 1850. So since 1850, lot of data in the major parts of India that is available. The Indian scientists in the early 90s wanted, in the 80s, they wanted to put that data into these supercomputer, so that they can do a predictive weather modeling. Okay, so because all these are maths, and so it can tell that what can be the probability next year, and so on. Okay, so it is based on a certain patterns, and they have observed that there are certain patterns which are repeatable over a period of 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. So they can identify those patterns, and then they can see that one is the next repeat of the pattern going to happen. So which can give us a good chance of dealing with a certain risk. Like if you look at the risk of the cyclone. So the latest cyclone is the Amphan cyclone, which hit the eastern coast of the West Bengal and the Orissa. And this is not a predictive modeling, but this is an observation modeling. So what they did is they observed through the satellite that there is you can say a storm which is basically forming up in the middle of the ocean, and it is moving toward the coast at a certain speed. So based upon the distance and the speed, so they made a prediction that it is going to hit the coast in the next 24 to 72 hours. And they continue to observe it from the satellite and continue to inform the local authorities. Now, what is the benefit? The benefit is that a lot of the fishermen, people, those who work in the sea for any reason, those who live near the coast, those people most of them moved inland, due to which large number of the lives have been saved, but entire property cannot be saved. But if you can save the people, then people can build the property once again. Because I know that in my childhood, I used to hear during the early 70s, 80s, that 50,000 people have died, 1 lakh people have died in the coastal areas. We did not have our own weather satellite. And countries like the America, they were not too much willing to support share the data with us, because they used to consider that we are on the Russian side. So that is something which was happening due to. So that's why we are doing the EMB case study, so that we can take the right decision in our projects. So we look at the probability, and basically we utilize the data from our own knowledge, if that is very sure. So if you're not too sure, then you can get a confirmation by consulting some of your project stakeholder colleagues, and then you can go ahead with the calculation. Now, once we have done all this, then we plan our risk responses. Now we know what is our risk, and then we plan our responses, that how we are going to deal with the risk which we are having the knowledge. Now, let's say that we want to deal with the negative risk. Okay. Now, what is the negative risk? First of all, our option is say avoid. Now, I'll just tell you. I will tell you of a situation. Suppose you have booked a PMP test for yourself, and you have to personally go to the test center and take the test there. So, as you are about to leave from the home, okay, as you are about to leave the driveway, you are seated in your car, you see that there is a huge rain. I mean, huge in the sense that it is all dark and there is hailstorm, there is a lot of dust also. Now, tell me, can you avoid? Can you do this? Can you say that, okay, I will not take the test, I will take the test on some other time, but On some other time, there is a very good chances that your boss might assign you a project abroad. You might have to go to the client place. So now you tell me that can you avoid taking the test in such
No,
a
no,
situation? No. Now can you mitigate the risk? Can you transfer the risk?
no,
So transfer in this case would mean that you pay money to someone and ask him to go and take the test. In
no,
this case you can't. In this case you can't because it is something that you have to do. So we rule this out. Can you mitigate the risk?
no.
Yes, you can mitigate the risk by taking a cab because the cab driver are very professional driver.
Okay.
So what the cab driver can do, he can probably can take you to the test center and drop you there safely. Yes, so cannot avoid you can mitigate it. Yes, except now what is the risk in the except? I'll just tell you. So suppose you are going by the cab and the weather gets even much more severe. There is a water logging. Now due to the water logging, even the cab driver cannot drive any further. So in this case, you can mitigate by first taking a cab, and there is a chance also that there can be risk. So you have to accept, and then you have to mitigate. You cannot avoid, you cannot transfer. So no, that is our risk response to the negative risk. Okay. So we sometimes we cannot avoid, we cannot delete that risk from our work. So we have to take, like if you look at the astronauts. So can they avoid going to the space? No, they cannot. Can they send in someone in their place? They cannot. Yes, mitigate, yes, by taking safety step. They have to accept the risk in their profession and they take it. So every profession has a professional risk. Okay. So that is why we need to plan the risk responses. So we develop the options and actions to enhance the opportunities. Opportunity means the positive and reduce the threats. That is the loss. So these are the responses, possible responses to negative and the positive risk. And for the positive risk, we say accept it. Okay. So that is the first response to the positive risk. And for the negative risk, we try to look to where to say avoid or reduce or transfer. But for the positive risk, we always try to accept it. Okay. Now let's see that how do we do it. Now this is our input, the project management plan. So this contains the directive and this is our project documents and environmental factor and organization process assets. The tool and technique for planning the risk responses is your expert judgment. So expert judgment is the collective expert judgment of the entire team. And then what you do is that you do the data gathering. So data gathering can be done from the internet, from internal risk knowledge base, interpersonal and team skills. So you are conducting the meeting and applying your interpersonal and team skills and strategies for threats. So how are you going to deal with the threats? How are you going to deal with the opportunities? Then what is the contingent response strategies that you might be saying that, okay, for the contingency, we can have extra set of people, we can have extra set of equipments, we can have extra amount of the material. So that is your contingent response strategies. So you can say that for the task on the critical path, so what we can do, we can put in some backup people, backup equipment, and we can put extra stock of the material on hand. And what is the strategies for the overall project risk? So you look at the overall project risk. So overall project can be risk something like the sponsor pulling out. That is the overall project risk. So you can say that, okay, if this current sponsor pulls out, then we can have another sponsor from from another company or something like that, another investor. Okay. Data analysis. So you will do the analysis of the data which is in front of you. Data can be from internal sources and external sources, and you will take your decision and you will write your risk response in your register. So that updating of the risk register is a sort of a change request. You will update your project management plan and document update. Okay, so that is your risk response. So once you update your document, you will have the response in place, and also the assigned person, the person who is assigned to take care of that particular risk. Okay, so that's your risk response. Now comes the implementation. If you look at the implementation, which process group you are in?
It's executing.
Yeah. So execution means that you implement. So you do it. Do what? Implement the response. So earlier this was not there. Now it is there. So it has made even better and much more explicit for many of the project managers, especially the new ones. So it is the process of implementing agreed upon risk response plans. The key benefit of this process that it ensures. So, this is the key benefit. It ensures that agreed upon risk response, agreed upon by whom? Agreed upon by the project stakeholders. Are they are executed as planned in order to address the overall project risk exposure and minimize individual project threats and maximize individual project opportunity. This process is performed throughout the project. So if throughout the project, if you by chance see any new risk, so what you will do? You will do a qualitative analysis, quantitative analysis, and you will plan the risk response and you will implement it. That's it. Very simple. Okay, so you have all the directives and the guidelines in place. It is not possible to identify absolutely all the risk in the beginning of the project. Some of the risk will be so, but make sure that before you start the project, you should be able to identify to the maximum extent possible with the collective judgment. Okay, if you are able to identify to the maximum extent possible using your collective judgment, you are good. Now we come to the implement risk responses inputs, project management plan, then your project documents, then organization process. So the assets, tool and technique will be your expert judgment, your interpersonal and team skills and project management information system, PMIS. So PMIS is the platform in which you can basically list all the risk, and then you can put the risk response plan, then you can put in all the name of the stakeholders, those who are involved in those risk management prevention strategy. So the resources which are assigned, so you can keep track of that. So such kind of PMIs can be some sort of there's a product called Project Online. Okay. So in the Microsoft project, we can take care of the schedule. We can take care of the WBS. We can take care of the resources and the cost. Okay, so once we upload the data into the project online, then it can take care of the remaining knowledge areas. So it has got inbuilt templates for the risk, and it has got the structure, and that structure can be modified to accommodate further knowledge. And you can link the risk to the individual task in the project also. That even makes it even better, that what is the specific risk on a task. It is not on the overall project, because it is only when the task is being performed, the risk is there. After the task is completed, the risk is gone from or deleted from the project. Like if you're doing some work with some flammable solution, you say that that can have a fire risk. So that particular risk is on till the point the task is being done for the 10 days, 15 days. After the task is completed, we can say for sure that there is no chance of this kind of risk happening, because this task is now completed. So that is mentioned in the implemented risk response, and PMIS is very, very important for implementing the risk response, because the risk is not only identified related to a task, the risk is also can be assigned to a resource who is a subject matter expert on dealing with the risk. Then comes the change request, then project document updates. That is implement risk response. And then after implementing that, we are monitoring the risk. Now guys, looking at this graphic, tell me, is it prevention or mitigation?
Prevention.
Think of it again.
It's mitigation.
Mitigation.
Why is it mitigation and not prevention?
Because it has already happened and we are just trying to protect the remaining part of it, of the project. Just
Yeah, see, the risk has already happened. So what this person did, so he immediately brought his hand down and he prevented it from spreading further. Let's say that this is a fire. So this much fire has happened, then he put the extinguisher on the fire and he put out the fire. But you know, this is the damaged portion. Now this can be very small. Let's say this is a damage to the extent of only 5%, and the remaining 95% is safe. So this is mitigation. Okay. So our aim is to prevent. So how do we prevent? By doing the monitoring, or we can say, is it a control risk? So let me see what is written here. So we say control, we say monitor risks. Yes. So we monitor the risk, we watch over the risk. Okay. So guys, just a moment, I'll be back. So basically, it is the process of monitoring the implementation of the agreed upon risk response plans, and we track identified risk. So the risk which are noted into the risk register, we identify and analyze new risk. In case we are coming across any new risk reported by any team member or project stakeholder. So what we can do the analysis, and then we can do the implementation of the prevention of the new risk, and we then evaluate the risk process effectiveness throughout the project. So what is the effectiveness? Effectiveness means that whatever response we have planned for the existing risk, are they good enough or not? So this is what we are trying to do. So we look at the effectiveness also. The key benefit of this process is that it enables the project decision to be based upon current information about the overall risk exposure and individual project risk. This process is performed throughout the project. Just like you would monitor for actual time, actual cost, you would also monitor the risk throughout the project so that you are able to understand if there is any oncoming risk or not. So that is the benefit. So how do we monitor the risk? So we take this input, project management plan, the risk register, work performance data, work performance reports, and that gives us an idea that work is being currently done, and what is the status, and what is the understanding of the current status of the work. So data will tell us that what work is being done, and the reports will tell us that what is the understanding of the current data. Now we do a risk reassessment, because you know their risk, they have a way of going up and down based upon the tasks that are being performed. Certain tasks are starting, so the risk for them becomes very high because they are very specific to the task. And then there are certain tasks which are slowly and slowly closing down, and the risk is also going down. So we'll do a risk reassessment and risk audits. Now, what is the purpose of the audit? The purpose of the audit is to just ask us a question: is there any risk which is lurking around the project, but we are not aware of it? That is the purpose of the audit, to find out if there is a possibility of a risk not identified earlier. Variance and trend analysis we have done. So variance and trend analysis is done using the cumulative values. Okay, I believe you remember CPI cumulative, SPI cumulative, actual cost cumulative, and value cumulative. Then we plot it on the graph, and that variance and trend analysis tells us that if you are facing any kind of cost risk or the schedule risk. Technical performance measurement. Now, the benefit of the technical performance measurement is that, suppose if you are using any heavy equipment, and what is the capacity? Let us say the capacity rating of the particular crane is around, say, 10 tons. So we do a technical performance measurement. Since this crane is in service for the last 5 years, then we reduce the rating from 10 to the 8. So we say that this has been used for so many years. So according to the technical performance measurement of this equipment, the actual rating of this crane is at 8 tons. So do not use any load, or do not use this crane for picking up a load more than 8 tons. So that is the result of technical performance measurement. Then we do the reserve analysis. So what is the reserve analysis? So we look at the reserve of the men, material, machines, and we have a meeting, and we just to see that we are in the safe limits. And what we generate is the work performance information, change request, project management plan update, project document update, and organization process asset update. Okay, so this is what we do in the monitor risk. So in information tells us what is the status. Change request is something that we tell our team members that guys please increase the risk response, decrease the risk response, so that we are optimized on the risk response, and by working within our resource constraints also. So that is also very much important. And documents are those documents which are related to the project management standards. So those documents must always capture the data. Okay. And organization process assets update, the assets which basically give us the guidance, and if we have something which makes us better, and we just do it. So that is part of the monitor risk. Now what next? Personal attitudes to risk. There are certain organizations which are risk averse. You know, small and mid-sized organizations would be like that. Risk averse because they do not have deep pockets, or they do not have very big capital base. And then there are certain organizations which are risk seeking because they have a lot of deep pocket. For example, if you look at, say, the company Reliance Jio, okay, it is a risk seeking organization because many years ago what they were doing, they were distributing free SIM cards. They were distributing almost free SIM cards with free data, free calling. Why? Because they wanted a large subscriber base to happen, because they did not have the advantage of starting early. Because if you look at Airtel, and there was another company used to be Hutch. Okay, so these are the company which started the mobile calling in India during the early 90s. So they came later. Okay, so what happens to the companies which came later? Because the people are not willing to drop their numbers. Okay, people are not willing to drop their numbers, so they are not willing to take up new SIM cards. So what this company did, so you go and have a taste of our network. So we have a network of 3G, 4G, and our data speed is very high. You take our free SIM cards and get addicted to it, and then you can switch over the network. Okay, so that is the risk-seeking organization, so that they have large subscriber base. So once they kill the competition, many competition have been killed by the risk-seeking activity. There were many mobile companies. I believe that you must be remembering the company called the Aircell. It has been killed by the risk-seeking activity of Reliance Jio. So Aircell is dead, MTS is dead, and Telenor Uninor is dead. Spice Telecom is dead. Okay, so all these companies, those were also the mobile operators in many parts of India. So it is due to the risk-seeking. So many other existing companies, they are struggling. And there are organizations which are risk neutral. Risk neutral, for example, the Tata Group is risk neutral. So they don't jump into big business, or nor they are say averse to the big business. So they're saying that we will first do an evaluation, and then we will take up that project. So that is the personal attitudes to risk. So that depends upon the organization, and that depends upon the individual also, that if you would like to take a risk. Now there is something called contingency reserve. Now what is the contingency reserve? Contingency reserve is the reserve of men, machine, material, money to deal with the known risk in the project, and it is controlled by the project manager and project management team. And there is something called the management reserve. Now what is the management reserve? It is a separately planned quantity of reserve which is controlled by the senior management of the company, and it is mostly geared towards any unknown risk. So that is called the management reserve, right? So just keep these two terms in mind, and this is how it is planned up. So we start with the activities. Activities are sub part of the work package, and work packages are inside the control account, and sum total of the control account go to the project total, and we add contingency on top of that. So this is what we get. planned cost. So what is the planned cost? Planned cost is actually the BAC. BAC. So BAC is your planned cost. Okay, and management reserve is something which is a sort of an insurance policy from the top management in case the project has any kind of external or unknown kind of risk. The project would be supported or revived by the money from the management reserve. Okay, so this is something which you can keep in mind. Now we come to the quiz part. So what you can do, you can get into your response sheet and you can write your responses. So I will help you identify hints within the question.
I have a question here.
Yes.
Yeah, in the activities, sorry, it is personal attitudes to risk. There are three factors: avert, seeking, and neutral. Yeah. So in the current scenario, we are getting to hear that this particular coronavirus will exist, and we have to coexist with that. So it falls under which category?
I just tell you, there is a cartoon clip which is going around. Indians' response to the coronavirus. You know,
Okay.
there is a character which was used by the Vodafone. Okay, so small little egg-shaped like character. So you know that character is playing with the coronavirus. It is poking it from here and there. So that goes on for the 5 minutes, and at the end of the 5 minutes, that coronavirus kills that character. So this is the current response. I don't know. So what is this? Are we risk averse or risk seeking or risk neutral? So
Yeah,
so I am not able to identify that very clearly. We are just fooling around with the virus.
correct, correct.
It's not that we are
So
not
now we are
aware.
getting a lot of
So
channels.
mostly you know I'll just tell you. No,
Yeah.
we are the most diverse people on the earth. So one answer or one stereotype cannot say okay, this is the response of the Indians. So we are the most
Correct, correct.
diverse people.
Right,
So
right.
if you look at the Chinese, they are having same format. You can't even distinguish one person from the another. You know, once there was a very funny situation where I was working in the US. So
Uh-huh.
in the same room, there were uh, there were some Chinese, there were some Japanese, and there were some Koreans in the
Okay.
same room, and I will get confused between the three. So you know I will greet the Chinese with the Japanese greeting, and I will greet the Korean with the Japanese greeting that I learned the previous day, and those guys didn't mind. They will just laugh at me.
Okay, okay. Got
Okay,
it.
they will just
That's
laugh
what.
at me, and then you know then we were having some joke that then I asked those guys, how can you guys distinguish yourself? You know, we can distinguish ourselves. We look at the eyes. If the eye is 1 millimeter short, you know, they were making joke. So those guys asked me that they said, oh, we can't distinguish between the Indians and the Pakistanis.
Okay.
Then I said, yeah, that is also a problem. Since I'm not able to distinguish between the Chinese and the Korean, so you will not be able to distinguish between the Pakistanis and the Indians as well. So that is also a problem.
Correct, correct.
So then one person, one Japanese guy, you know,
Uh-huh.
he was just mocking. He was having fun. He said that how to distinguish between the North Koreans and the South Koreans.
Okay.
Okay. So, you know, I had a brainwave. Instantly, I said, just do this thing, hang a bar magnet between the two. And okay, now we come to this.
Yeah, yeah, got it. Thank you.
Sometimes you don't have an answer,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
you have something
thanks,
which you
thanks
can
for
get.
this witty reply.
Yeah.
Next. I'm done with this. If everybody is okay, we can move.
So just let me know for the next.
Yes, we can move next.
Yeah, done.
Sujoy, I'm not done. Can you please move to previous slide? No, no, seventh and eighth. We can move next.
Done?
Yes, done. आता
Okay. Tell me, what is the purchasing insurance cover to?
A.
Transfer.
B.
But why it is
B.
transfer? See, project equipment. Suppose the equipment fails. Now, if the equipment gets destroyed, so you need to buy a new one. So that is why you buy the insurance cover. Now, tell me one thing, guys. If you purchase an insurance cover for any equipment, does it reduce the chances of it getting damaged or destroyed?
No.
No, that
No.
it. So it means that it is not mitigate. So what is the purpose of the insurance cover? The
Acceptance.
purpose of the insurance cover is to provide you monetary compensation to buy a new one. Okay, so what you are doing? You are transferring the monetary risk. You are transferring the monetary risk to the insurance company by paying a small amount as a premium. Right or wrong?
Right.
So that is why it is called transfer. Transferring what? Not transferring the risk of getting destroyed, but you are transferring the financial risk. The amount of money will be compensated to you for the value of the equipment, or maybe the value minus the depreciation, just like you buy an insurance cover for your car. Okay, so insurance cover only ensures that in case of a crash or accident, the the insurance will pay for the damages or pay for the completely new car based upon the current market value. So that is the transference of the financial risk, not the physical risk. You should still continue to drive safely. Okay, so that is the point. Now here is the underlying point. Now looking into the question and the underlying point, so what answer you think is the correct one?
Sir, B.
Response planning.
A.
A.
Risk identification. It is A.
What is
Yeah,
See,
so nobody.
it's a new e-business project. It's an absolutely brand new project, and you feel that there is, and nobody has evaluated, nobody has any idea that what should be the objective and what should be the strategy of the risk. So what is the thing which is done first in a new project? You
Risk
do
identification.
Risk
no,
identification.
no, in the beginning you do risk management planning.
Yeah, see.
When you're starting with a brand new project, this is the first thing you do. You list out the broad guidelines for dealing with the objective, then you go into the identification response. They are the next steps. First of all, you have to evaluate the outcome, and you have to evaluate that what are possible hindrances to the outcome of the project. Okay, what are the range of the possible outcomes? So that is the response, that is the risk management planning. Okay, during this response planning, you identified few new risks. What should you do?
B.
So just to follow the risk management process as per the your risk management plan, and calculate risk probability and impact. Now what is the major problem? See, major problem is something which stops the work or threatens the life. So what you should do first of all?
A.
Yeah, this is your first immediate response when you encountered a major problem. Now, what can be a major problem? Let me explain this to you. Suppose you are working on an IT project and there are 15 people working together using one server. Suddenly, the server crashes. So, what will you do first? You'll first try to see if the server can be revived or it can be fixed. Suppose you are working in some kind of an engineering project in which there are 15 people working on the shop floor, and suddenly there is a fire in one of the equipment. So what will you do? you will immediately go and try to put out the fire right around, so that you can be at least safe and continue to the project, continue to do the project. So your first response in the major problem is not evaluation, but work towards solving the problem. You can do the evaluation later. Okay. Now we come to the next one. What should you do first? You should do your homework
See,
first. So what should be your the homework?
analyze the impact of the change with your team.
Yeah, of course, you have to quantify that, okay, if this is going to affect the schedule, to what extent? Okay, so that you can understand that what is the impact of the schedule further on the scope, on the cost, on the resource, on the procurement, on the communication. You know, there are knowledge areas which are interconnected. So this is called what? This is called integrated change management, because it is all integrated. So that is where you will come to know what is the impact of the change within your team. Okay, so but do you remember this process number? So it is the chapter number 4, and the process is 4.6. Perform integrated change control. In the integrated change control, you look at the way all the processes they are integrated and find out that what is the impact. Okay. Now here is the key to the answer 6. So what do you think is the answer?
Transfer.
It's D.
Yeah. So what the project manager is doing, he knows that his team member can do it, but he wants to keep them as a second option. So he has decided to allow someone else to do this portion of the project. So what he's doing is the transference.
Transfer.
Okay. Yeah, he's doing the transfer. So looking at the question and the underlined or the emphasized parts of the question. So what do you think it is?
A.
Accept.
He has to accept.
Accept.
Accept
Okay,
and
guys. Yeah, regarding the acceptance, let me tell you. See, the stuntmen that work in the Bollywood movies in India, they never get any kind of insurance. They do not get any life insurance or mediclaim or car insurance or home insurance. They do not. They and their family, they do not get any insurance from any insurance company in India, and they have to accept the risk of their jobs and they have to do it. Okay, so that's how it goes. 8. Keeping a buffer resource.
mitigate.
Yeah, it is a mitigate. Just like a what is a buffer resource? If you are doing a software project, keeping extra programmers in the team is a mitigate. Mitigate means that if any of the existing programmers they leave, so you know the buffer resource will take over the work. So that is a buffer resource. Similarly, if you are doing a construction project, if you need a very resource very commonly utilized, that is cement. So you say that okay, we'll keep 10 tons of the cement in our stock, base stock. So that is the buffer resource. Okay, so that is the mitigate.
Can it be called contingency planning? No?
Contingency plan. So that is the mitigate. In case of the emergency, you will basically take the resource from the buffer or the reserve. So that will mitigate the situation. Means that it will cool down the situation. That is called the mitigation.
Okay.
So putting the water on the fire is mitigation, and not letting the fire happen at all throughout the project. So we call it prevention. If we don't let, if we have a project which is having a lot of fire prone steps, and if you succeed in not letting any fire happen at all, so we can say that you have prevented. And if the fire happens, if you put it out quickly, we say that okay, you were good in the mitigation,
Correct. Right.
right?
Yeah.
See, it's a very similar question, but here the story is different.
Single deliverables. Probably C.
Is it A?
C.
Actually, it is D. Very simple. Perform an analysis on the risk. You don't have to do this. Who discovered the risk? Right. So you just perform an analysis on the risk and put the qualitative, quantitative, severity package, and then you sort the risk and put it into the correct slot of the severity. Then apply the resource. If the resource is short, you can escalate it to the sponsor. So there is a new risk which I have discovered, and it is falling within the significant risk. Now, if you look at your risk budget, you might have it to cover it. Then it's all good, then you don't have to tell your sponsor. But if you don't have that, so you just tell your sponsor, so there is a new risk which is a significant falling under this category, and I want some extra budget to be released for this, for for the containment of this risk. Now, what is a valid response to the negative risk?
Mitigate.
Mitigate. Okay, we
Mitigate.
always try to make sure that either it is prevented. So since the prevented option is not there, so we say mitigate. Okay, so guys, so this is good. So this is done. I believe that you had good.
Question number 9, can you go back once, please? Yeah, in this perform the analysis, here the first deliverable has already been accepted by the customer, right?
Yes.
So we are working, I mean, 3 more deliverables, we are working on the second deliverable. Now, the risk that has been discovered in the first deliverable, now if that gets magnified in the second deliverable, should the customer be informed? Should there be a rework for this?
See, what is the involvement of the customer in the risk? Is the customer involved in the profit?
Not risk, means if the risk leads to a failure, say for example.
Even if the risk leads to a failure, it is not the headache of the customer. The customer is neither involved in the profit nor he is involved in the loss. And we should not even report any kind of risk to the customer at all.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Okay, we should make everything look good to the customer. We should keep this behind the scenes and behind the curtains of the project management. Okay, you should look very rock solid to the customer. You should look risk free. You should look very consistent. So you should let the things happen behind the curtains of the PMI process. Customer should not be involved in this. For the customer, make everything look cool and make the customer comfortable to deal with your organization. Okay, so never ever reveal any kind of risk to the customer. The customer is only responsible for taking care of the milestone payments after giving his acceptance. Okay,
Right. Yeah.
so make it easy for the customer and make your organization look cool to buy from. Okay, so
Right.
that's what will make the customer come back and back again. So you can say that, okay, that there is some sort of issues that we are dealing with and we are sorting it out. So behind the scene, you might be dealing with something very severe. So just deal with it as per the PMI process and do not trouble the customer. Make the customer feel good, feel robust. Okay.
Now, what about the first deliverable? Because it has already been delivered to the customer in that case.
Mm.
So, like if the second deliverable is a bit of, I mean, the standard of the second deliverable is a bit higher than the first one in terms of quality. So,
Mm.
after identification of the risk, the mitigation technique has been taken. We have taken it, and we have worked on the second deliverable, and the quality is better than the first. Say, just for example, I'm just for my understanding, I'm just asking.
Mm.
So, the first deliverable, which has already been accepted by the customer, the
Mm.
difference in quality in the first and the second won't that be evident? Means, uh, or we will accept and we'll go ahead with it. And how to handle that?
See, let me tell you this thing. See, what happens is that we have told in the beginning that risk cannot be identified absolutely in the beginning of the project.
Okay.
Okay. So we have to continue to look out for risk, and whenever new risks are identified or they are popped up, so what do? We just continue to do our business, that is the project execution and management, and
Okay.
we just put the new risk into the risk register and put it under the monitoring list or the watch list. That's it.
Okay. Okay. Got it. ठीक है.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So guys, so here is the scenario like, so this is the old west. Okay, old west 150 years ago. So now this is the wagon driver and this is the robber, and this is the insurance guy. Now this insurance guy in the middle of the robbery where the wagon driver is trying to, this is the money. So he's transferring the money on behalf of the bank. So this is how the money would be transferred from one branch to the other. Now the insurance guy is asking, is this the best time to talk about life insurance? Now tell me, what's your take on this?
No.
This is not the right time. So right time. So actually, this is the time he has to work towards solving the problem. So what is the problem? It's a major problem. The major problem is that whoever will rob this money, if he does not speed away from here, and after he has cooled down the major problem, he has solved it. So maybe he can talk about the life insurance or any other kind of the stuff. So, talking about insurance or something, it should be always risk mitigation plan or prevention plan should be always before the risk happens, and you should have the foresight to do it. So that's why we say that we need expert judgment. You will see expert judgment is a tool which is utilized everywhere in the process, in almost all the processes. It's a tool and technique. So that's all. So do you have any questions on the risk? Okay. If no, then we will go to the procurement management. So you are ready for the procurement management, or you want some small little break?
We can continue.
Yes,
Okay,
we can.
let us continue with the procurement management. Now, what is the procurement? Basically, the procurement is the process of obtaining. So as you can see, so this is a shopping cart, and there are a lot of stuffs that need for the project. So what do we need for the project? Basically, if you look at construction project, they are the best examples of the where you can apply the procurement. Almost everything is procured, including the laborers, supervisors, and all the material which go into the construction. So the construction company, so what do they make? They make the buildings, but they don't make the raw materials. Okay, so they don't keep all the people on their payrolls at all the times. They keep the people like civil engineers and project managers. Till that, they keep them on their permanent payroll. And rest of the human resources and the material resources and most of the equipments, they are procured. Okay. So let's see that how the procurement process works. So in the context of the IT project, suppose if you're doing system integration project or doing any setup of the data center, so you would be, you would be doing a lot of procurement for the hardware and for external human resources to get it installed. So when I did my PMP certification in 2009, when I completed, so I was thinking, what will I do with the procurement? I say, okay, let me keep it, because this project management knowledge is like a Swiss knife. You don't know that what tool will be useful at what point of time in the project. So in 2012, I had a project in which I had to create a data center for the Madhya Pradesh Police CID department, and that was quite an experience. I was working in Bhopal. So I was in Bhopal during a period of 6 months. I had to procure everything locally. I had to procure the internet connection, then power backup, and all that had to be procured. So I was dealing with the top guy of the Bhopal crime investigation department. He was the top cop there, Mr. Sanjeev Shami, and he was very specific about things. Okay, so the procurement had to be done locally. But then I told him, sir, the servers will come from the US. So this is how they come. First, they land in Mumbai. So I will go to Mumbai and check that. If that is fine, so they'll be transferred by air to Delhi. And from Delhi, they will be brought in our company vehicles to your headquarters. And then it will be installed in the data center. So the procurement management's day, because on one side, I was doing the hardware, and one side, my team was doing the software. So, parallel two projects were going on. One to set up the data center, and one was to set up to develop the software. So the procurement management processes, so they gave me a lot of confidence. I would go into the PM walk once in a while and find something. And fortunately, our organization has a functional department of procurement. So they have a lot of people. So they have good rapport with the suppliers, and they are able to find local suppliers also. Okay, then they are able to write all the legal terms and condition on the contracts that we put out for our suppliers. And the purpose of my team is to basically give the technical specifications and sort of some price range, and they will find it. So let's see that how we can do it. So procurement management is something you might be doing at some point of time. So if your project is of the kind which requires a lot of hardwares, okay, hardwares and stuff, so you will be needing to plan your procurement management. So it is the process to purchase and acquire products, services, result needed from outside the project team to perform the project work outside. The contract management and change control processes required to administer contract or purchase the orders issued by authorized project team members. Administering any contract issued to an outside organization, that is acquiring the project from performing organization, the seller, and administering contractual obligation is placed on the project team by the contract, because any kind of procurement which is happening is controlled by the contract, and contract has got the top level baselines of the time limit, and baselines of the cost limit, and baselines of the quality. Okay, so that's what is there. So we can start from here. So first, what we do vendor sourcing and selection, and then we negotiate with them and give them the contract, and then as they are doing the work, we monitor their performance, and we monitor and we do an evaluation that how are they performing. And after the job is done, so what we do, we close the contract and process improvement enter. So the contract should not be an open document. So once the work has been completed satisfactorily, and the deliverable or the product and the money has been exchanged, so what you can do, you should close the contract document and say that the contract has been closed satisfactorily by both the parties, and there is no open term and condition, and the contract is void by mutual consent. Okay, so that is the process. So that's how it goes. So just like you must have seen, if you go to the US Embassy to renew your visa, so you know what they will do? They will put a stamp on the previous visa, cancelled without prejudice. Means that this visa has been cancelled or it has been completed without any problem. So that is closed normally. So this visa has been terminated normally. So that's how the contract process should be. So when you are closing the contract, so you can exchange the documents and write that from my side it has been satisfactorily, I have been paid, because you are the project manager, you are the the provider of the services. So on the client copy you can write that I have been paid all the sums of the money as per the project terms and condition, and the client would write on his copy that all the deliverables and the products as promised as per the quality has been delivered to me, and you will put a cross and you will exchange the copies. That's it. So this is the procurement life cycle, because the contracts are legal documents and there should be legal proof that the satisfaction to the both the parties has been delivered. Okay. So sometimes people feel that how is the procurement related to the various knowledge areas. So let's see that how it is related to the scope. So in the scope, basically, there can be certain work which cannot be done within the organization due to the nature of the work being so. Okay. So if something is out of the scope of the organization, so we might need to go for the procurement process to get that job done. So scope can be one reason. Sometimes, we are short on time. We have a very high time constraint, sometimes due to the reasons of the schedule. So we might need to do some procurement. So we need to procure some extra help, some extra people. So maybe we can do that, or maybe we can outsource some part of the work also. Okay, the work will completely go out of the company premises. It will be done under the provider premises. So that is the schedule, due to the reasons of the schedule. Okay. Now let us go to the cost. Sometimes it is cheaper to buy. Sometimes it is due to the reasons of cost That suppose if we try to do it ourselves, it might be costly because we may not have the right processes or the expertise. We might need to train lots of people. So then we say that in that case, instead of investing too much money in the training and learning the things from scratch, so let it be done by someone who is doing all that all the while. So it is due to the cost also. Sometimes the same can be said for the quality also. Sometimes the work can be done by us, but the finished output or the product or the deliverable may not be having the requisite quality. So sometimes for the reasons of the quality, we can go to the procurement. And sometimes due to the reasons of shortfall of the human resources, we might have to procure the human resources or the entire or some parts of the project to the outside service provider. So that is a subcontractor. We are the main contractor, and any other contractor below us will be called the subcontractor. So we might have to do it because of the human resources. We don't want to hire people onto the permanent payroll. So we say that, okay, let us use the people temporarily. So that is the human resource shortage. So that is the procurement management. Then communication. So once we are doing the procurement management, so then we can do the communication to, we need to do the communication with the other stakeholders. Look, this is what we are doing in the procurement. We need to do a lot of communication with the service provider, giving them statements of work, giving them requests for quotes, requests for proposal, all that. So lots of communication has to be done with the various stakeholders when we are doing procurement management. So it is highly related to the communication also and risk also. So I believe that you remember that some part of the project, if it is risky, then the project manager can decide to transfer it to the external agencies due to the reasons of the risk also. Okay, so that is why the procurement is related to the rest of the knowledge areas, because many people felt when I used to train early, so many years ago, so people felt that, sir, how it is related. So I thought that I will write this, this explanation that how the procurement is related to the remaining knowledge area. So it is, it is tightly integrated. So procurement process will be kicked up due to these reasons. Okay. Now, what are the processes here? First of all, in just like any other knowledge area, we will do the plan. So what is the purpose of the plan? The purpose of the plan is to create a directive, do's, don'ts, guidelines, standard operating procedure, what are the best practices, and what are the standards applicable in the procurement, and what is the criteria for the procurement. Everything will be listed here in the project procurement management processes. So what we will do, we will then execute, and after the planning, we will conduct the procurement, at the same time we will watch over it. So monitoring and controlling means that we will watch over it and we will control the procurement, and controlling the procurement using what? Using contract documents. The contract, so contract is a promise. So I've signed a contract with my client. Similarly, the subcontractor has a sign a contract document with me because I'm taking his services to ensure that the quality of the product that he makes, so his product is my deliverable. You get the point? His product is my deliverable, and the deliverable should fit in well with my product, which is to be given to the customer. So that is the reason. Okay, then let us go to the next point. So we do plan procurement management. So what we get as an output is the procurement management plan and statement of work. So statement of work is some statement, so which is given to our subcontractor. So guys, tell me one thing. If you are not able to describe your work very well to your subcontractor, will they be able to provide a very good quote of time and price?
No.
No. That is why we must have a well-defined statement of work if we are to get comparable quotations from the various vendors or the subcontractors. If I'm having different contractors with different understanding, so they will be giving a lot of varying price and the price and the time quote, and it will be very difficult for me to compare that. So, it will be very problematic. So I don't want that. So that is why I say that we should plan the procurement management. with a very good statement of work so that it works for us. Then we do the conduct of procurement. So in the conduct of procurements, we get the selected vendors or those who are selected to sell to us, and we give them the contract. And then we watch over the conduct of the procurement. We control the procurement through the procurement documents, mainly the contract. Okay. So what is the plan procurement management? It is the process that enables you to procure products and services from external or internal suppliers. Now, external, I know who can be an internal supplier. Internal supplier can be another functional department. So the functional department can be having examples of design department, research and development, product design development, product research and development department. So department like that. So they can be, or the data processing department. I'll give an example. I'm doing a lot of trainings in ONGC. In the ONGC Dehradun, in the academy, near that they have a building. So they have an internal data processing department. So when the petroleum team is prospecting for petroleum, so what they are doing, so they are doing control blast over a large area. So, you know, the sound patterns which are written, so they are recorded on hard disk running into hundreds of terabytes, and then this is given to the internal data processing department. What they do, they have a supercomputer there. So using the supercomputer and software, they translate the reflection of the sound into a picture. So it gives a complete contour of what is there underground at what depth. So, you know, it gives a easy view to the drilling team. So drilling team can determine that where they should start drilling from so that they hit the oil pocket. Okay, so that's quite sophisticated team, and it has to be internal only, because that data cannot be shared outside to any private company, whether Indian or external. Because it had happened in 1948. What happened, I'll tell you, that such kind of data was stolen. It was taken by a person who was an employee of the ONGC only. He was in the senior management the position. He was working in the ONGC from the 50 to the 55, and suddenly in 1956, what he did, he migrated to Pakistan with the data. So that was the data which was in the border area, and Indian government had invested crores of rupees in obtaining that seismic data. So that would be that is to reveal a prospective oil field. So that guy migrated. So from that time onwards, so they have created some strict rules, and they have understood that this cannot be done by any private party. Even the employee of the company will be totally, under observation. So, you know, there are certain things, so which has to be done by internal supplier. So, you know, I have a senior person from the DRDO living in my society, and he is a specialist in the nuclear weapons. So if this person has to go out of the country, he has to seek a special permission from the government of India. Only after the letter is given, so he has to state the purpose of going out and duration of stay and persons he wants to meet. So he has to give the name, email, address of all the people that he wants to meet, and when he intends. So that is why in certain sensitive projects, we have to utilize only the internal suppliers. Okay. So then we determine and documenting what to purchase and acquire, and determine when and how. Now let me tell you one more interesting thing. All the processes which are mentioned in the procurement management, they have been taken from the US Department of Defense process. Now what happened, PMI was set up in the 1969, and during the 60s, 70s till 80s, so there was a Cold War going on between the USA and the then USSR. And a lot of the project managers, so those who were PMI member, they were working for the aerospace companies. So there was a space race between, and missile race between the USA and the USSR. And a lot of the project managers, those who were members of the PMI, it is believed that they brought in these processes. They suggested that you do this, and these are the processes. which have been brought into the PMI by those contributing members. So most of these are based upon the US Department of Defense procurement processes. So let's have a look at this plan procurement management. So inputs are the project management plan, requirement documentation, risk register, activity resource requirement. So basically what we are doing, so we are going to broadly going to create a guideline. So for this we need the project management plan and requirement documentation. Requirement documentation of whom? Of the client. We need to understand from the requirements of the client that what we need to procure and what we need to do. And then we also have a good look at the risk register. So the risk register will tell us that which risks are prevalent on the project, so that using the register we are able to do the right procurement to deal with the risk. And activity resource requirements, that which activities they need, what kind of resources. Then the project schedule, if the schedule is tight, then it can also give us an idea about the procurement that should happen. And activity cost estimates. So we look at the cost estimates, and if we find that there are certain parts of the activities or certain parts of the project where we can reduce the prices using the procurement, we can reduce it. A stakeholder register will tell us that which stakeholders have a very good understanding of the procurement. And of course, environmental factor will be any IT support databases. So, and organization process assets will be documentation and the guidelines and the standards, procedures which are followed by the organization. So what you will do, you will do the analysis, make or buy. So whether we should make it or buy it based upon scope, time, schedule, quality, based upon that, we can do the make or buy analysis. And we apply our expert judgment on this. We do the market research. So these days we can do the market research using the internet, because a lot of data is there on the internet, though you might be a subscriber to a certain trade journal. So even those, they provide a lot of market research data, but you can get it from the internet these days. Then you will have meetings, and then output will be your procurement management plan. So this plan will be the guideline and also procurement statement of work. So this statement of work will be the work which you intend to get done or intend to procure from your suppliers or your vendors. So that is the statement of work. And procurement documents, the documents which are utilized by your procurement process. So those documents could be request for quote, request for proposal. So that could be the vendor registration form. Okay, and all that kind of standardized document for procurement. And you can create a criteria for a source selection. What is source selection criteria? The source selection criteria can be created like this. You can say that any supplier supplying to our organization or project should be the authorized seller or dealer of the manufacturer. He should be authorized by the manufacturer to sell it. So this is one criteria. Then you say that the vendor supplying to us should be in this business for minimum 5 years. The vendor should have all the PAN 10 and the GST number. The vendor should have a support staff. The vendor should be able to provide a credit period of say 50 to 60 days, so that we can examine and we can write a check for that. So we need that much time. So, that is the selection criteria which you can write. So which will help you select the right vendor. Then you can go for the make or buy decision. So finally you will have the buy decision. So once you do once the analysis is done, so you will be having the result, that is the buy decision, that what you are going to buy, because it is for the buy decisions only you will do the procurement. And change request if any, and project document update which are related to the project activities record. Okay, so this is what a project management plan looks like, and it can basically, this is the guideline. So you can create yours also, and it is included as part of the student package template. So what is the make or buy? Okay, so how do you make and how do you, when do you buy? What is the statement of work template format? And when to buy, how to buy? So, when to buy. So is it due to constraint of time? Is it due to the quality requirement? Is it due to the constraint of cost? Are you buying due to the reasons of risk? So all this is mentioned very clearly here: when to buy, how to buy, who is responsible to buy. So you can say that the responsibility will be on the project manager and the people designated by the project manager. Contract type to be used, so we will see in the contract and the contract types. So there are multiple contract types, and you can choose the one that is the most appropriate in the current project. Then we can have a source selection criteria. Criteria is already created. We can apply the criteria and filter out the better ones, which can be a supplier. Independent estimates required. How to select? So you can take independent estimates from the internet. How and frequency to control the procurement? So you will set that frequency that we will be doing the evaluation every 2 weeks. Okay, so as to see whether the procurement is going right. So is it going right from the vendor side, or is there any problem in the process that we are following? And we can fix that. And record management system, it is a very important thing you should keep in mind. The record management system is the system which will keep a track of the record of interaction in the procurement. Suppose if you place the order, the record will appear in the record management system that the order has been placed. When the order is delivered, so the record management system will record it in the record management system log. The order has been received, and if certain item is defective, so it has been sent for replacement. So when it has come, so it will have a record. So basically all the activities taking place in the procurement will be recorded in the record management system for the procurements. Now guys, tell me, have you ever signed any contract in your life? Have you signed any the contract?
Yes.
So what was that contract about?
So basically, it is home loan agreement, to be specific about the personal experience. But officially, there are a lot of contracts that we sign with the vendors. So it's a NDA, it's MOU,
Yeah.
all
So
that sort of agreements.
yeah, what is the main attribute of a contract? That it is legally enforceable. So if the person is basically violating any of the terms and condition of the contract, so there can be any legal action. Okay, between two or more parties. So contract contain terms and conditions that set the rights and obligation of the contracting parties. So different countries might be having a different format. So in India, the contracts are usually signed on stamp papers. So these are the government stamp papers, because if you want the government to be involved in this, the government says that, okay, you make us some payment in the beginning. So that payment is made in the form of the stamp paper. The stamp paper is ranging from say 100 rupees to thousands of rupees. So if the value of the agreement is big, so there might be a different amount of the stamp papers which is to be bought by the parties. Okay. So the aim of the procurement contract is to obtain the services or product as agreed in the contract to the satisfaction of all parties to the contract. So that is the purpose. Now there are various contract types in the project. So the various contract types. So one of the most common type is the firm fixed price. So this is very convenient, and this is very safe for the seller. No, for the buyer. See this. See, these are the parts of the triangle. So there are two triangles. So one is the inverted triangle, which is the seller part. It is representing the risk on the seller's part. So there is a major chunk of the risk on the seller because it's a fixed price. Why it is a risk for the seller? So it's like this. Suppose if there is, say, increase in the rate of the labor and the material, so who will take the risk? Who is going to take the
Seller,
risk?
seller.
Seller. That is why because it is a fixed price. It is fixed from the buyer's end. It says that I'm not going to pay you any more than this. That is why it is called a firm fixed price, and for the buyer it is same. Now suppose if the buyer says that okay, if you get my job done earlier, I will give an incentive. So then some part of the risk is also transferred to the buyer, and there is cost plus fixed fee that I am going to say if there is an agreement between the two parties. The buyer says that okay, I'm going to provide you the material, so you get the job done. So you provide me the labor. Now what if the labor rates go up? It will be the seller's risk. And what if the material rate goes up? It will be the buyer's risk, because the buyer in this case is taking care of the material. He says that I'm going to pay you the labor rate. You just tell me what materials you need. Now cost plus incentive fee is in case he is able to save some material cost or does the work very efficiently. He says that any amount of saving in the material, for example, will be shared between you and me half and half, 50-50. So if you are utilizing very efficient processes and reduce the material from the estimated quantity, then we can share the savings. Cost plus percentage of cost is in the kind of projects. Let me give you an example. So I believe that you must have seen that big premises, they need the air conditioning. But the air conditioning cooling towers, they are kept at a distance away from the building, because you know those are very big machines and they are noisy, and the air conditioned cool air is brought into the building over the false ceiling. So these are called ducts, air conditioning ducts, and the ducting work is done based upon the square feet rate of the material utilized. So it is called cost plus percentage of the cost. The party contracting party says that the labor cost cannot be determined directly by the number of the days or this. They say that okay, since the total work involves the material only, so let us do this thing. Let us set up a ratio between the material consumed and the fees. So they say that if this is the material consumed, so that will be our fees to work upon that material. So it is already predetermined by the engineering measurement that certain amount of the material will be required, and then you are having. But here the buyer's risk is very high, because sometimes you know they can inflate the material by making changes in the structural design. They might recommend over the engineer's drawing. They might say that no, you need some extra duct here and there. So you know that is a risk to the buyer. So that can happen. So that is the kind of a project cost plus percentage of cost, right? So these are the contract types, and this is the content of the procurement management. Okay. So basically, you know, the procurement management plan, it describes that how the procurement process will be managed right from developing procurement documentation through close procurements. So it has got certain contents, handling the make or buy decision. So guys, let me do this thing. I need a five minutes break because I haven't had my breakfast. Breakfast is being served late. So I will take just 10 minutes. Right now it is 12:23. Can we meet at 12:33 again?
Right.
Okay.
Sure.
So let us meet at 12:33. So meanwhile, you can pause the recording and read this, and then we will start at 12:33 in another 10 minutes. Okay. So we were discussing the content and the structure of the procurement management plan. So the content is that it should describe how the procurement process will be managed. So it's a complete directive, so that the person who is handling the project or who is a stakeholder should not have any doubts at all that how the procurements will be done. Now, what are the contents? The content will be handling the make or buy decisions and linking them into the activity resource estimating and schedule development processes. That is the content, and type of contracts to be used, and then establishing the direction to be provided to the buyers on developing and maintaining a contract statement of work. So contract statement of work is something which is very, very important. So all this will be part of this. And some other bullet points: standardized procurement documents. So standardized by your organization's processes, and assumption and constraints that would affect planned purchases and the acquisition. So you can find any assumption which is bordering on the risk. And then you would be mentioning the lead times. Okay, because there are certain items which are not always off the shelf, so they have certain lead times. So before the task, so you can say that this item has to be pre-ordered 10 days, 15 days, 1 month, 2 months in advance, because it takes some time to arrive and to make and to transport and to arrive. And then you have to coordinate the procurement with other project aspects such as scheduling and performance reporting and identifying pre-qualified selected sellers. Now, who is a pre-qualified selected sellers? The sellers who have already worked with some projects in your organization and they have been whitelisted. So whitelisted due to their good performance. So you can say these are pre-qualified selected seller. You need not do their qualification process once again. And managing multiple providers. Have you heard of this managing multiple providers? What could be the purpose for this?
Taking
What
quotations.
See, actually, that what happens that suppose if you have got one provider only. Now, what is the downside of that? The downside of having just one provider only is that slowly and slowly the provider will start dominating your procurement process. So he might start dictating prices and times and terms and conditions. Now, suppose if you're going to purchase say 10,000 batteries, okay, for a project. So what you can do, you can give 2,000 each to five suppliers or five providers. Now just see this is the scenario, the five suppliers, they try to give you the best service. Okay. They try to give you the best price and the best value. So they are in competition with each other. And if by chance, if any of these suppliers is not able to supply, so what you can do, you can subdivide that remaining order to the remaining suppliers. And the remaining supplier will be very gladly taking the extra on the orders and supply you that. Okay, maybe the prices which are quoted by the different supplier, they might be having small differences, that's fine. But the thing is that the managing the multiple providers is a Japanese philosophy. It is practiced by the car manufacturers. They say that if we have multiple suppliers for our ancillary parts like a car manufacturer doesn't make batteries or headlamps, tail lamps, any other equipment, the car manufacturers they mostly make the engine and they mostly make the body only. And the rest of it, it is all coming through the procurement process. Now, the benefit of the multiple provider is that the multiple providers reduce any kind of, they eliminate the possibility of any kind of monopoly. And the Japanese also believe, they have a philosophy that there should be more and more equitable distribution of wealth within the society. So if they have only one provider, that one provider can have monopolistic tendency in the future. That is the benefit of having multiple providers for the same thing. So you can give the order to one also, but having multiple provider, basically, it will keep your supply line wide and robust. Okay. And procurement metrics to be used to manage contracts and evaluate the sellers. So how you are going to measure their performance? So you can create matrix of time, matrix of cost, matrix of quality, and matrix of replacement and the criteria. And these are certain procurement documents. Invitation for bid. So it contains the text for inviting people to come and bid on your projects. Request for proposal. So that is a detail which you need, that you can state your business problem and they will basically give you a proposal that how they intend to solve that problem. Then request for the quotation. So this is for price. Basically, they will look at the items they need to supply and they will give you the price for this. And expression of interest. If you are working in a new location, so then you can advertise in the local media to see if there are people or the providers that are interested to basically provide any kind of services to you. Okay. And tender notice. So tender notices are the notice for supply, which is utilized by the government's procurement department. Invitation for negotiation, when now you want to finalize the deal, and then you invite people for the negotiation. And contractor initial response. So contractor initial response is the response which you get from the contractor upon your advertisement in the local media. So whether they want to work with you or not. Now, this is the process of conduct procurement. It is part of the execution. So what you do here, so you are the buyer. Okay. So you are the buyer and these are seller one, two. So they could be basically selling the same product, okay, to you, or maybe they are selling different products, but they are controlled by the contract document. So this contract document is containing the baselines, terms and conditions of the supply, quality, and the payment schedules. Okay, so that is how you conduct the procurement using the contract document. So you obtain information, quotation, then bids and offers or proposals as appropriate, and you award the contract to the selected sellers. That is the conduct of procurement. Okay. Now let's see that how it is organized as inputs, tools and techniques and outputs, because that's a statement and this is a structure. Now the benefit of the structure is that it helps in easy understanding and the logical understanding of the conduct procurements. So as an input, you need the procurement management plan. So this is the guideline and procurement documents, the documents which have been created by you and the documents which have been basically shared by the sellers. Source selection criteria, because here you had earlier created a criteria based upon which you will select a source. So you are keeping the criteria in front of yourself and saying that, okay, if anybody is meeting this criteria, so you are in and you can supply to me. And seller proposals. So what is their proposal? You will just do an evaluation. And project documents, the requirement documents and requests for quotes which are coming from your client, so that you are able to understand if the procurement is going in the right direction. Then your final buy decision. Okay, it is not just make or buy as they name it, but it is the final buy decision, because it is based upon your buy decision only you are going to do the procurement. And procurement statement of work. This is the statement of work which you have basically written for your suppliers. So based upon this, you will do the procurement and organization process assets. So what are the processes of the organization? You will use those to do the procurement. So you will organize something like bidder conference. Have you been to any bidder conference?
Yes.
So what did you do?
So there usually the bids are open by the client, and they choose the bid of the lowest quote. So there
Lowest
are
quote.
some parameters. There are some parameters, quality parameters also, and the cost related parameters also. So with
So
combination of that,
so you went there as a provider.
yes, yes, I went there as a provider.
Okay. Now let me tell you.
Sir,
I also went
you,
there. Yeah.
sir, yeah. Sir, is this bidder conference is a bidder meeting which we have before the opening of the technical bid?
Actually, bidder conference is more like to basically to explain that what is the requirement of the project. So I'll just tell you
Yeah.
that you will be able to understand that what is the benefit of the bidder conference. See, I went there as a provider and the buyer was Maruti Udyog Limited. So that was way back in the year 2007 or 8 and around that time. So they called many IT companies. So they wanted a web application. So they explained to us that what is the purpose, what is the business purpose. So they made a presentation to us. They said that they have estimated that in the Delhi NCR, around 50 to 60,000 cars are being resold, that of the Maruti brand. So, they are being resold by the private dealers. Now, what these dealers are doing, they are reversing the odometer to the extent of 20,000 to 30,000 kilometers, and they are selling very old cars as new. They're repainting them. But now, what is happening? That the person buying that old car, he thinks that he has bought a new car, even though he understands that he has bought a second-hand car, and then he gets a very bad impression of the brand when it doesn't perform. So Maruti Udyogs, then some people would come to the Maruti outlet and then say that they want some service. Then Maruti observed it for some time. Then Maruti they decided that we will take over this business. So they make the presentation that this is due to the result of unscrupulous dealers So we are receiving a lot of complaints on the second-hand cars, and some of these second-hand cars are even in the warranty period. Okay, and during the last service, the kilometer burned by the car was like 60,000. So when this car is brought for the repair, the odometer shows 45,000. You know, that's a scam. They said that we are going to just put an end to this scam to a large extent. So what we want is a platform in which people will be able to register. Those who wish to sell their car, they will be able to register their car online, and there should be search engine for the buyer and for the Maruti people. So four parties will be involved: buyer, seller, Maruti, the dealership, and fifth party will be the bank. So five party will be involved. So they will have their own interface. People should be able to search the car. So what we will do once the car is registered, so our team will go and examine the car, and it will put a price code to the seller. And if that is okay, so we'll buy the car. We will refurbish the car on critical components, which are basically related to the safety, that is the clutch, gear, light, and all other things will be refurbished and making the car as good as new. And we will put a warranty on that after doing the refurbishment, and we will make the car look very fresh and smell very fresh as well. So we'll put the new seat with the covers, and we'll put a price tag on the car and place it in some of our outlets. Now the buyer will come to the interface, so he will search for a car by price range, by model, by year. So once he finds his car and he wishes to buy, so he can pay for it in full in cash, or he can go for the bank loan also. So for the first time, certain banks, they have agreed to collaborate with us so to finance the second-hand car, because we are going to back up these cars for the warranty period. Now that is the bidder conference in which they explain to us the requirement. So you know, when I went there in the morning around say 11 a.m., so I saw that the hall had around say around like sort of 75 people. So by the time it was just 1 p.m., so out of the 75, hardly only 15 to 20 people were left. Now what is the benefit to the Maruti, that they don't have to go through unnecessarily all those bids? Because a lot of people, they understood that this is a kind of project their company cannot undertake, because a lot many website development company were thinking that it is a website. No, then they realize no, it's not a website, it is a web application. So only few companies could do it. So we also bid on that, and ultimately the bid went to the NIT Technology. So they created their website, and this business still exists. So that is the benefit of the bidder conference. So basically, it is used to ensure that the sellers have a clear common understanding of the procurement. Also, it has the benefit that the sellers who can't cater to this requirement, so they can filter out themselves. So it saves time for both the parties. Responses to seller queries are incorporated into the procurement documents as the amendments. If there are some frequently asked questions, so you know those frequently asked questions can be put into the documents as facts. Frequently asked questions. Okay, so people can go through that, and bidder conference also called contractor vendors or pre-bid conferences, so that before the bid, so a lot of things can be clarified. So that is the tool and technique while you are conducting the procurement. Then you have the proposal evaluation technique. So in which you are evaluating based upon certain technique in your organization, whether the proposal is good or not. Then you apply independent estimates, then expert judgment, collective expert judgment of the project management team. Then you are doing advertising in the local media to get some response. Whether suppose if you're doing a project say far away from your say base headquarter or the base office, so you don't have any way to get any kind of supplies to the work site. So what do? You advertise in the local media to get responses, that if there are local suppliers willing to work with to provide any material or the labor support to you. Then you apply your analytical techniques, you do procurement negotiation, and what you get as an output is the selected seller and agreement with your sellers, and you get resource calendar which show that which resources are joining in on which dates, and any kind of change request and project management plan update and project document update. Okay, so that will be there in the output. That is the conduct of procurements. So that is the tool and technique, bidder conference and the advertising. So existing list of potential seller can often be expanded. So that gives you more choice. Okay, so by advertising in the local media. Now develop qualified seller list. Now who is a qualified seller? So qualified seller is the seller who has been going through the criteria and found to be good enough to supply to the project. So they can be developed from the organizational assets. Now organizational assets can provide a list of whitelisted sellers. So whitelisted sellers are the ones who have been selling to the organization or working with the organization in the past and they have been found to be good. Their services are good and such list or informations are readily available. Now what you can do, so there are two filters which are developed by the US Department of Defense, which is applied here and which will help you get neutral sellers, means that nobody can favor or disfavor. So there are no chances of the corruption here. There should be no there shouldn't be no conflict of interest. So procurement document can also be sent to determine if some of the prospective sellers have an interest in becoming qualified potential sellers. So there is first process, it is called the screening system. So let us say that we have started with say 100. This is a list of the 100 potential sellers and I run them through the screening system. So what happens in the screening system? That suppose I start with 100, then I run them through the screening system. So in the screening system, I apply the requirement of performance, then criteria, then if the prospective seller might be required to propose a project manager. So suppose if I have a specific requirement of a certified project manager. Before, so there can be many criteria, numbers of the years of the service, whether authorized by the manufacturer. So after the screening system, now what happens? That 50 are filtered out and 50 are remaining. So 50 go into the waiting system. So I start with 50. After screening, I'm left with 50. So this 50. So basically, what do I do with this 50? I put them through the weighting system. I apply the weightage and I sort. Okay, and I sort and I give the order to the top 10. Top 10. Now the remaining 40 are on the standby. Okay, so the top 10 they get the job and they supply to the project, and if any of the top 10 fails, so then I can go to the other sellers which are part of the waiting system. Now this kind of a system has been created to put out any kind of bias in the system to avoid. Okay, so that there is no chance of the corruption. So from the point of the person who is involved in selecting a certain seller, so even he would look good if there is an audit later, that is someone raises a finger, look, you selected as seller, you are biased, you favored one, so he can prove no, I didn't. I ran it through the screening system and the waiting system. So it's due to the talent only a person can become. So tell me, can a doctor's son can become a doctor by default?
No, sir.
No.
No, he can't, because he'll have to study, he'll have to give the entrance exam, and he will also have to do the internship, and he have to prove his credentials. Do you see all the star children become star? No, not all the star children they become star. It's not like that. It's not like that always. You have to prove your credential. So there were many stars who came, like the Rajendra Kumar. He had his son Kumar Gaurav. He came up with one movie in the early 80s, and after that there were not many movies. Similarly, Devanand's son, he didn't become a star. Rajkumar, who was one of the greatest actor of his times, even his son couldn't become a star. Kishore Kumar, who was the greatest singer, his son is still there. He is not a singing star. So the people are based upon the talent. Yes, of course, there is a lot of news, but the industry is such, if you are liked, so, the automatically, whether your movies are getting sold or not, that is the screening system and the waiting system, collective screening system and the waiting system. So I'm not saying that there is no nepotism. What I'm saying is that there is a natural selection system in everywhere in the private industry. Anybody who can perform, he can just get it done. And anybody who cannot perform, he's out of the system. So that is there. So, okay, so this is mainly to reduce any kind of the push that someone can give. So the screening and the waiting system can eliminate that, just to ensure that your procurement is robust and you are getting the right stuff that integrates when well with your final product. And this was created by the Department of Defense because they were working on many weapon system and they did not want to reveal the nature of the weapon system. So, they will subdivide the components to the various sellers and put them through the stringent acceptance test criteria, and stringent specification has to be met. Why? Because when all this stuff put together, it should work like a very strong weapon system, and a single piece of an equipment should work very well. So that's how the car companies work. So car companies, they procure batteries, they procure tires, they procure shock absorbers, they procure dashboard instruments, they procure all the glasses, they procure the paints, they procure almost everything what they sell to us. What they sell to us is a promise of a good car. They sell us the design, they sell us a dream. Okay, so this is what the car companies sell. So this is what the construction companies sell. They sell us the dream of the office, good life. Okay, the residential societies. So what do they make? They make basically the design. And what they do is the project management. Okay, so making the building or construction, it is in the majority of the cases, it is design and project management. Rest of the stuff is through procurement. So then we need to control the procurement. So the procurement is happening and the control procurement is watching over. So what it is watching for? So, there could be certain things which are there in the agreement like quality, cost, work, schedule, defects. I want this low. I want this on time. I want the quality to be 100%. Okay, and if there is any kind of cost agreement and work should be completed on time, so this is the parameter by which I'm controlling the procurement, and all these are, or a combination of these are mentioned in the contract document. Contract document is sort of a major baseline, and which is utilized by the subcontractor to create the work breakdown structure and baseline it there. So for him, where do the constraint from the baseline come from? It comes from the contract document that we sign with them. Okay, so that is the thing. So the process of managing procurement relationship, monitoring contract performance and making changes and corrections as requested, and reviewing and documenting how a seller is performing or has performed to establish required corrective actions. That is the control procurements, and managing contract related changes is also control procurements. So that is what is happening. While you are conducting, you are also controlling. So controlling means that you are not waiting for something to go too wrong before you take a corrective action. So you are watching over and you are making sure that you are communicating with all the stakeholders, those who are involved in the procurement, whether they are internal or external. Now, how do we control the procurement? So these are the inputs, tool, technique, and outputs, which are listed out in a very structured fashion. So this is something which has already been done by hundreds of thousands of the project managers. So, through the PMBOK, through this training, it is our opportunity to connect with their minds, what they did. So suppose if I want to gain that much experience, so I will need to talk to thousands of people, those who have contributed to the PMBOK. So instead of that, the PMBOK has enshrined all the knowledges which have been developed since 1969. Since 1969, all that knowledge has been documented and put into the PMBOK, and PMBOK is a project management guide. So when PMI was formed, so they basically used to sell the PMBOK only, and later on then it was suggested that people, those who are reading the PMBOK, if they basically get their knowledge tested by us, okay, that whether they have understood the PMBOK or not, so we can give them some sort of a certification, and this is how it used to go. So PMBOK used to serve as a study guide, and it also used to serve as a handbook for the project managers. So that was quite book. Now, what happened that after some time, that the PMBOK became very detailed and detailed and detailed, then it needed some help. So some help was in some form of a teaching. Then PMI created a criteria that those who want to take the certification test, they should be minimum graduates, and they should be having a minimum 4,500 hours of the work experience, and plus they should have undergone some formal project management training. Now that would ensure a greater understanding of the PMBOK and greater and better implementation of the PMI process, and thus bringing good value for the employer and for the person who is certified, and also bring a good name to the PMI also. Okay, if the PMP certified people, they are doing good. So they are doing good for themselves. They are doing good for their companies. They are doing good for the PMI also, and they are doing good for their country also. So that is the benefit. Okay, so that's how the things go. Now let's have a look that how we can do this. So what are the inputs to control the procurements, project management plan, procurement documents, and agreements that we have signed with our suppliers, approved change requests. So sometimes, there is a change request, something is not matching up, and then we send a guideline, okay, to the supplier that you fix it. So once it comes back into the loop, so that will come as the approved change request, work performance reports and data. So sometimes we might need to upscale or downscale the contract. So we need to run the contract through the change control system. See, a contract once signed, so normally when the contract is signed from the organization side, the contract is usually signed by the project manager along with the sponsor. So suppose there is an increase in the order from the client side. So it means that you will need increased services. So maybe your contract period needs to be extended. Say the current contract period is 1 year. So it can be extended up to 2 years. So can you do it all by yourself without the knowledge of the sponsor?
Nope.
No, you can't do it. So, there is a contract change control system which lists out the steps in case the contract needs to be upscaled, downscaled, or altered. So you follow that, and then you do procurement performance review of the suppliers and the vendors. You can run through the parameters of time, cost, quality, defect rate, okay, and service. Inspection and audits will be done by you. You have to do inspection and audit of the stuff which is being delivered by the supplier or the vendor or the subcontractor. Then you have to do the performance reporting of the vendor and the supplier. Then you have to make sure that the payment systems are linked to the performance. If the payment system is going to make a payment, so first it will check for the formal acceptance by the project management team or the project manager. Only then it will make the payment for the invoice as per the terms and conditions. Claims administration means that if you have any kind of claims for replacement, for defective services or breakage, so you put it through the claims administration and get your compensation, and all the interaction which is happening in the control procurement. So while you are watching on it, each and every interaction is going into the record management system. Now, what is the benefit of the record management system? The benefit is that it can prevent any kind of dispute, because you have a log of it, that okay, this is the thing that was happening and this is the thing that you have done. It's sort of a CCTV record of all the interaction which is being done with the vendor, so that you will have a greater acceptance of any kind of your claim. Okay. Now, what do we get as an output is work performance information. So the information gives us an interpretation of this situation. Change request means that if you are finding anything below your acceptance criteria, so you will ask the supplier to change it, replace it, fix it, rework on it. This is what he might do internally. Project management plan update if necessary. This is an optional thing. And document updates always. The documents which are basically, as per the standards, so they are to be utilized. An organization process assets update. So always you will do this so that it gets only better and better. So I believe that you are controlling the procurements right now. So just read this. So are you doing this? Just read this. Read this content and tell me if something is missing from your side, and then how do you plan to implement it? So guys, read this slide. So guys, when you're done, just let me know.
I'm done, sir.
Okay, and
I just have a query for third point, so I'll just let others finish and then maybe.
okay, sure. But that will be good. So let me do this thing. Let me change the bullet points. 1 second. Okay, so what I've done, I changed it to the numbered, but it is not limited to this. So we can just refer to the number and we can talk about it. We can discuss on this.
So you're still making the changes?
No, no, sorry. Let me share that. That got unshared. No, I have to share it back again. Just a minute. Okay. Now tell me the point number which you want to discuss.
Yeah, point number 3.
Yeah, point number 3 says while a procurement controller may be on the project. See, who is the procurement controller? He is the engineering team member of the project management. Now, within the project management team, the project manager designates a procurement control. No, sorry. Procurement controller is basically from the functional department of the procurement. So this person has been assigned to the project and is embedded in the project team. Now, what is the benefit of this individual? Basically, if you need to write any legal terms and there are lots of paperwork to be done, or if you want an appointment with a supplier for a meeting or things like that. So, this is the person. So who will be able to help you out very quickly. So he will be able to go through the documents sent by the suppliers. He will be able to write the documents with legal terms and condition. So he will be able to understand the specification and the right vendor to provide you that stuff. So that is why it is said while a procurement controller may be on the project team, but this individual typically reports to a supervisor from a different department. So different department means procurement department. He is reporting to the procurement head. Anything else?
No, sir. Actually, just wanted to, the only thing was if as the line says, especially if the performing organization is also the seller of the project to an external customer. So I believe it is talking about the organization like within a different department only, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
So yeah, got it.
So any other points you want to discuss? Right? Point number 5, let me tell you, procurement control also includes managing any early termination of the contracted work. Now let me tell you that why it is there. It is not necessary that the project will terminate. Suppose if your project is terminated early, so you also need to terminate the contract early. But contract can be terminated early also due to the reasons of poor quality or poor acceptance criteria or meeting of the acceptance criteria. So you can mention all those terms. Suppose if you are obtaining the labor and the labor scale or the quality is not good, so you can terminate the contract, and also there can be in terms and condition mentioned for extending the contract. So suppose if your project got extended and you need any labor contractor for an extended period. So, suppose your contract ends at 2 years, and what if you need the labor for more than 2 years? You can put a contract that after the end of the contract, the labor can be utilized on the project without any contract for a buffer period of 3 months. So you can put a buffer period of 3 months. So within the 3 months, the terms and conditions of the labor rate will remain the same. But after the 3 months ending of the buffer period, a new contract has to be signed with a new labor rate. So that will be mentioned there. So we put some buffer period and also early termination. Suppose if I'm supplying the labor, then I need 1 month's notice period, because I need to give 1 month notice period to my labor also, which I'm hiring on a freelancing basis. Okay. And then I'm providing to my client. But it's not like that, because I'm also signing an agreement with my labor, because the labor says that, look, if I'm going to dedicate myself to your project for the next 6 months, 1 year, so you'll have to give me 1 month's notice. Okay. So similarly, you have to sign that same contract with the buyer, that you will have to provide the 1 month notice or 1 month salary in lieu of the notice period. So that will be inside the early termination points. What if there is an early termination of the contract? So that is part of the control procurement, right? Okay. So, this is for you to read basically. So that's why it is included here. So you can read and get better. Now we do the procurement audits. Now, why do we need to do the audits? Because the procurement process might have certain chinks. It's not necessary that it suits the current project or the current type of the project said perfectly. So it is the structured review of the procurement process from the plan procurement process through administer procurement. The objective of the audit is to identify successes and failures that warrant recognition in preparation or administration of other procurement contracts on the project or on other projects within the performing organization. So this audit has to be done, because sometimes it has been observed that there are certain suppliers, even though they have failed in one project, but they have somehow managed to enter the organization once again uh, through they are working with some other projects. So that must be done at the end of the project, so you can whitelist or blacklist the supplier. Okay. So that will be done through the audits. Now we come to the negotiation techniques. Now negotiation techniques are something which has to be understood by the project managers, because it has been known to the PMI that the project managers are, in the beginning, they are all technical people, but they are not aware of these techniques which are applied on them. by the marketing people. Now, what are these negotiation techniques? Suppose you are basically negotiating for some product and one of the suppliers, so there are multiple suppliers that you are in talks with. So one of them says that, look, if you like our product, you buy it before 31st March, because after 31st March, the GST rate on this product is going to increase. So what he is doing, he is inducing you to sign a contract with him by imposing a deadline. That by this deadline you should buy, or else after this deadline it will be costlier. So stalling. So suppose you are negotiating with the sales guy and you know that the item can be negotiated to a certain level. So you started at 15,000 and you know that it can be negotiated up to 13,000. Now this guy stops at 14,000. He says that he is not authorized to negotiate below 14,000 because he has got limited authority. Now what you should do? You should tell him that, okay, if you have the limited authority, then you get me the contact number of person who has the full authority on this, and I would like to negotiate with him. Fair and responsible, a negotiator may claim that price of a product is equitable because that's what another company is paying. Because what happens, I will tell you. Suppose there is a supplier with whom you are telling that the price which is prevalent on the internet is less than what you are quoting. So what he will do, he will pull out a couple of invoices and he will show it to you. He will prove it to you that, sir, these are the prices which we are charging the other customers also. And when we are charging the same price to the other customers, so we are not charging you anything more. Now, what it may have happened that the other customers may not have investigated in the beginning that what could be the best rate or what could be the best price, and due to which they bought the stuff at unnegotiated prices, and due to which the invoice was formed. Then the same invoice was shown to the second, third, and so on. Now you are the fourth one down the line, and then you say, no, I am not believing in this. This is the result from the internet. This is the average selling price of this stuff. So don't try to prove that you are fair and responsible, because these customers have already paid inflated prices. Then there is something called delay. It is useful when tempers are beginning to flare to divert from a subject. I will tell you what is the example. Suppose there is a supplier. He claims that he has got a certain standard implemented in the manufacturing process. So you tell him that I would like to verify your manufacturing process. I will come to your premises and then I will sign the contract with you. I will come tomorrow at 10 a.m. for 1 hour. I will come tomorrow at 10 a.m. for 1 hour. Now you go at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. So you are met by his junior. He apologizes that boss is not here. So you can come and examine the production line. So you go with him and examine the production line for 30 minutes. And after 30 minutes, you are back to the cabin of the main guy, but he's not there. So this guy appears after another 10 minutes. So out of the total 1 hour of the time, 40 minutes are gone. So 10 minutes are gone in the waiting. So after that he comes and then he tells him that he tells you that these are our terms and conditions. Now, since you are left with very little time, so you don't have the time to negotiate or put any pressure on him. So that is a delay technique being applied on you. So make sure that you are not not able to be conned like this. So delay technique, if it is applied on you, you should be able to recognize it. Withdrawal. One party may attack an issue, then retreat. So it's like this. There might be a salesman who says that if you can get this stuff, okay, at 500 rupees less from what I am quoting to you, so you can take this for free. So that is the withdrawal. And arbitration, a third party may be brought in when agreement cannot be reached. Arbitration can be done by a document also. Recently, I went to a company outlet to buy a mobile phone. Now I had the price from the internet. So, I took a printout and I went to the outlet. And why didn't buy from the internet? Because these days the courier guys are not being allowed to come to the flat directly, so they have to leave the courier at the reception, and I didn't want to risk a mobile phone to be left at the reception counter. So I said that okay, I will go and buy the product after checking it out. So when I went there with the price, and then what happened? I told the shopkeeper, look, the price which I've got on the internet is 15,000. Okay, so if you're going to give me at 15,000, I will buy it from you. So you know what he did? He pulled out a rate list. He told, sir, look, the company is supplying at 15,800. So how can I sell this mobile phone at 15,000 as you are saying? It is our purchase prices itself is 15,800. So you know that is the arbitration. So that piece of paper basically is representing the company. It is an arbitration between two of us. Okay, so then the negotiation went in another direction. So that is the arbitration. So this is how it works. Okay, now we come to the next one. Fate accompli. Sometimes you have a very complex product. Now, after looking at the demo of the deliverable, you said that it is not matching the 5 UAT criteria. It is not matching the 5 criteria. Now, what will happen? Since the 15 criteria has been matched, if it is not matching the 5 criteria, what the supplier will try to do, he will somehow try to make you believe that whatever has been given to them as the specification has been done and it is working as promised. So this kind of a technique is called fate accompli. Make sure that you understand the acceptance criteria completely and that is documented completely before such a situation comes up. Okay, so these are called the negotiation technique. Now comes the two terms. One is the single source and sole source. How this is to be interpreted? Single source means that multiple, you can say whitelisted sources exist in the company documents or the database, but one source is the preferred seller due to the promptness, due to the quickness, and due to some other kind of good service. And then there is another terminology called sole source. Sole source means that only one seller. Like if you look at metro projects, there is only one tunnel boring company in India which has the capacity to work on the metro projects. So that is called the sole source. It is the sole source of all the tunnel boring work or the job to be done. So now we come to the quiz. So you can write your responses in the response sheet, and I will help you in understanding the second question. See, the benefit in the PMI is that the hint is inside the question only. Here is the hint for the question number 2. So when you guys are done, you can just let me know. I will move to the next slide.
Next.
See, in this question, there is a condition. I'll just expand on the terminology. CPPC is cost plus percentage of cost. CPIF is cost plus incentive fee. CPFF cost plus fixed fee. Okay.
Next. Next.
Done.
Can you please go to previous slide? Done. Done.
So what is the primary objective of the negotiation?
A.
A.
Yeah, it is A. Why it is A, I'll just tell you. We need to explain the correct answer also. See, what happened that in the past I had been teaching in the ONGC. In the ONGC, it is a public sector undertaking. The person who is involved in the procurement, he would play safe. He will go for the lowest deal. I mean, lowest priced, that is the contract bid. And that's how it went. Now, what happens that after some time, the start of the project, the contractor would abandon the project stating that he has run out of funds because the contract doesn't pay him enough. Now, these are two reasons. One is the genuine reason, another is the mischievous reason. So what they do, they understand that the person who is the sponsor of this project or the project manager will be under pressure to deliver the project on time, and he will renegotiate the terms and condition. And sometimes the cases would go to the litigation and it will go hang up in the court, and both the parties will be at contest. So this went on for some years, and after that there was a thought process within the ONGC: is the least priced projects always good? Because in light of the situations that we have faced, so a lot of our projects, they have been delayed, and we have basically delayed the energy security of the country by not exploring our own gas fields or the oil fields. And how is it going to help? Because the cost of the procurement from the external sources is very high as compared to the cost of investment in our own projects to locate the gas and the oil sources. So we should not be delaying the project. So rather we should say evaluate the project on technical basis. So what is the win-win proposition? In the win-win proposition, the time and the price is just right for both the parties. So for you, it is cost effective, and for him, it is a profitable venture. So he can maintain the timeline, he can maintain the quality, he can maintain the staff, and he can complete the project end to end. Okay. So that should be the primary objective of the negotiation as per the PMI. So you should try to find out that what is the most cost effective price. So cheaper is not always suitable, and neither is the costliest. Neither is the costliest item always suitable for your projects. Okay, so fine that where you get the best value. So that is a win-win proposition. Now here in the question number 2, the highlight is on without going through the process of issuing the RFP. RFP is the request for proposal. Now, what is the problem if this is not an issue? If the
Vendor qualification.
yeah. Now, what is the RFP? RFP is the proposal. Now, if the vendor does not give you a proposal, so there is no way of knowing whether the vendor is able to understand the project or not. So you have no way to confirm the understanding of the vendor. So that is why we say RFP will let you know what the vendor can do, what the vendor cannot do. So the vendor qualification would be known by going through the RFP. The vendor who has a good understanding of the project or the solution that you need, it will make sense to you. That is why we say vendor qualification. Now here is a condition. So which one do you think is the conditional? It is not compulsory to give this 10%. It is to be given only upon the error-free installation. So
Is it B?
it is B. So B means incentive. Incentive is conditional. It is not. It cannot be taken for granted. It will be given only if the condition is met. Okay. Now in the question number 4.
A.
So what's happening? So we are conducting the procurements. Okay, conduct procurements is happening.
A.
A. A is the correct answer, but why it is the correct answer, we have to understand. See, if you look at your project management sheet, you will find there is a process, validate scope. Okay. Now, the PMI is going to give you the marks for understanding of the PMI process and being in agreement with the PMI process. So now what happened in my real life also, I faced a situation like this. The client came after 6 months. He told me that, look, I'm traveling. I'm not able to access my mail so frequently. So I won't be able to reply. So you go ahead and do the work. So after the 6 months, the client came, found a lot of unacceptability in the work that I had completed, and we had to complete the work utilizing extra 15 days to 1 month. So, that was noted by my boss. So my boss said, yes, I understand this situation. I know this client. So this was the situation with the previous project manager also. So my boss said that, okay, you let us close this project and let us put a remark against this client. So we had a system in which there was a database of the client, okay, in which the client record was also maintained. So when the client came next time, so my boss requested through the contract that a representative of the client side project coordinator or project manager should be provided so that he can verify the project as it is moving along, because the requirements are not being fixed in the beginning of the project. Okay, so a lot of requirements are being provided on the fly so that they can be checked. Then the client said, look, I'm traveling. You know what my boss said? My boss said to the client, you be please done with your traveling, and after you come back to India, we will do your project. Okay. So PMI will give you marks only for understanding and agreeing with the PMI process and not breaking it. Okay. So the validate scope is a process that should not be broken. So if you are agreeing with the PMI process only, then PMI should give you the marks. So that is why A is the correct answer, because that is the PMI process. Now here is the story. So what is your answer?
Sir, it can't be D. Can we not inform him by doing the mails as you said for your situation also?
Complete the work and also keep written record. Yes, see, it can be D also, but that is not a PMI process.
But sir, in the question, the client says that come back only after 6 months. So will he be
Come back
able to
only after
validate our?
6 months, but that is in violation of the PMI process. The PMI process is the validate scope.
Okay.
See, don't you remember this situation I told you? I'm constructing a shopping mall of 5 stories. On the ground floor, when I'm having the client inspection, the client says that the floor tile color is not matching, right? The floor tile color is not matching. So there are two situations. In one, it is matching. In one, it is not matching. Actually not matching. So what should I do? I should change it right away. But if I continue to do this thing, say for all the 5 floors without doing the validate scope, then what will be the result? When I complete the project, I'll have to tear apart all the 5 floors. That is the thing. That is the benefit of the PMI process. So PMI process says no, don't go ahead too much without validating by the client. Client should give a formal acceptance, and then you will be on the safe side of the things. If you look at large scale project, there are a lot of variables there in construction projects. So construction projects are the progenitors of the project management processes. And if you utilize those things in any kind of the project management, you will be on the safe side of the things. Okay, so that is the benefit.
Okay, sir.
So for 6, it's a story. They're asking in the form of a story. So basically what they're asking is that what is the least dangerous to the buyer? So what is the least dangerous to the buyer?
Is it D?
D.
Fixed price.
It is D. For the buyer, the fixed price is always the best deal. So it ensures again any kind of input price rise, right? Fixed price. So what should Nick implement so that he is able to get the information about the transactions that happened?
C?
C.
See, we are told in the beginning that we should have a records management system. No. So what is a records management system? See, it's like this. Let me tell you one thing. Is there a CCTV in the society where you live? So whenever a car comes in or goes out, there is a record that who has come in and who has gone in. Suppose if there is a car theft, wouldn't it be easy to go through the CCTV and spot that what happened? So what is the CCTV? CCTV is nothing but the record management system of the movement. So here we implement some text-based system of the record management of the interaction which is happening between your organization and the vendor supplier. So we can help trace out any kind of problematic supplies, right? So Nick should implement the record management system. So which is recommended in the procurement management plan of the PMI process. Okay. So tell me for question number 8.
C?
Buyer seeks a response from seller that will describe the methodology. So he is seeking a request for proposal, right?
Yes.
He is seeking a request for the proposal.
Why not request for information?
So basically, in this, the buyer is basically he wants the methodology to be described. So information will be very short. So when we talk about the methodology and the results that we provided to the buyer, so that can be given in this document. So that is the request for the proposal, right? And which contract type carries the maximum risk for the seller? You know, the same question is being
A.
asked in an upside down fashion. So that can happen because the questions are being pulled out by the software. The software doesn't look into the meaning; it just looks into the category.
Takes time.
And for 10 number,
A.
yeah, procurement management plan is the document which is containing the guidelines, the complete guidelines for doing any kind of the procurement work. Okay. So I hope the procurement was good, because when I was doing the procurement, now what happened that in the beginning I was not too sure that what I will do with it. But you know, knowing project management is always good. It really doesn't hurt. Okay, that's it. So you know, so there will be some time in the future, so you will need it, and once you need it, so you will be able to deal with it. So that is the procurement. So what we are left with is the communication, stakeholder,
And stakeholder.
and then the examination process. Okay, then tips and tricks. Okay, and how to then explanation of the student package, and how to use the package, and how to continue to be in touch with me for mentoring and further doubts clearance. So that we will do. So now let us do this thing, guys. Right now it is 1:46. So can we meet at 2:46? I believe that you guys can have lunch and you can relax a little bit.
Yes, sir.
So will that be fine, or would you like me to cover one more module? Tell me.
We will take a, we'll do lunch. We'll take a break and
So what do you say the majority? So what is the majority take on this? So you know, we are flexible. We will work like a team.
okay.
We
We
will have
can,
lunch break.
yeah, we can have lunch.
Okay, so you would like to have the lunch break. Okay, fine. So I will just relax on the beach for a while, and we will join after. It's fine.
What time we will join?
So we will join at around 2:46. Fine.
Okay.
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 Okay, fine, guys. Okay. Okay. So we start this session with the communication management. So communication is something that the project managers do most of the times. Okay. So what is the communication? So communication is having a team meeting, having a meeting with your seniors, having a meeting with your clients, having a meeting with your subject matter experts, having a meeting with your say suppliers, vendors. So meeting can be face to face, meeting can be online, meeting can be basically exchange. So the communication can be a form of meeting, communication can be an exchange of a document, and communication can be a mail. So, you know, in the project, the communication is very, very important for all the for all the project stakeholders to be on the same page and have a common goal towards the objective and to attain the objective. So project communication management includes the processes which are necessary to ensure that the information needs of the project and stakeholders are met through development of artifacts and implementation of activities designed to achieve effective information exchange. So effective information exchange is very, very important in the communication management. So let us try to understand that how can we be effective in the information exchange. So let us go ahead into the communication management. So basically, communication is the activity of conveying meaningful. So what is meaningful? Meaningful is something which is in context of the current project. So that is considered as the meaningful. Okay, so communication has to be in the context of the current project. So communication has three entities. So one is the sender, then the message, and then an intended recipient. The communication process is complete once the receiver has understood the sender. So project teams are not normally natural teams. So why they are not natural teams? Because the project management team is assembled on the basis of the requirement of the project. So they are not functional teams. So functional teams are the natural teams because they have a common functionality and they are not disbanded at the end of the project. So, they stay together and work together for a very long time. And sometimes they do not even reside in the same geographic location. So that is why unique delivery methods and communication devices are needed to be utilized to overcome this challenge. So that is why we need this communication. So project managers spend most of the time in communicating to stakeholders. A project manager needs to understand the project well enough to know who needs to know which pieces of information, just as importantly, which pieces of information are of no use to the other member. Now, let me tell you that what is the meaning of this, because you will be meeting lot of stakeholders at different levels. Suppose you meet an upper level stakeholder and you are discussing the costing of the project and profit of the project. And this is something that information you will be keeping discreet about it when you are talking about the project with your team member. So guys, tell me, will you share the costing information of the project with your client?
No.
Oh,
No.
No, not at all. So no, this is something that you do with your team and it is a company confidential information. So similarly, there are a lot of manufacturing processes, fabrication processes, work processes, which are there in the scope document, and such documents are not to be shared with the client. So you can share the documents like you can say your requirement document which you help the client develop, and there are many other documents like the request for quote and the proposal that you send to the client. Those are the documents that you share with the client. So there are a lot of things which have to be kept discreet by the project managers. Okay, so basically the communication isn't about how much you say to everyone, it's about saying the right things to the right people. So that's why we say the communication has to be in the context. Okay, so saying the right things to the right people is very, very important for the project manager so that he is in control of the project. So what is communication? Let us go the further and try to understand. First, we have to understand the methods also. So according to the PMBOK, so the not according to even the sixth edition, since very long time, as long as the PMBOK has been around, so there are three ways that the communication has been classified. So first is the interactive. So in the interactive communication, all the stakeholders are involved in communication. They can respond to each other in real time. So face-to-face meeting, video conferencing, phone calls, and messenger chats, like the communication we are having right now. So we can say it is an interactive communication. You and me can interact in real time. You can ask me question, I can give you answers. Okay, I can ask you questions and vice versa. Push communication. So push communication is basically a sort of a one-way communication in which the information is sent to the stakeholder or it is distributed without any feedback need from the recipients. Meeting notes and after a brainstorming workshop, email or voicemail. So in the push communication example for the project, it can be like the project report, which is sent to the various stakeholders as per the agreed communication need, and there is no need for the stakeholders to respond unless and until there is anything exceptional. Okay, so push communication example is like you are getting a mailer or you are getting a notification from your bank regarding your bank statement each month or your credit card statement. Okay, so that is a push communication. Now pull communication is best for a large the audience that needs to access information at their discretion. So what communication can be a pull communication? For example, you go to the newspaper site and read it. So that's a pull communication because you went there. Now, full communication in the context of the project, it's like this. You have set up a project portal on which you have kept the various documents of the project. And if someone needs any particular document, so that person goes to the particular site and downloads that document. So that would be a full communication. So since you are frequently updating the document, so if you're frequently updating the document, it is not necessary that you should email the updated copy of the document each time it is getting updated. So it is better that the document be put on one location, and people are just sent one single line of the notification update notification, and they can then download the whole thing. That is the full communication. Now in the communication process, there are three processes. One is in the planning, execution, in which you manage the communication, then monitor communication. So plan communication management plan is something which is just like any other knowledge area, in which you plan the communication need of the stakeholders. So, organizing the communication, understanding the communication need is the primary responsibility of the project manager, and some part of the work can be delegated to the other team member, but the primary responsibility is that of the project manager. He has to ensure that all the stakeholders are well communicated during the lifetime of the project. So he needs to have a strategy and a plan for the communication. Okay, so that is the planning. Then comes the execution. So in the execution, so what you are doing, so basically as per the plan, you are making the communication happen, you are distributing the communication. Okay, in monitoring and controlling, while the communication is happening, so you are making sure that the right communication is going out at the right time to the right people. So that is the monitoring of the communication. You are ensuring the communication is happening smoothly as per the plan. Now, these are the outputs. So when we plan the communication, we get communication management plan. And when we manage, so we get project communication. When we monitor the communication, we get work performance information. Now coming to the plan communication. So plan communication is the process of developing an appropriate approach and plan for project communication based on stakeholders information needs. Okay, so this is based upon the stakeholders information needs. That is the plan communication. And uh, and plan communication management, the inputs are the project charter and project management plan, project documents, and enterprise environmental factor, organization process assets. Now charter gives you an objective. Charter gives you the, basically it gives you the constraints. It gives you what is the objective and under what constraints you have to achieve the objective, and who are the top level stakeholders and who are the sponsors, and all that information is there. Okay, so based upon the objective, so you have to formulate a strategy for the communication. So the charter is a useful input here. And project management plan will give you the resource and the stakeholder engagement plan. So based upon your stakeholders, you will create your communication strategy. Okay, and requirement documentation will give you an understanding of the requirements. So what are the tools and techniques to plan the communication management? Your expert judgment and your interaction with the stakeholders. What you will do after interacting with them, you will do what is the requirement. You will do a requirement analysis. Then you will decide what technology to use, what should be the communication model, what should be the communication method, then interpersonal and team skills. So this is what you will be applying in tool and technique. And data representation. So what kind of data do they want? So that can be decided in the beginning and meeting. So you'll have meeting with them. So after the meeting, you will have a communication management plan. If required, project management plan update and project document update. So documents can be project schedule or the stakeholder register. Now let me tell you about the communication management plan. So this plan is very, very useful. So if you don't know all the stakeholders on the client side, so what you can do, so you can basically look at the work order or the contract where you will find who is the principal stakeholder on the client side. So what you can do, you can ask your reporting manager to introduce you to the principal stakeholder on the client side, and then you can communicate to the principal stakeholder on the client side that, sir, I am the project manager for your project, and I would like to meet you and know all the stakeholders involved in the project from your side. So what you can do, you can set up an appointment for yourself and go one day and meet all the stakeholders. So stakeholders would be useful because you need to update your stakeholder register from the client side. It is very important for you to know that which stakeholders on the client side are involved in requirement giving, who will give the requirement, who will provide data, who is going to do the testing. Okay, and all categories of the stakeholders should be noted in the stakeholder register. After your stakeholder register is ready and you have identified all the stakeholders on the client side, so you can ask each of them that what is their expectation about the information need on this particular project. So by when they expect a report from your side to go and what is their idea. Okay, so that will be good. So because if they do that, you will be able to understand in advance, and you will be able to create those formats and those templates in your project documents, and you can ask your team in advance to create that. So when the project starts, so a lot of statuses will be needed for the various stakeholders, and you will be able to send the appropriate communication at the right time. So everybody will feel connected to the project. So without any kind of the communication, then the stakeholders might not feel connected to the project, and that is not good because that can lead to alteration in the project. So what is there in the communication management plan? Information to be communicated, person responsible for communicating and receiving information. Okay, so that is a single point of contact. Methods or technologies used to convey this information, convey the information, frequency of the communication and status reporting periods, how information requests will be met between two scheduled reporting periods, escalation process and management chain for each level of escalation in case the client feels that he is not being basically taken care of, so he can have an escalation process, and method of updating and refining the communication management plan, communication constraints, glossary of common terminology. So that will be in the communication management plan. Now, managed communication, it is the process of creating, collecting, distributing, storing, retrieving, and the ultimate disposition of project information in accordance to the communication management plan. Now, before we go into the managed communication, let me show you one sample communication management plan, which is part of the student package template. Okay, and I believe that you can use it right away in your projects if you have not created, so you can create one. So just give me a moment. I will share that on the screen in a moment. Okay, do you guys see an Excel sheet?
Yes.
Okay, let us do this thing. Let me expand this thing, and then I will be able to explain to you better. So do you see this yellow columns? It says role, name, title, organization, email, phone. This is the stakeholder register. This portion is the stakeholder register. This is something that you get started with in the beginning. So you must create the stakeholder register. Then this is the stakeholder register on your side, then client side. Then you can create another, you can say partition for your external stakeholders. External stakeholder would be like your suppliers. Okay. So if you have any consultants or something, so you can create a category for that also. So basically, you should be putting your client side stakeholders, because the client side stakeholders, you should know each and every one of them, because they are going to give you the requirements, that what are the details of the work to be done. So you should know each and every stakeholder and what is their role and involvement in the project. So the stakeholder list is created when you populate these columns, populate the data for these columns. So you can say this is below this line, this yellow line, it is the client side, and above this your company side, and then you can have another partition and you can say, so these are the stakeholders who are on the supplier side. Now just look at this column. So what does it say? Communication required, frequency, format, responsible person for communication, and constraint. Now let me do this thing. I will do an exercise with you, and you will be able to understand what is the benefit of this. See, what I'm going to do that I'm going to explain the first row. See, in the first row, what is the meaning of this row? That the project manager is required to have weekly project status update with the earned values in a face-to-face meeting with the project sponsor, right? So is this the interpretation of the first row correct?
Correct.
Okay, now you interpret the second row and form a sentence, a statement. Try this, it's very simple.
So project manager will review the monthly performance in the form of a mail through project manager.
Basically the responsible person for the communication is the project manager. So we will state it from the point of view of the project manager. So what we are saying is that the project manager will send a monthly project status email to the program manager, right? Okay. The frequency is monthly. Now you interpret this. Someone should interpret this row.
Project manager or business analyst should send a signed report when the milestones are complete to all their stakeholders and customers. So
Yes,
it's
that
a
is.
milestone update.
Yeah, it's a milestone update. They will send it to the project stakeholders and customer. And this one, okay. Next person. Try this. There is no harm in giving a wrong answer.
Project manager or business analyst will send quarterly report through email with respect to project health cost wise to
Yeah,
the
so
finance manager.
to the finance, and what they're supposed to send in that?
The project health status,
Yeah,
basically,
so
is there any variance or
yeah, etc estimate to complete,
yes.
cost performance index, estimated completion. These are the forecast, variance at completion, cost variance. So quarterly fund estimate, expense reports, and either the project manager or the business analyst will send it on a quarterly basis via email to the finance manager. Okay, this one, someone else should try this one.
Team will communicate to the technical lead for the technical problem on the needed basis.
On need basis. Now there is a column, another column, which is the constraint.
That's a time.
Yeah, he's in a different time zone, is minus 11:30 GMT. So you can find it out that how far he is from the plus 5:30 GMT, and you can set up a time early morning or the late evening. So the format is given here through Skype call or video conference, right? Okay, so now just tell me that if you are the project manager and you have given this communication management plan while you are on a vacation for 15 days, Will there be any problem to the team lead to whom you have delegated your task? Will you find any problem?
No.
Not at all. So it is good. So, that is the benefit of a documented and process-based organization. In the document and process-based organization, so everybody is clear about the task that they are doing. Okay, so these are the columns, so which are basically, I'm going to unhide. So this is the stakeholder register. So, the email is there, everything is there, and they will pick up the information, email, phone. So you can add more columns if you need. You can add a Skype ID or any WhatsApp number. So whatever that makes sense and whatever that is acceptable and whatever that is good. So this is the communication management plan. So this communication management plan will make sure that the smooth communication goes on in the project in an uninterrupted fashion. Okay, so the benefit is that you can enjoy your leave and people will not be in problem and project will go on. Now we come to the process manage communication. Okay, so this is the plan, and the manage communication is basically that it is a communication which is now being done. So it is part of the execution process group. So that plan is being executed. So that is the manage execution. Now this is the process of creating, collecting, distributing, storing, retrieving, and the ultimate disposition of project information in accordance to the communication management plan. So you execute the plan which is there. So these are the various ways in which you can execute the communication. You can send your exchange hard copy documents. So hard copy documents, they have a certain legal relevant, like the contract. Contract can only be hard copy. Contract cannot be soft copy. Then it has to be a particular format. It has to be a particular kind of paper, which is basically based upon the legal requirement. So that's a hard copy document. Like your work orders. Work orders cannot be taken on email. That is why PMI says that email is informal means of communication. It is not a formal. Okay. So you
Sujoy,
can
I have a question here.
yes.
Nowadays, there are people who are sending the signed copy on the email.
Hmm.
Can't be considered as an authentic document because it is having a signature,
Hmm.
and that is attached through email. So I
Yes,
think
yes. Now,
that can be considered that email we can consider. However, the one with if anyone is writing it in an email body, that can't be considered as a valid communication.
yeah, actually, let me tell you that what has happened that the PMI has its own standard. Now, email. Suppose in a court of law, if suppose the email ID of a person is traced, suppose if someone makes a threat email. Now, the court of law, based upon the IP address traced back to the sender, will consider it as a formal. Now, let me tell you this. Court says, yes, it's something that you have sent. You have sent a threat mail to the target. So you are guilty because it has been traced back to your IP address. But now let me tell you that what happens in the PMI, since the PMI is not going to go into the depths of IP address and that, PMI says that there are certain documents like the work orders. Now what can happen? Suppose a work order has been generated by the client. So what the client says that, look, I'm going to courier this to you. Here is the scanned copy, or here is a snap of it. So I'm sending it to you. I'm sending you the check. So here is a snap of the check, which is fine. But ultimately you will need the hard copy. You get the point. Hard copy is
Yes.
something that you need, but if a picture of the hard copy is sent to you, now the soft copies are generated by the system these days. If you go to the LIC India portal, so after making the payment, so you will get an invoice. So that invoice is electronically signed, and electronically signed invoice is as good as any kind of a printed paper. Earlier we used to get the printed only. So if you go and make a payment to any branch directly, so they will give you the printed and computer, they will print it with the computer, but that will be a printed receipt on which the computer will print something on top of that. That will be your payment detail, and then the cashier will put a stamp on it also, a blue stamp. and sign on it, that's a very authenticate document. But since you are paying conveniently online, so that is being electronically signed. Now, what is the proof that you have made the payment? So there is a payment serial number. There is a payment serial number. There is a QR code. If someone wants to verify the authenticity of the document in your hand, so that can be checked through the transaction number, payment serial number, which is generated by your bank, that your bank has made this transaction and paid to the LIC this amount of money on your behalf. So that can be authenticated in various ways. So that can be considered as a formal document because the authentication is there. Now, if you look at the birth and the death certificate, so it is now centralized in India. So the document which is generated is coming from the system. You can take a printout at your home also. But what is the authenticity if you show it to someone? That document has a QR code. Now, what happens when a person scans the QR code? The QR code is interpreted by the software and the person is taken to a URL, and that URL is the authenticated URL of the government of India, and which shows the exactly the same record, and you can check if the record is matching. So that document is authenticated. Like there were many cases of the fake degrees. The education minister in the Delhi government, he himself was not educated. So he had this degree, fake degree, which he could not prove. So, he was taken to the university just to find the authenticity of his degree. So there is no need. So what you can do that any hard copy which is there, so you can have a QR code and the database can connect through that, and it can tell that whether this degree was presented by the university to such and such person in this year or not. So these days, a lot of technology is there. So hard copies, sometimes they are difficult to fake, but sometimes they are easy to fake. So what is the hard copy document? So, the currency notes, these are hard copy documents of a value. Now, what is the soft copy of that? The amount of money that you get in your bank is a soft copy money. Okay, it's a soft copy money. And how to make a hard copy? You just go to the ATM, and any amount of money which is there in your account, the ATM will print. Okay, so it will give you the hard copy money. So hard copy money is acceptable offline, but sometimes the hard copy money can be also fake. So I believe that personally, I believe there should be a two-way authentication of the hard copy and the soft copy, which can be done. Later, it might change. Okay, so for the timing, PMI says that you cannot take the work order on the email, then the email should be informal. It cannot be a formal communication. Okay, work order, contracts, they have to be hard copy. And these are kind of the papers or documents which are printed using special printer, special paper. They've got watermarks, they've got threads. These are printed by the government. Such kind of paper is not available to the normal printing companies. Okay, so nobody, so only these papers are produced by certain companies in the Switzerland. They are sold only to the governments. So nobody can obtain that the paper to make some fake documents or something like that. So you have to buy them. So hard copy document is considered as formal in the PMI for the purposes of transacting business or signing a contract. Now, what is the electronic communication management? The electronic communication management is your email, fax, voicemail, telephone, video, web conferencing, websites, and web publishing. So these are electronic, so that is good. So if you want to exchange information quickly between the stakeholders, so the electronic communications are the best. So any kind of group, so you can create a group for the current project that you're managing. So over the WhatsApp or the Telegram, you can quickly exchange the information. So which is quite good. So electronic communication management saves time and it saves the paper also. It saves a lot of the effort. You don't have to write long letters to basically long emails. So you can be, so basically just one line chat can do a lot of clarification for many people in the WhatsApp group. In the WhatsApp group, all the stakeholders, so they are communicated at the same time. Then it becomes the responsibility of the stakeholder involved in the particular project to be keeping himself or herself updated regarding the incoming communication. Okay, so if the person is not updating himself, so so it is the problem of the recipient, not the sender. The sender's job is done once he has sent the information as per the communication management plan. So make sure that when you are the project manager of a particular project and you have done your job always. So you should not give another person a chance to say that you did not provide me the communication on time. Okay, so always make sure that the ball is in the other person's court. How can you do it? So you can do it by creating a project management plan as per the PMI process and make a checklist of the jobs to be done on a regular basis, communication, updates, and then variance analysis, risk analysis. So keep doing all this and send a communication to all. People may or may not respond. So that's not your problem. Okay, sometimes if you need something, then you might basically, you can follow up with a person, but you should tell people, all the stakeholders, that I consider you responsible enough so that you will look at the communication that I have sent to you. You will try to understand and seek a clarification if needed. So, okay, so we will see that further, that how we can get better with the communication, because, sometimes due to the communication or lack of the communication, it is the project manager who is put into the docs. So the project manager can use electronic project management tools in that case. So that's even better. So what is the electronic project management tool? Web interfaces to scheduling and project management software. So you can upload your MPP files to the project online, and basically you can create meeting spaces, discussion spaces inside your project portal, and then you can share it to all the stakeholders that are involved. So stakeholders can be included are the project team stakeholder and the client side stakeholder. So the project team stakeholder will have a greater access. They can access more information, and the access given to the client side stakeholder will be a smaller window of access, and as per the requirement, and which is suitable to them. Okay, so they will have access to the milestones. They will have access to the status of the major task within those milestones. Okay, so which is okay for them, so that they feel good about connected to the project and your organization and your project management skills. So that will be through the electronic project management tools. Now, these are the things which you have. I believe that you must be using some online tools also for your project management. So who is using what? Is someone using project online, by the way,
No,
or say any other project management tool?
no.
Okay. So how do you communicate? Mostly through the emails and the video conferences only?
Yes.
So how do you share the documents in one place? See, what is the authenticity of a latest document? That this document is the latest version. Because, two people can claim that I have the latest version.
Sir, in our organization, we were using SharePoint.
Yes, SharePoint has the document management system in which the document version can be maintained, and you can see exactly that who has checked out the document. So
Who
check
has
out
checked, who
this.
has approved?
Yeah.
I'm using clear case actually for software.
Yeah. So what does the clear case do? Is it for
Version.
versioning of the code, or is it can be used for the versioning of the document also?
Versioning of document also.
The clear case can do it.
Yes.
Okay. Earlier we used to do, I used to have the visual source. So visual sources I would use for the source code also, and I would use it for the document also. And that was quite good.
Same thing is with the killer case also.
No, that is good. So, that is the basically the web interface. So people can basically have a single point of truth. Having a single point of truth is very, very important in a project communication. Otherwise, there can be a lot of confusion due to the miscommunication. Okay, so big projects can get jeopardized due to the miscommunication. So that should not be the case, and that should happen. So let's have a look. How do we manage the communication? To manage the communication, we take the following inputs: the project management plan, then project documents, then work performance reports, enterprise environmental factor, organization, process, assets. These are the inputs. So tool and technique would be the communication technology, communication methods. So, we are doing the communication. So we are sending out the communication, and then our communication skills. So communication competence, feedback, non-verbal presentation. So you need to develop your communication skills. I've told many people, those who come to me for the PMI, so they pass it, and then after some time they say, "Yes, sir, I'm not able to get or land a good job. I mean, as per my expectation." I tell them that, look, improve your communication skills as well, so you will shine. Because what happens that organization expect the people, I mean, those are in the project management role, to be able to lead the people. So you can't lead the people without good communication. So good communication is the hallmark of a good project manager. Okay, so it is very useful to learn good verbal communications and project management information system. So that helps a lot in keeping the code, keeping the schedule, keeping the documents, keeping the message boards, keeping the discussion threads in one place. That is the PMIS, and Project Online is an example of the PMIS. So it is based upon the SharePoint framework only. It is the underlying software is the SharePoint. So earlier we used to set set it up on the local servers, but that would be very costly and messy affair. We need IT administrator, we need project server administrator, so we need SQL administrator, we need Windows administrator. So a lot of administrators would be needed. Then we said that, okay, it is better to go online. So Microsoft has now provided it online as a subscription based. So that is good, PMIS. And we are doing the project reporting. So what is the reporting? Basically, we are sending various status to the stakeholder as per the plan. So someone wants a financial report, someone wants a progress report, someone wants to know the risk, someone wants to know about the quality issue. So as per the focus of the various stakeholders, we are sending out the reports, and of course we will be applying our interpersonal and team skill. So these are also very important. So these are important when you are dealing with the people in close proximity. So when you're dealing with the people in the close proximity, you should have active listening. You should be keen to listen actively to people. You should be doing conflict management. You should be doing cultural awareness, meeting management, networking, political awareness, and you will be having meeting with your team. And the result of all these tool and technique will be the outgoing project communication to the various stakeholders. So the communications are going out in email format, verbal format, face-to-face meeting, and they are going daily, weekly, monthly. Okay, so whatever is that, whatever frequency is good for the recipient stakeholder, so that has been noted before, and that's what is going on. So then project management plan update. So then communication management plan, stakeholder engagement plan. So all that is involved in project document updates, the issue log, lesson learned register, project schedule, risk register, stakeholder register. So all that is being done as part of the managed communication output. So the main output is the project communication as per the requirement of the stakeholder, and these are the things which are happening side by side. And also it is very important, if you notice any improvement, possibility of any improvement, then you can also update your organization processes. Okay, so this will be very good. So it will help you improve. Now the communications are happening. Now you need to monitor that. Now the process of monitoring and control communications is done throughout the entire project life cycle to ensure that the information needs of the project stakeholders are met. So this helps in the optimal information flow within the stakeholders. Okay, so how do we monitor? So basically, we watch over the communication which is being sent. So number one, we take the project management plan in which the details of the resource management is there. Okay, and the communication management plan is there, stakeholder engagement plan is there, project documents, issue log, lesson learned register, project communication, work performance data, enterprise environmental factors and organization process assets are there as inputs. And then you have the tool and techniques. Tool and techniques is your expert judgment. Project management information system, you will do a data analysis, will apply your interpersonal skills, and of course you will have team meeting. The output will be the work information, work performance information, and change request. Now I'll just tell you what is the change request like when you are doing the monitoring. So in this case, what is happening, there is a report which is going to a particular client. Okay, so the client says, look, the current format of the report that you're sending to me is very descriptive. Can you reduce it to can you change the format to the bullet points? So you look at the request and you say, yeah, that's valid request. And you ask your delegated team member to send the report in the bullet points. So that goes on for some time. And after some time, what happens that the client says, can you include some tabular data along with the bullet points? So you look at the data and you look at the overall request. So you say, yeah, that's fine. So we can provide you that. So you add a tabular data to the bullet point and you are starting. So you're starting to send that. So that goes on for some time. So after some time, the client says, can you add a graph next to the tabular data so that the interpretation of the tabular data is better with the graph, with the help of the graph. So you said, yeah, we can provide that. So that's not a problem. So we'll do it. So you change the format and you start sending it again for some time. So what the client is getting, tabular data along with along with the bullet points, and along with the tabular data, he is getting the graph. The tabular data is being represented in the graph. So that's fine. It goes on for some time. Then after some time, the client gives another change request. He asks for some information which you consider company confidential. Now, should you include it? Yes or no?
Company confidential information should not be included.
Yes,
No.
definitely. So what you do, you politely tell the client, so the information that you asked in the report, so that cannot be provided because it is a company confidential information, as it is related to our industrial process and which has been and which is a proprietary process. So we can't share it publicly. So this is the purpose of the monitor communication. So monitor communication ensures that everybody gets whatever communication they need based upon their status and relation to the project as a stakeholder. The stakeholder can be internal, external, senior, junior. Okay, so you have to understand that who needs what in information, and you are supposed to be the moderator of that. You are supposed to make sure that any information which is going out, so that has to be acceptable, and that has to be, I mean, basically it should not be the inappropriate communication for the particular stakeholder. That is the purpose of the monitor, and you should make sure that people are not under communicated. They're communicated well enough as per the project management plan and as per the communication management plan within the project management plan. Okay. So the communication management plan can be updated from time to time. It's not a big deal because it has hardly no effect on the scope or the time, but you have to maintain the discretion according to the status of the stakeholder to the plan. So the status of the stakeholder can be also different within the internal list of the stakeholders and within the external. So there are a lot of things which cannot be shared. So you can share the progress status at the group summary level. So you can share the progress at the optional milestones. Okay, so there are things which you can share, there are things which you can't share. So that will be controlled in the monitor communications. Okay, now let's see that what is there next after the monitor communication. So we have to understand the communication model. So how does the communication work out. So communication has the entity. So what is the entity? So one entity is the sender, then message, and then receiver. Okay. Now the sender, what does he do? He encodes the message. Encoding means that creating the format which is easily understandable by the recipient. Okay, that is called the encoding. Encoding does not mean that you put some password or something of that sort. It's not like that. So then what do you do? After the encoding, you transmit the message. So the transmitted message is decoded, means it is understood by the receiver, and the receiver normally as a courtesy should acknowledge that the message has been received. Now there is something called noise. Now noise means that some parts of the message, they are redundant, they are not needed. So anything which is not needed for interpreting, or anything which is not needed in the current context, is called noise. So suppose there is a party happening in your neighbor's home. So homes are very nearby, and the music. So for the neighbor, since it is party, for him it's music, but for you, that is an unwanted music. So that will be a noise for him. So any unwanted information or any unwanted sound is called noise. Okay, it may not be noise for the other person. So it may be noise for you. So for a student who is studying during the exam time, any kind of good music can be a noise because the person is trying to concentrate. So in the project management concept, so the noise is something that unwanted pieces of information. The noise can be in the document. The noise can be there in the face-to-face communication, okay, in real time, and noise can be there in any kind of communication. Now, what happens that the recipient, after acknowledging that, the recipient will sit down to understanding the details of the message and then send the feedback and decode. And noise is something which is not necessarily it has to be there each time. Since we have understood that what is the meaning of the noise, and we should try to make sure that the noise is not there. Okay, so it is easy for the recipient to understand the message without the noise. So these are the elements of the communication model: sender, receiver, medium. So medium could be email, okay, and the feedback, noise, encode, decode. Now we come to the communication channel. So I'll explain to you the communication channel. See, there are, let's say, look at the right side. I'm writing there are two people seated in front of each other in a room. So how many communication channels are possible between A and B? How many link I can establish? 1, 2, 3, 4.
What?
1. I say communication channel between A and B is 1. And suppose C joins in. Suppose C joins in. So how many communication channel will be between A, B, and C?
3.
Yes. So I say there is 3 communication channel now. So it has increased from C. Now comes D. So how many more communication channels will it add? How
2.
many more? Yeah, it will add actually 3. D to C, D to A, D to B. So the total communication channel is 6. Now, so suppose one more person joins in, that is E. So E comes in, sits here. So how many communication channel will E add?
4.
4.
1, 2, 3, and 4. So E will add 4 communication channel. So the total communication channels is now, can you make a count? Can you count all the lines? 4 plus 4, it is 8. It's quite complex. Now what happens, I'll just explain to you. Now as the communication channels increase, the crosstalk, due to the crosstalk between the various participants in the communication, So no, that becomes problematic. Okay, that becomes the problematic. To solve the problem, we say that okay, let's say that inside a room, there are various stakeholders like the PM, stakeholder 1, 2, 5, 3, 6, 7. So how many stakeholders are there? So total stakeholders are 8 in this group. Now, what is the number of the channels between them? So either you can count these lines, or what you can do is that you can apply this formula. There will be a lot of chaos if they start talking like that. So guys, tell me that how many lines are here in this using this formula. You apply this formula and then find out that how many lines are there.
28.
28. Okay. So this is a question that can come in the exam. So it can be phrased a little bit differently. It will say, first there were 8 people in the room, then 2 people left. Now tell what is the reduction in the number of the communication channel. So you can utilize this formula and count it. Now I'll just tell you that what happens in the real life. See,
Full.
what do we do in the real life is that, so we just subdivide them into 2 parts. We say that PM will be the, basically he will be the communication point, single point of communication, and from the other group, S7 will be the single point of communication. Now when these three people, S6, S5, they have any communication, so they will get into a meeting with S7, and after verification by S7, so he will send it to the communication coordinator of the other group. Now, the communication coordinator in this group, so what he will do? He will look at the communication. If the communication is belonging to the entire group, he will convey it to the entire group. Or if he thinks that the communication is for a very specific person, okay, so he will then convey it to the S3. So that depends upon the kind of the communication which is there. So the communication coordinator can decide that, and he can then convey. So this way it will keep the things cool, and it will cut down this chaos. So this chaos can result when multiple people are talking at the same time. You must have seen in the TV debates that happens. So then the host has to basically shout them down, and then the debate can continue in a proper sense. So that is due to the crosstalk. So crosstalk is there. So you can have large number of people in a debate. That's not a problem. The problem is the crosstalk. Okay, so the crosstalk creates the chaos and it prevents all other participants from the understanding. Okay. So guys, is there any question? Because I saw some hand raised on the Galaxy phone.
I want to ask a question. Abhishek Nima here.
Yeah.
This communication lines we are speaking n into n minus 1 by 2. What are these types of lines? Are we speaking about some dedicated lines or dedicated communication lines, or these are sort of means as per PM box? That are these dedicated lines or these sort of means of, because in present days we are using the mobile communication, email, etc., and also chat messaging apps also like WhatsApp and other. So are these dedicated lines? What am I am asking? What type of lines are these communication channels?
Actually, this is the representation of the communication that can happen. We are using a very simple case in which people are seated in a room.
Okay.
So, these people can talk to each other like that. So
Okay.
suppose if 2 people are talking, that's fine. Even 3 people can cross talk, 4 people can cross talk. So will the
Okay.
crosstalk make sense after 5 people?
No,
After
no.
5 people, the crosstalk will become very, very confusing for everybody. Then someone needs to take a lead and moderate the communication.
Okay.
Okay, so that is what is the meaning of the communication channels. Yes, more questions.
Yeah. This is actually what I think is this is the maximum number of communication links which are possible.
Yeah, so this is the maximum number of the
Like in
you can
network,
say this is the maximum number of the one-to-one communication which is the possible. Now, why you are being showed this line? You are being showed this line you can see that what chaos can result if so
Yeah,
many people start talking, cross talking to each other.
correct.
Okay.
Well,
So there are so many points of the crosstalk here. There are so many points of the crosstalk here that it can be very, very difficult for meaningful communication to happen. So, that's why what we do, we split the team, and then what we do, we designate one person as the SPOC. So single point of
contact.
communication, and we say this is the single point of the communication from both the sides. Now, let's say this is the project side, and let's say this is the client side. Okay. So suppose I want to have a meeting with people on the client side. What I will do as a project manager, I will send a mail communication to the single point of contact and tell him that I want to gather requirement from the marketing team. I want to understand their requirement feature on the system, on the new system. So what he will do? So SPOC will first acknowledge my message, and then he will get in touch with all the marketing people, and he will organize them into a group, and then we will set up a time, and then we can have the meeting. So that will be good. Now just imagine that you are from email or using the mobile phone. You're calling all the people on the client side just to get them on board. So will that be possible for you? Will that be
No, 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 no.
possible to finish the project on time? How cumbersome will that be? This person will say I'm available, that will say I'm not available, another will say I'm going for a meeting, another will say we'll see it later. So there are various things which can happen, but if you want it to happen definitely on a particular day or particular time, so you should be getting in touch with the SPOs, single point of contact. So that is the idea, to show that more number of people talking simultaneously can result in a chaos. So is this thing clear? So any more questions on the communication channel?
No.
Sir, I have a quick one. I raised the hand earlier as well.
Hmm.
Uh, so it's more related to what you mentioned as the generic practice or usually the best practice of getting a document, uh, formal document signed from the customer. So in our case, I'm just giving a scenario of my organization, wherein in our case, uh, we get the statement of work signed from the customer using DocuSign. So just wanted to check with you, does that fall under the category of the electronic medium of the tools that are being used for getting the documents signed, or the authentic documents that fall under the category of PMI?
Yeah, that will be falling under the electronic project management tools. Now, what will happen that you can get the DocuSign, because the DocuSign has the, you can say, authentication or authority. So the person is authenticated through the RSA data. His information is encrypted, and then he puts a signature, his own personal signature, that is the digital signature he has obtained through some high authentication authority. So he can put it on to the DocuSign system, and he can sign the documentation. So that is good, but what the PMI says that you can do it for as a matter of convenience to quickly expedite the work, but you must have the printed records of the important documents. Okay.
Okay.
So, that will show you the authentication. So normally what happens that if you're buying something from the Amazon, so Amazon, if you look at the system, Amazon, you can immediately download an invoice after you have made a purchase. But you must have seen that a printed invoice always invariably comes along with the product, which is couriered to you,
Right.
right? So, that's a process from their side. And sometimes, the seller who is using the Amazon platform, sometimes, they sign it. So sometimes they put a stamp on the warranty or the registration. So that's fine. But the authentication in the online system is that They're maintaining the archive in the system. If you want to basically go back into your archive, since you are already a registered user of the Amazon, so if you go back 6 months, 1 year, so you can find the invoice and then you can then avail the warranty of the product because it is authenticated by the Amazon. Now, Amazon is a private party, and those, say, manufacturer or the seller, they accept the authority of the Amazon. They say that, okay, if Amazon has generated the invoice, so it is a big company, quite a big company, and it is a process-based company, it is acceptable. But the same might not happen in case of any smaller entity. So that depends what is the agreement of the manufacturer seller with a particular platform. Okay, because there can be, because it is very easy. It is very easy to replicate a particular document format which is transmitted in the electronic with the format. So there are various softwares which can basically let you edit the PDF and change it. But if you want to authenticate the documents, so you have to go to the website, and from the website registry, you can authenticate it. Just like your PMI. So your PMI, your certificate will come in the hard copy format, but the soft copy can also be downloaded from the site. Now, if someone wants to say check on the soft copy, so that person can basically take the details and enter into the site, and the PMI registry can provide that information whether it is currently valid or not. Okay, so is this thing clear? Now we come
Right.
to the kinds of the communication.
Hmm.
Now, what are the kinds of the communication here? So these are the kinds of the communication: formal written, formal informal written, formal verbal, informal verbal. So what do you think is formal verbal?
Like meetings.
Formal written communication is your work order. You will not take it in informal written format. You would like it on the client's letterhead with a serial number, with a stamp, with a signature, with a date, and what is the work he wants you to get done, and then you will start the work, because you will have to utilize a lot of money, a lot of organization resources. So you have to be sure that he has made a formal written. So like if you want to have, let's say, have a contract, so can the contract be written on a page and two people can sign it?
No.
So similarly, you have a contract for the rent agreement, either you are the landlord, either you are renting it. So it has a specific format, terms and condition as defined by the government of India, and based upon which the rent agreement is signed, and that is a formal written document, right?
Yes.
Now, what can be written but informal?
Mail.
Yeah, mail is informal written. So in the mail, you can send the scanned copy of a formal written document. So the person will start the work based upon the trust that the formal document will come. So when you pass the PMI examination, so what you will get is a soft copy of the certificate, which you can immediately display on your social media. You can share it with your friends. But the formal signed document, that the formal generated certificate, will of course come from the USA in a bank. So that is the informal written sometimes need to be backed up by a formal written format. Now, what is a formal verbal communication?
Meeting.
Yeah, any meeting which is organized with a prior announcement, with a date, time, with the agenda, and then after the meeting, minutes of the meetings are also distributed, which is signed by the meeting sponsor. So that is a formal verbal communication. Okay, it is a verbal communication, but it is formal. Any status meeting or any kind of stakeholder meeting, any kind of presentation which is having some pre-assigned date and time and place, and a formal communication, okay, that this is going to be held. So that will become a formal verbal. So any kind of communication which is made by the
Sir?
spokesman of the political parties, so those are considered as formal verbal communication. Yes.
Yeah, sir. After meeting, we used to have minutes of meeting. So will that be a informal written communication then?
So minutes of the meeting has to be signed by someone who is a stakeholder in that. So that will become a formal written document, and that meeting will be considered as a formal the verbal meeting.
Okay.
Okay, now comes the informal verbal. I'll just tell you what is informal verbal. Suppose you go to a conference and you find that the conference is in progress and you want to talk to a person, say, a couple of rows away. So what do? You write on a sheet of paper and you pass on to that person. You tell him that, look, I'm here and I want to talk to you. This is my mobile number and we used to study in the same college. So you pass it on to that person through some people, and that will be informal written. Now, what is informal verbal? It is like this. Suppose if you happen to meet the customer, or if you happen to meet any project colleague at the water cooler, so you can exchange certain project information. So that is informal verbal. Now, let me tell you a situation. Then you tell me that what you would be doing. Suppose it is the weekend and you are doing the grocery shopping, and by chance you meet the client. So the client is also at the same place. So the client is also doing grocery shopping, and then you exchange the pleasantries, greetings, and then what happens that the client starts talking to you, and slowly the client moves the topic to the project. So he first praises the project, that's good, that's fine. And but what happens that after some time he starts telling you that some changes to be done in the project. Then you try to understand whether these are basically a feedback about the existing features that we have, okay, or something which you're working, or is it something new. Then you realize that he's talking about something new. He wants a lot of changes to be made in the project, and which you believe will have an impact upon the time and price. Okay, so once he's done, you say, okay, fine. So you don't say anything no or yes to him. So you just come back to your office on Monday. So what you will do on Monday? Will you keep quiet about it, or will you do something?
Sir, we will say him to give the changes in the writing.
Hmm?
Hello.
Yeah. Tell me.
Sir, we can say him to give the required changes in the formal writing.
Yeah, that's fine. So what you should do first, you should strive to convert the informal into the formal. So what you should do, that you should basically whatever you have heard from him, organize it in a structured fashion. Is sir, that we want the following changes to be given in the writing for the reason. For the reason is that they have an impact of time and price. Because if you just ask him to do it in writing, so he might not understand or he may take an offense. So you can just write to him very politely, sir, this is the work which is not covered currently, not covered in the contract, and we will be glad to make these changes to you in case you give the approval. So this is the impact analysis. So in the impact analysis, you will say feature 1, feature 2, 3, 4, 5. So whatever features you want for the project, you can have this. But then this is the impact of the time and price which will be there on the project. So, after this point, so basically, when you're sending this email, you will be taking your sponsor in confidence. So this is what has happened. So I had met the client, and informally, client gave me many requirements. Now you please take over from this point onwards, because you cannot upscale or downscale the project. Just keep it in mind. You have to finish the project within the charter limits only. You cannot add any duration. You cannot add any scope. You cannot reduce any scope. Now, if you can handle this, Okay, within your charter limits, that's fine. If you think that it is going to exceed the charter limits, so what you should do, you should do an impact analysis and send email to the client and put a CC to your sponsor, and also you can verbally tell your sponsor to take care of. So what your sponsor will do, the sponsor will get in touch with the client, and then the sponsor will take it from that point to further. So either he will get the full approval in as a change request, or he will get the partial approval and do it. And that's how the things work. So is this thing clear? So any work which is not any work which is not covered in the contract, it has to be conveyed formally. Okay, so that is the bottom line. So here you can see the information which is there. Okay, just have a look. Presentations, seminars, meetings, calls, phone calls. You know that is informal. Informal. The client can make a call to you, talk about many things. Yeah, that's fine. So what you should do, that you should send an email and make it much more formal. And once it is acknowledged, so that will be good for you. So at least you have a record of what someone said. So if you don't have a record of what someone said, so you know that you might end up doing something which the other person can deny directly or indirectly, right? So kind of communications, the communication should be very clear. The communication should be doubtless. There should be no guesswork in the communication, what has been communicated. So there is a term non-verbal communication. So what is a non-verbal communication? So there are gestures that we make with our hands, facial expressions, happiness, sadness, anger. You know, these are the facial expression and physical appearance. So physical appearance means the uniform. The uniform changes our physical appearance, and they convey something to the other person regarding our job functionality. Suppose a pilot is there, he is wearing a different uniform. A person is a air hostess, she is wearing a different uniform. A person is a cop, he or she will be wearing a different uniform. So the uniform convey to us regarding the status of the person. So that is due to the physical appearance. And paralingual communication means tone and pitch of your voice. So paralingual means in addition to the language. So what can be in addition to the language? The tone and pitch of your voice. Okay. So now we come to the quiz. So this is a very small topic.
Next. Next. Next.
Just a minute. Okay, next.
Done.
So where do you start from if you have this kind of a problem?
Informal verbal.
Informal verbal.
Yeah, you should start with the informal verbal just to understand what is the true picture. It will make the other person comfortable. It is not necessary that there is some person-centric problem. The problem could be the hardware that the person is using or something. So you can find out that what's happening, why the work is slow, why the work is not matching up with the SPI. Okay, so informally, it will make the person comfortable. Then you can go to the root cause. Okay. Now, lesson learned are best completed by whom?
Project manager.
Project manager.
And
Project.
what about the program manager, portfolio manager? Should they not compile their own lesson learned?
Stakeholders then it will come.
Stakeholders. Actually, every stakeholder should compile their lesson learned at their level, and which will be used by the stakeholders in the future at their level. A project manager's lesson learned will be used by a future project manager, and a quality assurance manager's lesson learned will be used by another quality assurance manager in the future. So the lesson learned are best completed by all the stakeholders in the project, which will be utilized by the same level stakeholders in the future. 5 different countries. So what will work best here?
Formal written.
Formal written.
Yes, formal written will make it absolutely clear to all. Okay. In the meeting, people are talking at same time about different issues. So what's the reason? A. The meeting agenda was not set.
Okay.
Yes.
But then I have a question here. In the question, it is written that it is project status review meeting. So the agenda is quite clear that the people in the meeting are going to discuss about the project status.
Mm-hmm.
So it can't I don't think so. It will be meeting agenda was not set because meeting agenda is set. It is project status review meeting.
Mm-hmm. But in the status, the focus can be financial, focus can be technical, focus can be about the time, the focus can be about the resources. So people are now talking about the resources. Actually, the focus is on the progress. So, the status review is a very wide term. So it can mean a lot of things to different people. So we say that we are going to have a short project status review for 30 minutes. We will focus only on the earned value, or we say that we will focus on the task on the critical path. So if I say status review, then it is an open agenda. Then another person after I made my point, another person can say, boss, I would like to talk about the cost performance. Another person will say, boss, I would like to talk about the human resource, the issue that I'm facing. Okay, the quality of the human resource. So, that is also part of the project status only. So which part of the status I'm talking about? So that should be clear. Right?
Okay.
A.
A.
Yeah. When the customers are asking for work not covered in the contract, and for the rest of the three, it's fine. Now, what is the use of creating lesson learned database?
B.
Isn't
Yeah,
all
it
the
serves as
above?
a historical record for future projects. In the future projects, the project managers will not repeat the same mistakes, so they will get better. That is the purpose.
B.
B.
Yeah, communicating. So communicating means meeting, sending emails, sending and exchanging documents. Okay, so that is all communication.
C.
It's B.
C.
Where the specific stakeholder will access to. So what the specific of stakeholders will do, they will go there and they will pull.
Full.
Full. C.
It is
See.
full.
So, but I just have a question here. In interactive is something wherein all the stakeholders are involved, right?
No, interactive is in real time, just like what we are doing right now. It's not a pull communication. It's not
Okay.
a one-way communication. It's a two-way in real time. And in this situation, it's not a real time. I can upload a document and just leave it there. Another person needs that document. So what that person will do, even though that person has the document, that person will come to the specific URL and check it out if I
Yes,
have a
got it.
latest
Yeah.
version. So that is pull. So that person will pull down.
A.
Push.
Fax is push. It is a one-way send. And now what is here? What is the meaning here?
B.
Angry tone.
B.
B.
Yeah,
Paralingual.
it is paralingual. So emphasize something. So we can pause, we can go silent. So all this kind of a communication is the paralingual. Okay. So that's
That,
about the communication management. And you have any questions?
Please review question number 5. When shall you go for formal written communication with the customer? Like suppose option D, when customer asks for weekly status report to be written, then also it is a formal written.
No,
Correct?
actually, that will be too rude. So if the customer says, look, I have not received your mail. So will you ask the customer that, sir, please send me a mail on this, and only then I will send a weekly status report. But this is something which has no impact upon the triple constraint. It has no impact upon the many of your fixed price or fixed time. So if when the customer asks for work not covered in the contract, it definitely has an impact on the price and the time. Okay, so that is something extra, and that can be a loss to the business if you get something done. Just add the verbal request only. Sometimes the customer, they deny. They say, no, I didn't ask for it. You can just remove it. I don't want to take it.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So it has been seen in the past. So, we are just getting better and better as the next generation. It might have happened in the 1950s, 40s, when people were much more, they were much more friendly, and someone did it in a friendly way. Then the other person denied. No. So when the other person came to know that he'll be charged for it, then he denied. No, I didn't ask for it. Or he might say, I didn't think it is a chargeable thing. Okay, so that is why we say that, okay, so let's have some formal thing so that everybody is clear. So that's why we print paper everywhere, so it becomes formal. So if you go to even if you make a small transaction in a restaurant, you go and have a food for 200, 300 rupees. So what do they do? So after they have taken the money, they will print you a receipt. So that's a formal receipt. It has a timestamp also. Okay, date stamp, time stamp, amount of money, the tax which is collected, okay, the tax which has been charged in the food. So that's a formal communication. Okay. So that becomes important in business transactions. So is this clear, guys?
Right.
Sir, can you
Yes,
explain
yes.
question number 8? Why it is poor communication?
So when you download something, it is a pull communication. When stakeholders go and they look at the website or they download a document, it is a pull communication. Push is something when you are sending to the email ID. So here you are not sending, here you are placing that document in a particular place.
Sir,
That is,
in this case, whether the stakeholder is also sharing his feedback with the RETA, because in this the RETA is only sending the status report to the stakeholder. So it is up to the stakeholder whether he want to revert back on it or not.
yeah. So she decided to have the performance report uploaded in the internet. Uploaded. So it is uploaded, but it is not sent to the email. Now, if it is sent to the email, then it's push. Since it is uploaded on the intranet, and I believe that in the beginning of the project, already in the PMP document, the location was shared that this is our primary location for any project communication. In case you want to see
That's
any
specific.
update, just go to this URL and refresh it. So when you go to a URL and refresh, so what does it mean? So you are pulling it into the browser, right? You're
Correct.
Yes, yes.
downloading means pulling. So
Okay.
you have access and you go there and you download it. So you are pulling it. Okay. So that's what it is. In case it is sent to your email, it is push. In case it is a two-way communication, so if the project manager is having a say voice meeting or chat meeting or Zoom face-to-face call, it is a real time and it is called interactive.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
that's what is happening. So now we are done with the communication. Now we will go to the stakeholder. So before we go into the stakeholder, let me tell you about the background of the stakeholder management. Earlier, till PMBOK 4, there was no stakeholder management knowledge area. Now what happened that many project managers, they reported to the PMI that despite good communications, so we are having some problems and some variances in the project, and a lot of things are being changed by the stakeholders despite the good communications that we are doing. So then a lot of inquiry was done, research was done that why is it so, meeting was called. So a lot of people, they communicated that besides being a good communicator, you have to be good people manager also, especially on the client side. So that's how the stakeholder management came into being. So what has been done to create the stakeholder knowledge area, some processes have been split from the communication, and some new more processes have been created, and stakeholder management has been created. So in the stakeholder management, it's an interesting thing. So I'll be explaining the entire thing with my story, and that's a real story. And that was quite useful for me to do the stakeholder management using the process which is listed here. So it has helped me a lot, and it will basically enhance. So what they did, they say that we handle the people smartly. So now what happens? So what is the definition of the smartness? So you can't just define it. So then PMI asked them, send, if you put them into the tool technique and inputs and output or processes, so what would that be? So then they explained that this is what they are doing. So when that thing was converted into the process and given to the rest of us, then we are also smart. So it means that by utilizing the PMI processes, we become smart project managers because we don't have to make a mistake to do it right, right? So similarly, the stakeholder knowledge area, though it is not very important in the exam, from the point of view, it has very little content, but only the understanding is there. There might be a couple of questions. But why is it included here? You have to understand that PMBOK is a handbook for project managers, and at one point of time, there will be a situation where you might have to do a lot of stakeholder management, but you have to understand the gist of it. So what we are going to do that right now it is 4:32. Right now my lunch has arrived, okay, from the kitchen to the dining table. So I will take around 20 minutes. So we can start at 4:50, right, guys? So we take a break for 20 minutes. I hope you guys don't mind. So you can So you can pause the recording and
I'm here,
okay,
sir.
okay, fine. So this is the stakeholder management, and this is practically very important for you because in a project there will be different people with different backgrounds. If you're working on large international projects, so the stakeholder management will practically become very important. But this is something that you can understand very quickly, and the processes in the stakeholder management were earlier part of the communication. So despite the good communication, when projects were facing the variances, then it was realized that is due to the stakeholders, especially on the client side. So then some PMI members, so those who were the project managers themselves, then they shared their tips that how this can be done. So what PMI did research on their tips and the suggestions, and they converted into the process. So they created a new knowledge area, stakeholder. So that's a relatively new one. It was introduced in the PMBOK 5. Okay. So now let's have a look at how does it work. So basically we have to understand the meaning of the term stakeholder. So the stakeholder means that anybody who is impacted by the outcome of the project. So an organization that is actively involved in the project or whose interest may be positively or negatively affected by execution or completion of the project. So that person is a stakeholder in the project. So it is not necessarily that there is an exchange of money. It's not that it is the basically the buyer or the seller. So around the buyer and the seller, there can be an environment in which the other stakeholders can exist. So whose interest can be actively impacted negatively or positively. So these are the usual stakeholders: like sponsor, project manager, project office, executive, team members, resource managers. These are the usual stakeholders that we see around ourselves. Okay. Now let's see that what is the stakeholder management all about. So first of all, it has the process required to identify various stakeholders. Because if you look into the process group, that is the initial process group, that is the initiation. So immediately after getting the charter, what does the project manager do? The project manager does the process identify stakeholders. Now, if you look at the process identify stakeholders, which is basically in the chapter number 13 in the PMBOK, so it is the process in the stakeholder management. So this is what he does first of all. Okay, so that is the project stakeholder management. So it includes the process required to identify various stakeholders, analyze their expectations, and develop appropriate management strategies for effectively engaging stakeholders in project decisions and execution. It includes the communication with stakeholders to understand needs and expectations in managing conflicting interests and fostering appropriate stakeholder engagement. So that is the stakeholder management. Now, stakeholder challenges are there. The challenges are there in managing stakeholder expectation. Stakeholders may have conflicting needs and demands. Negative stakeholder will be against the project and try to kill the project. Now, I faced this challenge. So, these are the two stakeholders. Basically, they are having some sort of a disagreement, but actually they are on the same side. I'll just tell you a real life story. Once I was in the US, I was doing business analysis with my team. So then what happened? So we arrived on the client side for the first day. We had a very good introduction. Already we were given the introduction by the project director, and there were three people on my side. So myself along with two business analysts, and not two business analysts, one business analyst, one technical architect, and one myself, that is the project manager. And there were four people on the client side. Now, first 2-3 days went fine. These four people, they were very well synchronized. But what happened after a couple of days, that another set of three people, they joined on the client side, and there were seven people on the client side. And then we noticed that they were a sort of a group. So, these four people were a separate group. Those three people were talking on a different tones. And then what happened that when these set of three different people, they joined, So there was not much requirement which moved on. There was a lot of arguments and a lot of discussions going on between these two groups, 4 people on one side and 3 people on the other side. So after one day, I immediately called up my practice director. I told him, I apprised him of the situation. He said, this is what is happening, that on the client side, they are not clear about the requirement they are supposed to give us, and they are having a seated in front of them, and they are first trying to sort out the troubles between them, or the disagreements between them. So unless and until they sort out their own differences, they won't be able to give us any clear requirements, and we'll be just sitting here doing nothing or collecting no information. There will be no progress in the documentation, so it's of no use. Okay, so this is going to only push the bills, and they will say, no, your guys did not do anything, or so we must tell them very clearly that this is happening. So what my practice director, since he was the sponsor on our side and he spoke to the sponsor on the client side, he told him that this is what is happening, that your team is not clear about the requirement. So what the sponsor did on the client side, he told that your team member will, instead of coming at 8 a.m., they will come at 11 a.m. And my team members will come at, instead of 8 a.m., they will come at 7 a.m. So between 7 to 10, so they will clear out the requirement. They will have their points taken from the both sides. I'll be there in the meeting. And after that, there will be 1 hour of the buffer zone in which I will further check the outcome of the meeting. And then your guys can come, they can do the documentation part of the requirement, as it will be given jointly and it should be a single voice. So this is what it did. So instead of going there to the client side at 8 a.m., so we would report at the 11 a.m. and we will fill timesheet for the entire day, which was clear because they also needed some time to be clear between themselves. So, because I, as a project manager, immediately reacted to this situation, that sorted it. Otherwise, what would have happened? So they would not have paid us for the extra time that we were spending there, but they will say, no, you give us extra days because we needed to clear out. So we told them in the beginning that if you want to have any internal discussion, that should be at your own cost, not at ours. So we are going to be, we are going to charge for the day if we have put the consultant on your project. So there are sometimes such kind of challenges are there. It is not necessarily that it is happening between the buyer and the seller organization. It can be at the buyer end also. Okay, so this is the stakeholder environment. So this is the project team. So this is the project team. So in the project team, there is project manager, there is project management team, which comprises of team leaders. So team leaders, they help the project manager in doing the requirement, scope, WBS, estimation, and later in the monitoring and tracking. Okay, so the project management team consists of team leaders, and the team leaders, they basically they get the job done as per the plan.
Hello.
And the project manager interacts with the sponsor, and the project manager interacts with all the other stakeholder, and he basically gives them the various kind of the reports. Okay, so this is what it. The sponsor is partially inside the team and partially outside, because the sponsor is sponsoring multiple projects. He is getting multiple projects brought into the organization, and his job is to assign the projects to the multiple team. So that's what the sponsor is doing. So he's the person to provide the resource and the various permission to the various stakeholders within the various project domains. Now, key stakeholder categories are explained here. Project manager manages the project. Team member, they perform the project work. Project management team are directly involved in the project management activities along with the project manager. Program manager manages multiple projects. Portfolio manager responsible for decreasing or increasing the priority of the project or a program, and he is involved in selection of the project. And the performing organization, where the employees are mostly directly involved in doing the project's work. So that is the performing organization. So PMO has the direct or indirect responsibility. So PMO is basically to support the project team. Sponsor provides the financial resources and permission for resources in the project, and customer purchases the product or the service, and so on. So stakeholder management plan is used to understand the stakeholder communication requirement and the level of the stakeholder engagement in order to do the assessment, and the level of stakeholder participation in requirements, activity, and many other activities. Now, before I go into this, I will show you that what are the processes. There are 4 processes here. First, you identify the stakeholder. So what you get as an output is the stakeholder register. Then what do you do? So then you plan stakeholder management. So this is the key portion of this stakeholder management. Then in the execution, as you're doing the work of the project, then you are also managing the stakeholder engagement as the project is going on. Okay. And then as the management is going on, so you are monitoring it as well. So you have to identify the stakeholder and you have to do the analysis of the stakeholder. Now here is the key part of this. So identifying the stakeholder. So you have created the stakeholder register as I have shown it to you. So after the stakeholder register is created, so you can add more columns. So you will get the communication. Now, how do you do the stakeholder analysis? So I'll just show you this graph. So, this is based upon 2 parameters. So one is the power and one is the interest. These are the 2 main parameters based upon which. So what the project managers who were considered to be smart in handling the people on the client side, they say that we create a category in our minds and we create a certain strategy in our mind when dealing with those people. So this is what was the outcome of their analysis. So this is something which is depicted in the form of a graph. Let's say that there is one parameter. So one parameter is the power. Let's say the power is going from, say, ranging from 0. Here it is 0. And here the power is 100. And here at this point, the power is 50. And similarly, it is 0 for the interest. And here the interest is 100%. And here the interest is 50%. Now it means that this quadrant, so the power and the interest is more than 50%. So if the individuals are having more than 50% power and 50% interest in the project, so the strategy for them is to manage closely. So who should we manage closely? B, H, and F. Now, if the stakeholders have, say, high power but low interest below 50%, so what should be the strategy? Keep them satisfied. This is what was being done by the smart project manager. So their smartness has been converted into the process, and which we apply, and we can also get a hang of it after some time, and which we can also use it. Okay, so we keep this satisfied whom? A. Now there are certain stakeholders, those who are having less than 50% power and interest. We just monitor them, watch them, which they are going. If some people are taking high interest, but they don't have much power, you just keep them informed. You keep them in the loop that this is what is happening in the project. You don't have to basically go and talk much to them. Now, this is the result of the stakeholder analysis. Now, I'll just tell you a story, and this is a real life story. So you just keep in mind, manage closely, keep informed, keep satisfied, monitor. So you keep this power interest thing in mind. So keep in mind, especially the high interest, high power, and keep in mind the high interest but low power. Okay, now then what happened? That here is the situation. I'll just show you. So I believe you can see this graphic.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'll just tell you. See, this is the graphic on my client side. This is how people. Now this individual is high power, high interest. Okay, it's high power, high interest, and this individual is high power only. Okay, and this individual is high interest, and all these individuals are low power and low interest. So just keep this in mind. And this is high power and high interest. Okay. And this individual is high power, low interest. So there's a real story, and I was surprised to see that PMI is unfolding. PMI processes are unfolding in front of my eyes. So in one organization, in my last organization, what happened, where I worked for 2 good years. So it was an organization which was only dealing in the Indian government projects. So whether it is the whether it is the land department or the police department or any other department, they were doing at least 50 to 100 projects at any given point of time. But all these projects were related to the government projects, because the director of the company was highly connected politically. He was highly connected politically, and he was able to get all this project through his channels and means. Now, what happened that in one of the projects uh, where I was the program manager, so one of my project manager, okay, so this is the project manager, he was interacting with these people. So he was new. Actually, this project is 7 years long duration. 3 years have passed, and after the third year, there is a change of the project manager, because the previous project manager, so he wanted to go, so he wanted to go, so he went away. So there was some proper, say, overlap, knowledge transfer, but there was a lot of pending work also. So this new project manager was interacting with these people, these low power, low interest people. So he had no idea what to do. So this is something that I understand that you can see. So this was the new project manager. So he didn't go into the scope document. So each time, the time will come for a feedback. Okay. Say, look, we have completed this task according to the plan. So he had the plan. So he understood the plan completely. So what the client will do, client side people will do, so they will send in the feedback, and along with the feedback, they will ask him to make new changes. Now his problem was that since he was too much stressed out due to the constraint of time, high constraint of time, so he thought that instead of looking into the scope document, so he was under the assumption that the client people must be looking at the scope document, so they won't be asking me to do something extra. Okay, that was the assumption. So whatever the client is asking, it must be already covered in the scope. So based upon the feedback, he will fix something, and then the things which were not known to him and which were demanded in the mail, so he would fulfill that demand and he will make changes or add new features into the software. Now, due to which the extra work of testing was generated, and it was taking more time to complete the project as per the milestone and as per the baseline. And a lot of regression testing had to be done, because the software was very complex and it was collecting terabytes of data from all over the India. I will tell you that what is the nature and purpose of the application. This was quite a huge project that was using the data warehouse. Okay, and high-end databases. Okay, so what happened that after some time, when the milestone payment was due, so this was not happening. Actually, the milestone was not happening according to the estimate. So then the client also sent him a mail that if you don't deliver the project on milestone in time, so there will be penalty. So he reminded him of the penalty. At that time he felt bad that why he should be sent this mail when the client is asking him to do something, make the changes, and he's asking him to do multiple times. Then he escalated this situation to me. So what I did, I just told him that why don't you go into the scope document and check that how can, if you are going to do the work according to the scope, then how can it exceed the given time? Because we have basically buffered a lot of time, because this is a government project and we have put lot of the buffer, and unless and until the team members are absolutely dumb, so you know you cannot exceed the timeline. So what is wrong with that? So once he looked into the scope document, then he told that I was under the assumption that client will not ask me to do something extra, and I was making the changes. So when I looked out at the changes, then I was quite shocked that he had made it changes in this particular milestone. He had exceeded the baseline by almost by 25%. Means till date we have already done 25 extra work effort. So that too something which is not there in the scope. It is only just on the base of the informal emails in which the new changes were mixed along with the feedback. So he was not able to differentiate between the feedback and the new changes, and he thought that it's okay. It is something this team people might have missed. So if the client is reminding us, so let me do it. Now that landed him in trouble with me. So, I just took a class and I told him that you should follow the process. Even if you are constrained for time, you should have escalated. I would have given you another person. So that you could read the document and you can just cross check that what the client is asking you to do along with the feedback. Is that justified or is that something which is not there in the contract? Now the client is not going to pay us. So what I did, I escalated the situation to the boss, to the director. I told him that look, sir, this is what is happening. This is what the client is doing. Since he was an influential person and basically understood what I was trying to tell him, I told him that look, we have done extra work and they are going to apply the penalty and somehow block our payments. These people, they want to exercise power. The government official, they want to have some fun. So that's what I told him. He understood. He said that okay, you take action. I tell that look, I'm going to raise invoices for all the extra work done and make a presentation to them when I go to them for the meeting. Okay. So with the client, he said, fine. Then I also told him, boss, keep one thing in mind. There will be severe complaint against both of us from the client side. So please don't fire us. Okay. Because if you fire us, it is not going to help solve the problem, but it will aggravate the problem further because a new person will come into the project scenario who has no understanding of the problem, underlying problem, and he will come and join the company and he will also get fired. So basically, let us solve the problems, then we will talk. So he said, fine, though, okay, I will not fire and nor him. So it was quite funny for me to say that. It was quite funny for him to laugh at it and accept that, okay, I'm not going to fire you at the complaint of the client. So I went to the meeting and then I went with the papers and a whole bunch of papers for the project. So that is quite a huge project and the total funding of the project is around 22,000 crores and out of which 22,000 crores, 100 crores is the IT spending. Okay, 100 crores is for IT spending. I will tell you the name of the project. It is a Government of India project. You must have heard of it also. So when I went to the stakeholder, so the stakeholder with low power and low interest, I told him that, look, this is the scope and this is the extra work we have done. And these are the invoices, please sign on them. First of all, you sign on the invoices, then I will talk to you. Otherwise, I'm not going to listen to you all the work which has been done. We will talk about the delay. You can penalize us for that, but you will also have to pay the extra work, pay for the extra work. But in the government project, even if you do extra work, you can't be paid. That's a fact. Okay. So anybody who is making any extra payment, okay, officially, and it will basically tarnish his image. So nobody is going to take the risk. Okay. So this person on the low power, low interest, the blue guys, they refused. They said that no, that is not possible. And who are you? I told them, look, I am his boss. I am his reporting manager. I am the program manager. Explain to me. I am taking charge of all this from now onwards. So if I am not paid, so what I'm going to do, that I'm going to roll all this extra work. Okay, I'm going to put the software to the point which is clearly agreed in the scope document. I want a written request from you. Then he said, why do you want a print written on this paper? Say, this is how the government projects are given. So you take a lot of the documents, you want to see the incorporation document of the company, you want to see the date of birth certificate of the director, you want the biodata of the project manager, you want the passport copy of the project manager, want everything. You want all the documents in the world and you don't want to give us the document. That is not possible. in the government project, the documentation has to be for both the sides. So you also have to give me something which is extra, which is not covered in the scope, or else I am going to roll it back. I told him very clearly, and the project manager got frightened in the meeting. He was just basically pushing. He said that please do not aggravate the situation. Now what happened? The person which is in the blue level, low power, low interest. So what he did? So he escalated to the person high interest. So he said, no, you go and talk to this person, high interest person. So that is the green guy. So I went and talked to the green guy and I showed it to him. Look, this is what is done extra and this and that. So the green guy, he thought for a moment, yeah, he said this is extra. So what is the problem? I said the problem is that I'm not going to get the payment on the next month. Can you write me a letter which says that you have done extra work, even though you will not be paid for it, but you will not be penalized for any delay on the milestone. But he had no power. He had high interest. See, try to understand here what is the position of the green. So this green guy has high interest but low power. He says that I cannot do it, but I can get you in meeting with the yellow guy. The yellow guy is with the high power. Okay, but he is usually busy, so he doesn't take much interest into what is going on. So I said, okay, fine. So next week I'll have a meeting. So only after that we will go do any further work. So I'm pausing all the work. Now, before I returned to the office, as I was on my way from Connaught Place to Noida, so my boss called me up. He says that, look, your complaints about you are coming from the ministry, from the health ministry. So they've escalated it to the health ministry level. I said, boss, yeah, fine. So what do you want to do? So should I come to the office? Am I still in the employment or you have fired me? He said, no, 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 you are not fired. You just come and talk to me. Just tell me that what you have done. So I apprised him of the situation. I asked him one simple question. Boss, tell me one thing. Have you started the company to do charity or you want to make some profit? He said, no, I have started the company to not to do any charity. It is for profit only. And I am paying these guys a lot of money under the table to get these projects. He told me very, very clearly and frankly. It's not so easy. It looks like all the paperwork. We have to do all the diligent paperwork, plus we have to pay also on top of that. It is not that our qualifications are being compromised, because in the future, if there is a CBI inquiry, they will find that everything is fit and fine. And we are the rightly certified organization. We are CMM level 5 certified. We are the ISO 9001 certified. We have 27001 certified. We have got certified project manager in place as per the requirement. We have certified program managers. Okay, and we have the quality certified quality assurance manager. So all these people name are listed there, their certificates and their biodatas are provided, and every paperwork is complete, and still I have to pay under the table. So this guy, so I'm not here to do some charity, I'm here to make the profit. So tell me what to do next. I just told him, you just keep quiet. You don't have to react. Just don't react to the complaint. Say that, okay, we'll take care of it as per the organizational and the contractual process. This is what he told. Okay, the official. So then I had a next meeting with this guy. So who is this guy? This yellow guy. You see, the high power, low interest. So I made him a presentation. This time what I did, since he might be having less time, so what I did, I put all the information on the PowerPoint slide. I put the screen side by side, the original screens as there in the original scope document, and the screens which were modified by them. So I put them on the PowerPoint slide. I created something like 10 to 12 slides. And I told him, look, this is the difference. This is the impact. And due to the extra work, so per scope or the per slide, the extra man hour is almost like 15 to 20 extra man hours have been slain. So if I'm making you the presentation of, say, 15 slides, so you can say 15 multiplied by 12. So, that is the extra man hours spent every month. Every month I am spending like 160 man hours extra. It is just like another person's salary, another person's full-time salary that I'm spending on the project, and I'm not getting it. So he looked at the slide and side by side, then he thought for a moment, he said, no, these changes were not supposed to be done without my knowledge. These changes are not valid. These changes are unacceptable. They violate our code of conduct of agreement with our partners. Now guys, listen to me carefully. I'm going to tell you the name of the project. The name of the project is NACO. Does someone know what is the full form of that? NACO. NACO project. NACO.
I
Have you heard the
think
name? NACO project.
National AIDS Control Organization. Is it like
AIDS control something.
Yes, yes, you are right. It is the organization, National AIDS Control Organization. Now let me tell you what is the project about. The project is to collect data from 16,000 places in the country. 16,000 places in the country. They collect the data discreetly and indiscreetly from behind the scenes, from the blood banks, from the hospitals, from the village level, but that those centers, if some person comes for any kind of treatment in any hospital, that person's blood sample is collected very quietly, and the person is tested for AIDS. Whether you know it or not, you might have been already tested for AIDS. Okay, so this is what the NACO is doing, and 16,000 is the investment of the Indian government, and 6,000 crores, 15,000 crore is the investment share of the Indian government, and 6,000 crores, minded guys, is invested by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation plus the USAID. I believe that you have heard of the USAID at least.
yes, yes, it is. We have heard it.
Okay, now what is their investment? What is their interest in investing in India? Because the US government considers India as their back office. They say that if something goes wrong with India, then all our back office operation will go wrong. We have a lot of private companies, those who are utilizing the services of the BPO, KPO, software development, and our businesses are being supported by India. So we must make sure that India is able to survive the AIDS, and we will have to help them with the technology. So what they agreed, that the data will be collected and it will be uploaded into the system. The data will be stored in the data warehouse. From the warehouse, it will go into the SAS. Have you heard of the SAS? SAS, Statistical Analysis Software. This is the world's greatest statistical analysis software. So that will create a heat map, just like the Google map. You know, it starts with a screen like that of India. So it shows the regions in blue, orange, yellow, red. So what is the purpose? So a person at the management level in the US, he will start from the map of India. He will look at the red area, and he will look at the cool area, that is the blue area, and then he will look at the resources which are there in the blue area. He will shift the resources to the red area immediately. So what are the resources? So you know, there is an entire train which is dedicated for NACO, all the personnel, and there is a hospital, there is a blood bank. Okay, the medicines that move on the railway track. There is an entire train which is dedicated to the NACO, which travels across the country. And there are people, doctors dedicated to the treatment of AIDS only, and they are providing free of cost medicine to the people, those who are found to have AIDS. AIDS could be due to the direct or indirect result. So the person is told you have got AIDS, so you will be given free of cost treatment by the government of India. So they want to identify the AIDS hotspot in India and appropriately shift the resources there. Now the problem is that this guy told that the problem is that if our these partners, those who are not only the paying the money 6,000 crores, but they are also technology partner, so they might feel that we are doing some corrupt practices. I'm talking about the year 2012, and India was very infamous for the corruption. Okay, so it was that year. They said they will pull out of the project and it will be a disaster for us. So it is not about the money. We don't even have the technology. Even if we have the money, we need them here for at all cost. He said that, okay, so what I will do, that I will take you to this person, high power, high interest. So you make a presentation to the boss. He's going to return from the US next week. So you make the same presentation to him. So he will give you so you can say that you can count an average time of 15 minutes, 1 minute per slide. So I planned to say a little bit more. So I created notes for myself. I just started the meeting without any introduction. I just told him, I believe that you know my name already. So I will just make my presentation. I connected the laptop to his projector in his room and I showed him that I had 1 minute per slide. At the end of the 15 minutes, he told me, Mr. Dutta, tell me more, tell me more. So what do you think? What's going wrong? So I told him, look, this is what is happening and we are not happy about it. And I have the invoice here. And if you agree, so we should be paid, that the business practices should be fair. He said, look, this is a government project. I cannot pay you any extra, but I understand that this problem has been created by the people in my department only. I take full responsibility for their mistakes. You know, such a high power, high interest person, he is so humble in his approach. And those guys in blue, you know, they were just threatening us. At one point of time, they asked us to leave the building, just get out of this building. You know, this is what happens in the government projects. So this guy said, Mr. Dutta, how much time it will take you to roll back? Because I don't want to show them any alteration, not at all. I want to show them the interface as they have said. If they want any changes, so we will make any changes, or else not. Or else they will think that we are fiddling with it, we are doing something hanky-panky with that. I said that, look, it is going to take an extra 1 month's time, because after undoing those changes, I'll have to do the regression testing. That is it working like previously or not? He said that, okay, I will give you extra 2 months time. So that's not a problem and you will not be penalized for it. And you will get the milestone payment as well. Okay, and you will not be penalized, but you will not be paid anything extra. Okay, so can you get this done for us? Yeah, I said that, okay. He said that I will postpone the demo. Okay, I'll postpone the milestone demo for my partners. So, you know, he said that you have saved the government of India from having a bad face at this phase of time. And during those times, you must have heard there was a big thing that happened, that Satyam Meta's fiasco was going on. Satyam company. You know, Satyam, there was a company, Satyam, and they had created a scam like Metas. So they had transferred the money from Satyam, thousands of crore into Metas, and the Satyam was having lots of US projects and the government projects also, and the company was not able to pay the salary. And then the government of India had appointed some manager from the Infosys to take care of that. So, you know, those things were happening, and due to which there was a lot of chaos and there was a lot of mistrust on India. So he wanted everything to be rolled back as it is, as per these specifications which was signed by our technology partner, and so that the project can be trusted. So, you know, this is the benefit of understanding the stakeholders. So what I used to do when I used to go into the building, I will just try to avoid the low power and low interest people. I will go directly to the high power person and I will tell him, look, this is the test data I want. So he will call those people and tell them, just give it to his team. So I instructed my PM also, just to avoid these people. Now what these people do, so, you know, this low power people and low interest people, what they do, they say that, can you place some of my relatives in your organization? So that person has done BCA, that person has done MCA. So this is the thing that they're trying to do at all the times. So you got to avoid these people. So you have to understand the stakeholder. Now, how do you do this? So you go to the stakeholder side and interact with them for a couple of days. Try to understand what is their designation in the organization. Are they team leads? Are they project leads? Are they module leads? Are they managers? Then try to see what is the reporting relationship of this person. You create a hierarchical diagram. And based upon your understanding and hierarchy, so you can give him a score, two score. One is the power score and one is the interest score. So once you do that, so you know you will have this list. Okay, so you'll have this list. So now let me show you in the communication management plan. See, I have added two more columns which you can clearly see. Okay, so guys, just have a look at this screen that I'm immediately going to share with you. So do you see these columns, the red ones?
Yes.
So, so these two columns, if you add here, so that completes your stakeholder management. So the yellow columns are your stakeholder register, and this blue column are your communication management plan, and this is your stakeholder management plan. So this is your stakeholder and how you are going to deal with the stakeholders. So this is something that you can handle from here. So but tell me, what is this this individual? What is the power level? High, low? 75/80. So what is the interpretation of this?
High power, high interest.
First is high power, high interest.
Okay, so okay, and second one,
Low power, high
High
interest.
interest.
and third one,
Low power, low interest.
fourth one.
High power, low interest.
Low interest.
So this is something that you can basically use to take care, and you should not be wasting your time. Okay, so that will save you the trouble. So okay, now here is the strategy that you have here. So I'm going to share this document exactly as part of the student package. Okay, so whatever I'm writing here, so this is the updated one. So this is the one which will be shared with you. So what you can do, you can take clues from this, you can make a copy of this, and you can make a better one for yourself. And you can put the real data here. And this is something, I mean, this is something you should keep confidential. Okay. So this is something that you can keep it to yourself. And this is the based upon which you can advise your team members that how to deal with the people on the client side. Okay. So this is something which will save you time and it will save you trouble also. So if you need any important thing, important data or something, so you can go directly to the high power people, because if you go to the low power people, so they will tell you, I will give you next week, next week, next week, and so on. So they will keep you hanging around, but they are not going to give you actually something. Okay, so that is the problem. So this is the chapter which you can read directly from the PM book, and you can read my slides and you can basically answer. The questions are very simple. So there will not be more than 4 questions from this chapter. Okay, so now, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to tell you something about the PMP strategy, that how to deal with the tricky questions. What kind of questions do they ask? So this topic is completed. So I'm going to take you directly to the slide in which I'm going to show you the tricky questions. Okay, so this is the strategy. So just have a look. So I believe that you will be able to understand, and I'm going to share my slides also. Okay, tips to take the PMP exam. You should read each question thoroughly before answering it. Please skip the question that you're not sure, because on the interface there is a facility that review later. So you just pick that. Okay, review later, that checkbox. Go to the
Sir,
next.
review letter. Sir, for the review letter, we can answer and then review, or we should not answer for that question.
Both, for both purposes. If you want to skip the question, you mark it that you want to comment. Now, what is the advantage? The advantage is that the questions which is marked, so once you do your left and right arrow, only those questions will come up on the screen. Because
sir, please pardon.
So you will not have to. So you will not have to scroll through the entire list of the 200 questions. Okay, so only the
sir, not clear.
Because it's a filter. If you click on the filter on the top, that I only want to see the questions which are marked for the review, we'll see only those questions.
Sir, that was my question. So we can answer, and parallelly we can take the for review also if we have any doubt.
Yes. Both you can do.
Okay.
If you think that you don't want to answer the question, mark it for the review. If you think that you have answered the question but you want to review again you mark the question. Then go to the top and filter. At the end of the 200 questions, you click On the review, you will find that the questions which are not answered and the questions which you want to review again, so they will come. So you know that will save you time. Then you can go to the top and click on the filter. Then you say, I want to see all the questions. So you will be able to see all the questions. Now you have to read all the answer options, even if you see the correct answer, but the correct answer is not the selectable answer. Now let me tell you, there can be a better answer than the correct answer. Okay. So you have to select the best answer. That is the American way. Now what you have to do, highlight the answer option that you are sure is correct. It is not going to be submitted. So just highlight it. So if you're sure, time should be monitored as you have to complete all the questions in 4 hours. Okay. So these are the very basic tip, and you have to tips to take. Schedule the time to study and review the study material. Schedule an exam date and commit to it. Review the syllabus of your course. These are the general instruction. Now let me take you to the PMP type questions. Okay.
Sir, I have one question. Sir, if we take any question for review, and in case time is over, so that will be submitted.
Yeah, all the answer will be submitted as it is. Now let me let me tell you, in case you feel that the time constraint is too tight, so you can then you can take a chance. So what you should do, you can take an answer which is the best, which you feel is the best. So once it submits, see, for any question which is wrong, the negative marking is not there. For wrong question and unanswered question, the marking is 0. So it is better to tick something if you don't know anything at all. Okay, you can do a guess, but if you do a guess, but if you have studied well, even your guess can turn out to be right. Do you get the point? Because the answer is right in front of you. Okay, so let me show you the next one. I'll just show you. Can you answer this question? I believe you can. So just do this thing. So just get into your workbook and pull out the sheet which has got the formula. Pull out the formula sheet. And using the formula sheet, calculate the ETC. ETC is estimate to complete. So estimate to complete is EAC minus AC. Now, if you look at the top, AC is given, EAC is not given. So then you have to look at the formula for the EAC. So the formula for the EAC is BAC divided by CPI. So you'll find that the BAC is given, but the CPI is not given. Okay, so now you have to calculate the CPI. So CPI is, I don't want to tell you, so you just do it.
EV divided by AC.
So you just write it and do it and tell me that what is the answer. What is the ETC?
.92.
So what is the answer from rest of the people?
Sir, answer is probably 5,869.
So what about the rest? I wanted everyone to do
It's
this
4
calculation.
lakh 69, I believe.
Hmm?
4 lakh 69.
Okay, so this is maths. Only the correct answer will match. Just
Yes,
have a look.
it's okay.
So just check what is your CPI.
CPI
0.92.
0.96.
92.
Yeah.
Yeah, my answer is correct.
See, this is 0.92. First of all, you calculate the CPI, and then EAC is equal to BAC divided by CPI. So it is the 700,000, which is the BAC. And if you divide 700,000 by 0.92, so what you get is 7,60,870, right or wrong? What is your EAC?
7,60,000.
7,60,869, 870.
Yeah, so it is rounded off by the calculator. So if you do it in Excel sheet and calculator, so there can be a rounding to the extent of $1. Now you come to the ETC. ETC formula is right in front of you. So it is EAC minus AC. Actual cost is given at the top. So what is your answer? 500,870 or 69? So that doesn't matter. But you will know in the exam, the option will be given in front of you. Even if it is given 500,870, and even if your answer is 500,869, you will know immediately that what is the correct answer to be selected. Because the PMI purposely, it makes a very wide gap between the correct and the wrong answer. So you will be, basically you are lucky that only the correct answer will match. Wrong answer will never match. Okay, wrong answer will never match. So you can answer this question. I am going to write the formula here. The formula, just a moment. Let me write the formula. The formula is n minus 1 and then divided by 2. Now that is the formula to calculate the communication channel. So
Is
first
it 55?
you will calculate for 12 people. Then you will calculate for the 11 people.
Right.
11.
And then you will subtract it.
Answer is 11.
Yes, 66
They are
minus
not
6.
going to ask you a very straight question. They are going to ask you a tricky question. And how it will be answered in the exam? In the exam, they will put 4 options. They will put the option like 22, 13, then 11, then 9. So only the correct answer will match up. If you have the correct answer, you will find a match there. Okay. So this seems very simple. So you can do it. What is the schedule variance? So first of all, you should write what is the formula of the schedule variance and then substitute the value. Schedule variance is your earned value
Minus planned value.
minus planned value. Earned value is given, but the planned value is not given. So earned value divided by planned value is equal to SPI, right?
Right.
comes out to be -7.
-7.
No, see, you are doing back calculation up to the extent of 4 steps. That is the trick. So you know what is the formula for the schedule variance, but you find that the planned value is not there. Then you calculate the planned value. After calculating the planned value in 2 steps, then you get the schedule variance on the 4th step. Okay, so that is the trick. And they will put the answers like -9, okay, -10, -7, -15, like that. So this is the kind of the trick they will do it in the exam. Okay. Now I would like to tell you that what is the sequence of the studies of the self studies. So please write down, guys. So please write down. So you can write down in the word. You can write down on your notepad. See, in the beginning, first you will read the lexicon of the project management terminology. So I believe that you have this file, and after that, you will read my slides again. Then after that, you will read, after my slides, you will read a study guide by Andy Crowe. Just note it right now. And after reading the study guide of Andy Crowe, you will take mock
Andy?
test 1.
Pardon,
Okay?
sir?
Study guide by Andy Crowe. I'm going to provide this. I'm going to provide this as a part of the package.
Okay.
Okay. So after reading his study guide, so there will be a set of questions at the end of every knowledge area. There will be 15 to 20 questions at the end of every knowledge area. And at the end of the book, there will be 200 questions. So what will you do when you reach the 200 questions? So you will take a mock test by simulating a center-like condition. Okay. So you will switch off your mobile phone and set up a timer for yourself, and you will provide yourself 4.5 hours. So the first mock test that you take should be around 4.5 hours, because for the first time you are trying to recall. Okay, so you are trying to recall a lot of things. Okay, so after that you will do a gap analysis. So you will set a pass mark for yourself at 75%. You should get 75% in all the knowledge areas. So if you get less than that, mark those knowledge areas where you are getting less than 75%. And then you read the second guide and take the mock test. Then you read the third guide, then you take the mock test. So after taking
Sir, second guide is from?
The second guide is from your, so it is, okay, let me tell you the name. The second guide, is Head First. And the third guide is Kim Heldman.
Sir, you will provide this study material? The
Oh,
second
yes.
or the third?
Yeah. I'm going to provide you all this. So I'll be giving you the access on the Google Drive only. Okay. And some of the questions, the question bank will be on a website. So just let me do this thing. Just give me a moment.
Sir, in all the three guides, 200 questions will be available. As you said,
Yes.
first and second, third mock test we will do.
Yeah. So, okay. So
Will there be any simulated exam?
See, you will have to simulate the exam for yourself.
Okay, so
Okay.
there will not be any online exam. We will have to do it on a paper, taking paper pencil.
So you will have to know, you don't have to take a paper pencil. So I'm going to provide you the answer sheet. I'm just going to show you the complete package. Just give me a moment. I'm going to share the folder, what it looks. I'll just tell you what is the strategy. It is not exactly online because that is something which is a waste of time. I hope you are seeing a folder here. Okay. So this is
Yes.
the PMP student study package, and all these study guides are here, and they have been numbered 0001 02 03 04. At the end of these study guides there are basically certain, and just go to this URL. So guys, just have a look. I'm going to share a URL with you. Just check out this URL and tell me what do you see here.
Tripcons.in PMP question bank.
Just click on that. What do you see on the page?
Question set 1, answer set 1.
Yeah. So if you click on the question set 1, but tell me what do you see? Do you see something like this?
It's a PDF file which is getting open of 56 pages.
Okay. So just look at the first question. Can you answer the first one? These are the exam. These are the actual questions taken from exam only. So can you tell the answer of the first one? So what do you use to prioritize the defect? Which tool do you use? Which tool do you use to prioritize the defect?
Control chart?
Flowchart?
No, Pareto chart.
Pareto
Pareto
chart.
chart in which you accumulate the values. That's a very simple. Now you will skip the second one because it's a lengthy. So what you will do, you just go to the fourth one, and fourth one is something I'm sure that you can answer. Okay. And fifth one is something that you can answer. And these are very real questions. Now tell me the answer for the fifth one.
Project charter.
Yeah, project
Charter.
chart.
Project
Right.
charter.
Okay. So this is something. So which is there. Now I'm just going to tell you that what you have to do. So do you see my screen? Do you still see my screen? Continue to see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So just have a look. So what I'm trying to show you. So this is the folder. Okay. In this folder, this is the learning aid. So this is the self test scoring sheet. So what you can do, if you do not have access to the printer, so what you can do, that you can create multiple copies of this sheet, and you can write the date on which you took the test and what was your score. So you write your responses here, and at the end of the test you can insert a column here, whether you got it correctly or not, then you can score it up. Okay. So once you score it up, so you will be able to understand. So your passing score is 75%. So this sheet is going to remind you that if you get 75% consistently in 2 or 3 mock tests, so you are ready to take the actual test. So is this in clear, guys? So what will you do? I will tell you the sequence. Read the lexicon, read my slides, read the first guide. So here is the first guide, just have a look. So if you go into the study guides folder, okay. So you will read the Andy Croy guide, you will read the head first, then you will read the Kim Heldman, then you can skip the fourth one, then you can read the Rita Mulcahy. So many people say Rita Mulcahy is good, Rita Mulcahy is good. Many people are demanding it, so I thought that I will include it here. So this is for the PM Box 6. Okay. So you will take the test from these guides. So when you run out of the test, so then what you will do? You will go into the question bank. Okay. So the question bank is shared on the URL. So you go into the first question bank, you answer the question into the Excel sheet, or you can print it out. Then you can do an evaluation for yourself that how you are doing. So after the gap analysis, study the next guide, but not the entire chapter. You don't have to study all the entire chapters. So guys, it is very important to listen to me at this stage. Do not read the entire study guide. Read the entire study guide. That is the first one. That is the Andy Croy. After the Andy Croy guide, you read only that knowledge area which is deficient below 75%. Okay, because that is going to save you time. You don't need to understand something which you know already. Suppose if you have problem in the cost management, the study guide, and if you read the next one, okay. So if you read the next one, then what will happen? What was not understood in the first guide, so it will be clear to you in the second guide, right? So
Sir,
even if it is not clear in the second guide, it will be clear to you in the third guide, right?
Sujoy sir. Hello, Sujoy sir.
Yes, tell me.
I have gone through head first as a first guide. I have gone through head first entire guide as the first reference guide, and I'm reviewing now the gaps. Hello.
So then you read the Andy Croy guide.
Okay.
Read the Andy Croy guide, but I find the Andy Croy guide to be the best. So it is very concise. The language is easily understood. Now, what is the strategy here? The strategy is to slowly increase your stamina regarding the time, regarding the knowledge, and regarding the strategy which is formed in the mind when you look at the question. So once you look at the question, you should know whether you should first do an evaluation, that whether I should answer this question right away, whether I should move to the next one. See, first of all, you should answer the question which is very easy for you. If one liner is there which is based upon the concept, answer it. If it is a numerical question, answer it. And if it is a scenario based question, mark it for review and go to the next one. So even if you're doing it manually here, it will be the same thing in the exam also. So how does it matter to you if the interface is there or not? So you are going according to the strategy. So you just note the answer. The answer which is not noted. So you have to go to those questions only when you scroll back into the PDF previous pages. So see, when you are going to scroll back, so you will scroll back only to the pages where the unanswered questions are there, right? So you will know from the question number that is right in the front of you.
Okay.
Right? So the questions which are not yet answered, they are right in front of you. So you go into that page and you answer that, and then you move on. And this is the strategy. First you answer the easy question, small question, numerical question. Then you go through the scenario based question, answer them, and continue to use the remaining time. So continue to use the remaining time. Slowly and slowly a strategy will form in your mind like a soldier. A soldier before going to the battlefield should be conditioned. Without the conditioning, people, they jump into the exam despite the best efforts. And when people, they jump into by giving false information by the institutes, which is wrong. Because I've seen that many a times that they say pass guarantee, pass guarantee. यार मेरे को एक बात बताओ, आपकी पास की गारंटी कौन ले सकता है? आपके अलावा कोई और नहीं ले सकता. I can give the guarantee of a good teaching, good education, good support, but the ultimate pass guarantee is yours. So if you follow my strategy, if you follow my process, then you will have to plan for yourself. So how do you plan for yourself? I've created a planner. Just see. I'm going to share this planner with you. So this planner is in the folder called the learning aid. So I'm going to share this on the screen. Just look at this folder. Do you see this the folder called the learning aid? In the learning aid folder, the first file, which is 01, is my study plan. So what do you do with this file? See, what is the today's date? Today's date is the 12th of the July. So you skip this week. So what is the next Saturday? Next Saturday is 18th of the July. So what you do? You put 18 July 2020. Okay. You put 18 July 2020. So you have to put in 130 total man hours because it is a study. So I have based upon the results of the students, I have concluded after talking to them that it is like 130 man hours of the work effort. Now we have said that every week one
Sir, your
person.
screen is not visible.
Actually, we can see the folder, not the file. Yeah.
Yeah. See, this is the Excel sheet in which you have to put the first date. So I put the first date from 18th of July. So between today and this week, so you know, you clear out your pending work so that you have undivided attention for your studies. So for this week, you are planning 13 man hours. So every week you are planning 13. You know, if it can be more than that, so you can put it in the actual hours. So you can put it like this also, actual hours. Okay, actual hours can be more. So you put a consistent baseline hours per week, and if you are at any point of time where you reach -10, so -10 that you are shortfall of 1 day study. So you take 1 day's leave. You take 1 day's leave and then you study the whole day, and then you catch up with the plan again. After you catch up with the plan, suppose you catch up with the plan by study for say 10-hour study, so you can then catch up with the plan. So that's fine, -3, then you can catch up. So once you complete 130, you take the first test, mock test 1 from the Andy Croy guide. After taking the mock test, you then evaluate, and within the couple of days you just read only the chapters for which you are shortfall. Then take the second mock test after 2 days, third mock test, fourth, fifth. Then you will find that you are consistently getting 75%. Now let me tell you guys, the actual pass mark in the exam is 63%. But why am I asking you to set your stamina at the 73% level? Because it is a common occurrence that when a person is on the stage or in the arena, we have got a psychological problem, which is called the stage fright. And if due to the stage fright, if you lose some marks, you will not lose it below 5%. So you will still be at the 70%. But if you are taking multiple tests, your confidence level will remain the same. Okay. So you will be sure that you can answer the question and you already have a strategy in your mind. So first thing that you should do when you look at a question is to evaluate whether I should do it right now or whether I should keep it pending. Now what happens that when you answer all the questions that you can answer, you are near the pass mark. Once you are near the pass mark, then your mind will be cool. Then you will be able to think very well for the questions which require some reading, which requires some thinking time. After answering those questions, you will be having the pass mark, and after that you continue to revise until the interface times out itself. So once the interface times out itself, your answers will be submitted and you will be guaranteed pass. So you fail at home. If you want to pass in the exam center, you fail at home. So to make an arrangement for your failure, so I have created a question bank. So there are practically, you can see that how many set are there in the online one.
Sir, I have one question.
In the just one second. So in the online one, you have got 7, and here you have got 4. Okay. So you have got practically, you have got 11 question sets. These are high quality questions received from the students. Okay. So after you have passed the exam, you can send me some questions. If you can remember, I can create the answers myself. Just send me the questions. Okay. So I will add into this question bank. So I'm sure that you will pass it because you have failed at home. Because some people, they want to fail at the exam center because they have got lots of money, and I believe that you don't have that. So okay, so my advice is that you fail at home so that you know how to pass at the exam center. तो कई बारी जो है पास होने के लिए फेल भी होना पड़ता है. So what is fail? Actually, it is not like that. Fail is first attempt in learning. So you learn how to pass. Okay, so it's like that. So now you tell me what is your concern.
Sir, please, can you please open that Excel sheet, the study planner? Sir, in that you have shown 130 man hours. So that is for only one guide, or all the 3 guides we have to finish in
No,
that
only
time of
for
period?
one guide, one guide. Andy Croy guide, you should give it the detailed time. For the rest of the guide, you just decide. It is the rest of the guide. It is dependent upon the number of the chapters you are getting, less than 75%. So that might be 1 chapter, 2 chapter, maximum 3. But for the
But sir,
Andy
and
Croy guide, you have to read the in its entirety. And this is the latest PM Box 6 guide only.
sir, but in the total 200 questions, if some questions are going wrong, so how can we identify from which area we are failing to cover?
You will have that much knowledge. You will have that much knowledge. So that will not be a problem. Okay, you just look at this, the question, and tell me that which knowledge area it is from. Can you see my screen?
No, sir. It is showing Excel.
Can you tell for the question number 2?
Resource management.
Yeah, that is from the resource management. Question number 1. Control chart, Pareto chart, कहाँ पे हमने कौन से वाले ये
Quality.
हैं?
Quality.
Quality. यार इतना तो मैं सिखाई देता हूँ 4 दिन में. ठीक है. और ये
Cost. Sorry, schedule.
और ये
creates the project.
ये है आपका यस इंडेक्स. देखो मेरे बोलने से पहले बोल दिया आपने. बजट कहाँ पे होता है?
Cost.
बजट वर्ड सिर्फ एक ही चैप्टर में यूज होता है, कॉस्ट मैनेजमेंट में. प्रोजेक्ट एक्सपीडिटर फंक्शनल ये कहाँ पे होता है? ये आपको होता है प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट फ्रेमवर्क में. अच्छा ये बताओ क्वालिटेटिव क्वांटिटेटिव ये कहाँ पे होता है? रिस्क वर्ड भी दिया हुआ है रिस्क. अच्छा ये आप बताओ ये डेल्फी टेक्निक एक्सपर्ट जजमेंट ये कहाँ पे यूज होता है? ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग. ओके ये कहाँ पे होता है? डेल्फी टेक्निक ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग कहाँ पे यूज होता है? क्वालिटी में यूज होता है. तो इतना जो है थोड़ा सा अपने दिमाग पे जोर डालना है कि आपको ये पता चल जाएगा. अब ये चीज बताओ ये प्रेसिडेंस डायग्रामिंग कहाँ पे यूज होता है?
शेड्यूल.
हाँ आपके शेड्यूल मैनेजमेंट में होगा. एंड दे हैव फाउंड सर्टेन डिफेक्ट्स. अब ये जो वर्ड जो डिफेक्ट है कहाँ पे होगा? कॉस्ट मैनेजमेंट में या शेड्यूल मैनेजमेंट में?
क्वालिटी सर.
क्वालिटी में होगा ना. हाँ वही तो है. देखो मैं तुम्हें गलत बता रहा हूँ, तुम सही बोल रहे हो. तो इसमें ना कोई टेंशन मत लो. ये जो है आगे अपने ऊपर ना थोड़ा सा भरोसा रखो कि ये चीज तो तुम्हें अब आई गई है. तुम्हें पता चल जाएगा कि कौन से नॉलेज एरिया में तुम्हारा नंबर जो है कितना आ रहा है. तो इस चीज को नोट करना, थोड़ी मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी. ठीक है. आप क्या करना, जो एक्सेल जो शीट है ना, एक्सेल शीट मैंने वैसे बनाई थी प्रिंट आउट के लिए, लेकिन अब तो घर में लोग लॉक्ड है. हम तो प्रिंट आउट दे देते थे पहले. अब लोग जो है वो घर में लॉक्ड है, वो प्रिंट आउट तो वो ले नहीं सकते बाहर से. अगर किसी के पास अपना प्रिंटर नहीं है, आप एक काम करो, उसमें तीसरा कॉलम बनाओ. उस तीसरे कॉलम में आप उसमें लिखो नॉलेज एरिया का नंबर. देखो नॉलेज एरिया सबसे पहले कौन सा होगा? इंटीग्रेशन मैनेजमेंट. आपने लिख दिया 1 तो आप ये समझ लो इंटीग्रेशन. या तो आप लिख दो आई, और शेड्यूल के लिए लिख दो एससी. कॉस्ट के लिए लिख दो सीओ. कम्युनिकेशन के लिए लिख दो COM. ठीक है. क्वालिटी के लिए सिर्फ क्यू लिख दो, क्योंकि उसका तो नाम ही बड़ा यूनिक है, उसकी स्पेलिंग ही यूनिक है। रिस्क मैनेजमेंट के लिए लिख दो आर, स्टेक होल्डर के लिए लिख दो एस टी, ओके, या तो एस टी के लिख दो, ठीक है। तो इससे आपको ये पता चल जाएगा कि क्वेश्चन कौन से नॉलेज एरिया का है, उसमें कितना स्कोर आया है। स्कोर को ऊपर जो है ये टोटल कर लो, या तो कोई फॉर्मूला बना लो, वो ऊपर आपका आ जाएगा टोटल। टोटल को देखो, नॉलेज एरिया का टोटल देखो कि किसमें कितना आ रहा है, और उसके हिसाब से अगली स्टडी गाइड को स्टडी करो। अगली स्टडी गाइड को पूरा पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं है, उसमें से सिर्फ वही नॉलेज एरिया पढ़ो जिसमें ये कमी आ रही है। पहली स्टडी गाइड, दूसरी, तीसरी, चौथी, फिर चौथी के बाद फिर से जो है आप एंडी क्रोए पे आ जाओ, ठीक है। फिर से एंडी क्रोए की एक एक जो है वो चैप्टर पढ़ो, जो भी इसमें आपकी कमी आ रही है। जब आप ऐसे ना 5-6 जब आप टेस्ट पेपर जब ये कर लोगे ना, मॉक टेस्ट, ठीक है, आफ्टर डूइंग द 5-6 मॉक टेस्ट यू विल कम टू द पास लेवल। आप देखोगे कि कंसिस्टेंटली 2-3 मॉक टेस्ट में आपके 75% पहुंच रहे हैं, ठीक है। और जैसे ही आपका 75% पे पहुंच जाएगा 2-3 मॉक टेस्ट में, तो आप एक्चुअल मतलब एग्जाम देने के लिए आप जो है ये तैयार हो। सो यू आर रेडी टू टेक द एक्चुअल एग्जाम एंड पास इट आल्सो, ठीक है। तो व्हाट इज द की टू द सक्सेस? की टू द सक्सेस इज ए लिटिल बिट ऑफ प्रैक्टिस एंड इंक्रीजिंग योर स्टेमिना। स्टेमिना किस चीज का इंक्रीज करना है? स्पीड बढ़ाना है आपने, स्पीड ऑफ थिंकिंग एंड द स्पीड ऑफ गेटिंग द आंसर, ठीक है। और अपने माइंड में धीरे धीरे स्ट्रेटेजी बना लें, ताकि आपको क्वेश्चन देखते ही इवैल्यूएट हो जाए कि ये अब करना है या नेक्स्ट टाइम करना है। तो जो जो क्वेश्चन आप यहाँ पर भी वो छोड़ दोगे, आपको एक्सेल शीट में से ही वो पता चल जाएगा, क्योंकि उस क्वेश्चन के आंसर का खाना वो खाली होगा। आपने क्या करना है कि पीछे जंप करना है पीडीएफ फाइल में, और उस क्वेश्चन पे पहुंच के उसका जो आंसर लिख लेना है, फिर अगले पे जाना है, और जब 4 घंटे आपके पूरे हो जाए तब रोक देना। तो कोशिश यही करनी है कि जब बिल्कुल ही टाइम ये खत्म होने वाला है, तो सारे क्वेश्चन के जो है, जो बचे हुए क्वेश्चन है ना, उनका वो गैस कर दो कि इनका आंसर ये होगा, ठीक है ना। लेकिन अगर आप 2-4 मॉक टेस्ट लोगे तो आपकी स्पीड भी बढ़ जाएगी। आप देखोगे यू हैव मोर टाइम फॉर द रिव्यू, क्योंकि इसमें ना ये काउंटडाउन टाइमर होता है। काउंटडाउन इन द सेंस दैट इवन इफ यू आर गोइंग टू द रेस्टरूम और ड्रिंकिंग वाटर और डूइंग समथिंग एल्स, इट विल बी डिडक्टेड फ्रॉम द 4 आवर्स काउंटडाउन टाइमर। आपका टाइम डिडक्ट हो जाएगा। तो मेक श्योर दैट यू आर फिजिकली फिट एंड फाइन एंड यू आर हैविंग द फुल नॉलेज विद स्पीड। अगर मैं आपको यही क्वेश्चन मैं दूंगा ना आपको, आप इसका आंसर ये दे दोगे पूरा, मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ 6 घंटे लगेंगे आपको, और आप इसका आंसर दे दोगे और पास मार्क भी आ जाएगा। लेकिन क्या है कि एग्जाम में आपको 6 घंटे नहीं मिलेंगे, आपको मिलेंगे 4 घंटे। अब आपको तैयारी करनी है 4 घंटे की, ठीक है, कि 4 घंटे में कैसे देना है आपने आंसर, उस चीज की तैयारी करनी है। तैयारी उस चीज की नहीं है कि आंसर आप दे सकते हो कि नहीं दे सकते, आप दे सकते हो ज्यादातर क्वेश्चन के आंसर, लेकिन अब तैयारी करनी है कि भी 4 घंटे के अंदर आप जो है कितने आंसर सही कर सकते हो। तो कोशिश, हमारा टारगेट जो है वो 75% का है, और एक्चुअल जो टारगेट है वो 63% है। वो मैंने बेंचमार्क सेट किया हुआ है। मैंने बेंचमार्क जो है वो सेट किया 75% पे, और पीएमआई का बेंचमार्क है 63%। पीएमआई ये बोलती है कि अगर किसी आदमी को 63% की नॉलेज है स्टार्टिंग में, तो वो प्रोजेक्ट को ड्राइव कर सकता है। क्योंकि पीएमआई जो है आपके सर्टिफिकेट पे कभी भी मार्क्स नहीं लिखेगा। अगर आप 63% पर भी पास हो जाओगे तो वो पीएमपी सर्टिफाइड लिखेगा। तो 63% से उन्होंने ऑब्जर्व किया है, अगर किसी प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर को हमारे प्रोजेक्ट के 60 हमारे प्रोसेसेस के 63% प्रोसेसेस भी अगर याद हैं स्टार्टिंग में, तो वो प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट ठीक से कर सकता है, और बाकी उसको काम करते करते और पीएमआई का जो हैंडबुक है, जो पीएम बॉक यूज करते करते वो आ जाएगा उसको, ठीक है। सो दैट इज द आइडिया। क्योंकि पीएमआई इज एन इंस्टीट्यूट फॉर शेयरिंग बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस एंड स्टैंडर्ड्स। PMI is not the educational institute। तो एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट कहती है क्या कि भी एग्जाम में 100 में से 100 लाओ, ठीक है। PMI कहती है कि कोशिश करो 100 में से 100, लेकिन अगर प्रोजेक्ट ड्राइव करना है तो 63% मिनिमम नॉलेज तो चाहिए ही प्रोजेक्ट ड्राइव करने, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी आप जो है वो बगैर सर्टिफिकेशन के भी प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट तो कर ही रहे हो ना, ऑलरेडी तो कर रहे हो, कोई गलती तो नहीं कर रहे हो, वो अभी तक कोई गलती तो नहीं की। तो पीएमआई कह रही है कि अगर आपको 63% नॉलेज मिल जाती है तो यू विल गेट बेटर एंड यू विल बी एबल टू हैंडल द प्रोजेक्ट्स, ठीक है। तो बात आ गई समझ में? नहीं? अब
यस
मैं
सर।
और मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ स्टूडेंट पैकेज में मैंने क्या क्या दिया है। तो आपको देख के जो है मतलब सही लगेगा, मतलब बढ़िया लगेगा, यू विल लाइक इट। देखो दिखता है फोल्डर, देखो इसमें एक मैंने दिया टेम्पलेट सेट 1। इस टेम्पलेट में सारे टेम्पलेट्स हैं, जैसे इसमें मैंने ये चार्टर का टेम्पलेट दिया हुआ है। तो आपने करना क्या है कि अपने ना प्रोजेक्ट के बारे में सोचना है। इसमें ये टेम्पलेट दिया हुआ है ना, इस टेम्पलेट में लिखा हुआ है, सारा एक्सप्लेन किया हुआ है कि फॉर्मली ऑथराइज द प्रोजेक्ट एंड व्हाट इज द पीएमआई प्रोसेस। तो
सर वो स्क्रीन शेयर
फॉर्मली
नहीं है
ऑथराइज कौन करता है? प्रोजेक्ट स्पॉन्सर करता है। ठीक है,
सर, स्क्रीन शेयर नहीं है।
स्क्रीन शेयर नहीं है, एक सेकंड। अब देखो, अब अब स्क्रीन शेयर है
जी।
अब देखो इसमें सारा एक्सप्लेन किया हुआ है, प्रोवाइड दी समरी माइलस्टोन, प्रोवाइड दिस। तो इसमें क्या है कि इसमें ना एक्सप्लेन किया हुआ है। सो बेस्ड अपॉन दी एक्सप्लेनेशन थिंक अबाउट योर प्रोजेक्ट। और यहाँ पे ना ये सारा इरेज करके अपने प्रोजेक्ट का इंफॉर्मेशन लिख दो स्टेप बाय स्टेप यहाँ पे। ठीक है, लिखने के बाद यहाँ पे प्रोजेक्ट का बजट लिख दो और कंसल्टेंट और दी एसएमई से अप्रूव्ड बाय द स्पॉन्सर कौन कौन है, और यहाँ पे अप्रूव्ड बाय द प्रोजेक्ट स्पॉन्सर। अगर मान लो आपको लगता है कि यहाँ पे ना मल्टीपल स्पॉन्सर है, तो आप एक काम करो ना, टेम्पलेट को मॉडिफाई कर लो। आप लिख दो कि अप्रूव्ड बाय द प्रोजेक्ट स्पॉन्सर 1। ठीक है, और इसको ना कॉपी पेस्ट इसको कर दो। ठीक है, और यहाँ पे लिख दो स्पॉन्सर 2। तो बेसिकली टेम्पलेट क्या है, इट गिव्स यू दी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी टू स्टार्ट, okay, so without basically getting confused, so it gives you the clarity of sponsor to sponsor। ठीक है, तो ये आपके पास टेम्पलेट्स है। और जिन लोगों ने मतलब किसी ने अगर कोई माइक्रोसॉफ्ट प्रोजेक्ट की ट्रेनिंग की हुई है, तो उनके लिए वो एमएस प्रोजेक्ट बेस्ड टेम्पलेट भी है। सो दे कैन प्लान देयर एंटायर प्रोजेक्ट इन दी एमएस प्रोजेक्ट बेस्ड फॉर्मेट। तो ये फॉर्मेट कहाँ से स्टार्ट होता है? आपके ये प्रोसेस ग्रुप से स्टार्ट होता है। देखो ये आपके 5 प्रोसेस ग्रुप है ना, ये इनिशिएटिंग, देखो इसका नोट दिया हुआ है, ये एक्सप्लेन कर रहा है। तो ये इनिशिएटिंग में कौन कौन से होते हैं आपके प्रोसेस? प्रोजेक्ट चार्टर बनता है, आइडेंटिफाई स्टेक होल्डर। ठीक है, और चार्टर का पर्पस क्या हुआ है? लिखा हुआ है। और आइडेंटिफाई स्टेक होल्डर क्या होता है? लिखा हुआ है। ठीक है, फिर प्रोजेक्ट चार्टर में आपने क्या करना है? ये लिखा है। आपने किसको कितने दिन में करना है, उसका ये चेकलिस्ट दिया हुआ है। आप इसको घटा बढ़ा के बच सकते हो इसे। ठीक है, और वैसे ही ये सारे जितने भी नॉलेज एरियाज हैं, सबके ये सब टास्क यहाँ पे दिया हुआ है। और ये इसका माइलस्टोन दिया हुआ है। जब स्कोप स्टेटमेंट जब आपकी जब कंप्लीट हो जाएगी, तो ये माइलस्टोन आपका ये अचीव हो जाएगा। ठीक है, सो दिस इज हाउ इट इज शोन हियर। और ये आपके प्रोजेक्ट का ये टोटल ये टाइमलाइन। देखो टाइमलाइन में ये समझ में आ रहा है क्या? इनिशिएटिंग,
Yes, sir.
प्लानिंग, देखो मॉनिटरिंग एंड कंट्रोलिंग, देखो ये पैरेलल में है, ये एग्जीक्यूशन के पैरेलल में होता है। ठीक है, और देखो ये क्या प्लान बनाया है। देखो इसमें प्लानिंग में ज्यादा टाइम लगाया और एग्जीक्यूशन में कम टाइम लगाया। एक्चुअली टाइम इसलिए कम लगाया ना, अगर आपका प्लान अगर ये परफेक्ट होगा, तो एग्जीक्यूशन में ज्यादा टाइम नहीं लगता प्रैक्टिकली। ठीक है, तो ये भी टेम्पलेट आप यूज कर सकते हो। और दूसरी बात है, इसमें ये रिस्क रजिस्टर दिया हुआ है। देखो ये रिस्क रजिस्टर टेम्पलेट 1, टेम्पलेट 2, टेम्पलेट 3, 3 टेम्पलेट दिए हुए हैं। ठीक है, ये है आपका टेम्पलेट 1, ये आपके कॉलम्स हैं। आप इसमें से भी यूज कर सकते हो कॉलम्स, और इसमें से भी कॉलम्स आप यूज कर सकते हो यहाँ से। ठीक है, और एक तीसरा भी टेम्पलेट दिया हुआ है, उसमें से भी कॉलम्स आप यूज कर सकते हो। आपको जो अच्छा लगता है वो यूज करो। आप चाहो तो इन तीनों में से कॉलम लेके जो है चौथा तैयार कर लो, इससे भी बढ़िया। ठीक है, इसमें कुछ ये डेटा दिया हुआ है। और कम्युनिकेशन मैनेजमेंट प्लान, ये तो वही है जो मैंने ये दिखाया था आपको। जो भी मैंने अपडेट किए है ना इसमें, वो मैं गूगल ड्राइव में जो है मैं अपलोड कर दूंगा मैं। ठीक है, तो ये जो नंबर्स है ना, ये दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं आपको, 01, 02, 03। 03 का मतलब क्या है? आप देखो अपनी जो प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट शीट में 03 का मतलब क्या है? 03 का मतलब है आपका शेड्यूल मैनेजमेंट। और 04 क्या है आपका? कॉस्ट मैनेजमेंट। जो चौथा आपका जो नॉलेज एरिया है, कॉस्ट मैनेजमेंट है, तो ये उसी हिसाब से ये सॉर्टेड है। ठीक है, तो दीज आर पर्टेनिंग टू ऑल द 10 नॉलेज एरियाज, 1 से लेके 10 तक। ठीक है, कुछ नॉलेज एरिया में ज्यादा टेम्पलेट्स हैं और बाकी नीचे आपका कुछ हैंडी टिप्स फॉर द सिविल इंजीनियर्स, जो भी सिविल इंजीनियर्स हैं अगर कोई, तो इस फाइल को वो यूज कर सकते हैं। तो इसमें आपकी क्वांटिटी एस्टिमेशन के लिए दिया हुआ है कि किस चीज की कितनी लेंथ में कितनी क्वांटिटी होती है। तो इट इज गुड फॉर द एस्टिमेशन ऑफ द मटेरियल रिसोर्स। और टेम्पलेट सेट टू भी है। और पीएमपी का एप्लीकेशन प्रोसेस मैं ये बता देता हूँ। आपने करना क्या है कि ये एक ना सैंपल एप्लीकेशन फाइल है, सैंपल तो नहीं है, ये एक्चुअल डेटा है, ठीक है। तो इसमें एक मिनट हो जाओ, मैं दूसरा मैं दिखाता हूँ आपको। देखो ये सैंपल एप्लीकेशन 01 है, इसमें आप ना देखो ध्यान से। इसमें क्या है, आजकल थोड़ा ना प्रोसेस जो है वो सिंप्लीफाई कर दिया। आपने करना क्या है कि यहाँ पे आपके जो एक्चुअल जो आवर्स है ना, आपने जिस प्रोजेक्ट में ये लगाया है आपने वो लिख लेना। यहाँ पे प्रोजेक्ट का नाम है, ये प्रोजेक्ट का नाम है डेटा सेंटर एनहेंसमेंट। आपकी डेजिग्नेशन क्या थी, आपकी स्टार्ट और एंड डेट क्या है, आपके जो है ये आवर्स क्या है टोटल, और ये आपने लिख देना है यहाँ। ये परसेंटेज लिखना है आपने, और ये परसेंटेज लिखने से क्या होगा, ये इसको ब्रेक डाउन कर देगा ये आवर्स में। अब आपने जो है कितने आवर्स आपने कैलकुलेट करने पर मंथ, आप नोट कर लो 1 मंथ इक्वल टू 160 मैन आवर्स। तो ये आपके ना प्रोजेक्ट की ये जो स्टार्ट और ये जो फिनिश डेट है, इसमें जितने भी मंथ्स बनते हैं, मंथ्स मल्टीप्लाइड बाई 160 कर दो, उतने आपके ये आवर्स आ जाएंगे जो आप लिख लोगे यहाँ पे। उसके बाद आपने ये परसेंटेज लगाना है। कैसे, ध्यान से देखना यहाँ पे। देखो अगर मैं यहाँ पे 20% ये कर देता हूँ तो यहाँ पे ये लिख देता 160, बिकॉज 20% ऑफ दी 800 इज 160। लेकिन यहाँ पे टोटल जो है वो एक्सीड हो गया, टोटल कैन नॉट बी मोर देन 100%, so it is showing in red color. So if I write 10 here, then what is the problem? It shows you 95%. So you have to not only complete it to the exact 100%, but you have to distribute it properly. So if you are a project manager, then your most of the time will be spent in planning and control. So do you see this? Do you see that 30 and 30%? And since this guy is a project manager at this stage, and the closer is also taking his time, since he does not work in doing any execution, so he will write 5%. आपने क्या करना है कि एग्जीक्यूशन में अगर आपने कुछ नहीं किया है तो 0 नहीं लिखना, 5 लिखना, ठीक है। सो दैट इज एन एडवाइस, बिकॉज व्हाट हैपेंस इज दैट योर एग्जामिनेशन फॉर्म, when you are submitting the data, it is undergoing a script, some robotic process. Okay, so we have fairly all over the years I have guessed out that how to beat the script to submit the ideal data. So this is how to create the ideal data, and then if you go to the site you will find the same fields there, and you will just copy paste from here and also from here. So you write what is your contribution to the project. Do not describe the project, but what you did for time management, what you did for planning, what you did for execution, what you did for the closing. You write your contribution to the 5 process groups in the project. Okay, so you read this, then you will get the idea, and also write the name of the sponsor. So it is good, the sponsor, you can write the name of your project manager, or you can write the name of your team member also. Someone should be able to vouch for you that if by chance it goes into the audit process, so that someone should be able to tell the PMI that, okay, so this guy has worked on this project. That's it. They are not going to investigate like the CBI or the FBI. It's not like that. They want truthfulness in the application. They want only experienced people to go for the PMP certification. So that is the idea, right?
What is the probability of going the application in audit?
It is a 1 in 10,000. Very low. And if you follow the process, it will happen very quickly. It will come in 3-4 days. Approval will come in 3-4 days.
Sir, I have one question.
And
sir, for the 5 processes. Okay, Deepali, you go ahead.
Okay, so just one more thing, that after submitting this application, how much is the time we get to select the date for exam?
See, after submitting the application, within 5 days the approval will come, and after that you will submit your fee.
Okay.
So you should not wait. See, there is some people wait, and then you know what happens. That application, that authentication expires. Then you have to resubmit. Then again it can go into the approval process. So it is better that if you've got the approval, immediately submit the exam fee. And once you submit the exam fee, within 24 hours, you will get a roll number. So once you get the roll number, just like in your board exams or the college exams, so you have got 1 year window. That roll number is valid for 1 year. So you can take the test at any Pearson test. And these days, I've been told that the Pearson is conducting the test at home only. The Pearson Center, what they have done, that they are utilizing some people to proctor your test. So that person will come online and he will ask you to switch on your camera, and he will ask you to show around the team, I mean the room, and the room should be locked and quiet. And then he will ask you to take the test on. Okay. So you will take the test online, watched by him. So he will watch your eye movement, hand movement. So he might ask you to use another camera from your mobile phone also to watch you from the side. ठीक है, समझ में आ रहा है?
Sir, I have one question. Sir, for the application, you said for the 5 processes we have to note down our hours. But generally, for the initiation process, we are not involved.
So
In that case, what can be done?
just put 5%. मैंने कहा ना कि जिसमें आपने काम नहीं किया उसमें 5% डाल दो, वो अपने आप उसमें कुछ आवर्स क्रिएट कर देगा. दैट इज टू क्रिएट द आइडियल डेटा. देखो हमने क्राइटेरिया फुलफिल करना है, कोई ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि कोई पीएमआई से स्कूल में जाएगा चेक करने या कॉलेज में जाएगा या कंपनी में जाएगा, ऐसा नहीं है कुछ भी. ठीक है. The data should look good and realistic to the automated process, because first it will go to the artificial intelligence. तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को बीट कर दोगे तो आपके पास अप्रूवल आ ही जाएगी. अगर आर्टिफिशियल ने नेचुरल इंटेलिजेंस को अगर एस्केलेट वो कर दिया, फिर प्रॉब्लम ही प्रॉब्लम है फिर, क्योंकि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस तंग नहीं करता, नेचुरल इंटेलिजेंस बहुत तंग करता है. बात आ रही है समझ में? नहीं तो नेचुरल इंटेलिजेंस को अवॉइड करो, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस से ही काम हो जाए. वो जो तरीका बताया है वो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के हाथ में जाओ और वहीं से आगे निकल जाओ.
Sir, can we share our application form to you for your guidance before submitting to PMI?
हाँ बिल्कुल, व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में दे दो, नहीं तो मुझे मेल कर दो. उसमें क्या है, चेक कर लो, उसमें क्या है, 5 मिनट लगेंगे, देख के उसमें जो भी ट्विकिंग करनी होगी मैं कर दूंगा.
Okay, sir.
लेकिन जो मैं आपको ये टेम्पलेट दे रहा हूँ ना, उसको स्टडी करना पहले. ये नहीं कि बिल्कुल स्टडी नहीं किया और बिल्कुल रॉ फॉर्मेट में ही भेज दिया और सब कुछ एक्सपेक्ट करा कि मैं ही टाइप करके दूंगा. ऐसा नहीं है, आपने मेहनत करनी, इसको पहले स्टडी करना है. क्योंकि अगर मुझे लगेगा आपने इस पर मेहनत नहीं की तो फिर मैं वापस कर दूंगा आपको. मैं सिर्फ ये चेक करूंगा कि ये आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पसंद करेगा या नहीं करेगा. मैं सिर्फ उतना चेक करूंगा. आपकी ओर से इंफॉर्मेशन कंप्लीट होनी चाहिए. आप स्पेल चेक करना, ग्रामर चेक करना, ये सारा कुछ चेक करके भेजना मुझे. फिर क्यों कई बारी क्या है, मैंने देखा है कि सब कुछ ठीक है, कई बारी आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस उसको ग्रामर रॉन्ग होता है ना, वो पकड़ लेता है, स्पेलिंग गलत होती है वो पकड़ लेता है. फिर उसके बाद जो नेचुरल इंटेलिजेंस कहता है अच्छा चलो ठीक है आप इसको फिर से ये सबमिट कर. लेकिन आप उस तक जाओ क्यों? व्हाई यू शुड रीच द नेचुरल इंटेलिजेंस. नेचुरल इंटेलिजेंस को अवॉइड करो, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस से ही काम हो जाए. स्पेल चेक, ग्रामर चेक और प्रॉपर सेंटेंस फॉर्मिंग और डेटा लिखो प्रिसाइज, बहुत ज्यादा नहीं, कम भी नहीं. जो मैं फॉर्म आपको दे रहा हूँ ये सब पास्ड है, ये सब जो डेटा है ना ये पास्ड है. इसी को देखो और इसी को ही क्या करो, स्टडी करके एक वर्कशीट की कॉपी बनाओ, ब्लैंक कर दो उसको, और ब्लैंक करके उसमें अपना डेटा धीरे धीरे करके भर दो. ठीक है?
ठीक है सर.
हाँ हो जाएगा. सैंपल दिया हुआ तब उसमें क्या दिक्कत है? वो सैंपल भी है, टेम्पलेट भी है, दोनों ही है. और पूछो.
हाँ सर, एप्लीकेशन के अलावा दूसरे कौन से फॉर्म्स, दूसरा मतलब क्या सबमिट करना पड़ेगा उनको?
देखो, अगर आपका एप्लीकेशन जो आप फर्स्ट इंस्टेंस में दोगे, अगर वो ऑडिट प्रोसेस में जाता है तो आपको स्कैन कॉपी भेजनी पड़ेगी 3 चीजों की. पहली आपकी जो ग्रेजुएशन की जो डिग्री है उसकी, और सेकंड आपको भेजनी पड़ेगी जो आपकी ये जो ट्रेनिंग है इसकी जो सर्टिफिकेट मिलेगी उसकी कॉपी, और तीसरी एक जो वो प्रिंट आउट देंगे, एक वो पीडीएफ फाइल देंगे, उसको भर के उसको स्कैन करके फिर उसको फिर से डालना पड़ेगा वापस। ये 3 चीज उनको भेजना पड़ेगा।
ओके
ठीक है, तो इन सब चीजों के झंझट में मत पड़ो, एक ही बारी में एप्लीकेशन क्लियर हो जाएगा। राजवीर से पूछो, उसके बॉस है, उसके बॉस ने, हालांकि मेरे स्टूडेंट नहीं है, उन्होंने मेरे से पढ़ाई नहीं की थी, वो सिर्फ एप्लीकेशन के लिए ही आए थे और उनको एप्लीकेशन 3-4 दिन में पास हो गया था। पूछ लेना उनसे।
सर लास्ट कितने ईयर का डाटा बनना है सर?
इसमें देखो सिर्फ अभी से ना स्टार्ट करके 4,500 घंटे जिसमें पूरे हो जाए, बस 2.5 साल का भर दो, बस बहुत है। उसके आगे मत भरना, सिर्फ क्राइटेरिया फुलफिल कर दो, दैट्स इट। पीएमआई को सिर्फ इतनी एश्योरेंस चाहिए कि आपके पास 2.5 साल का मिनिमम एक्सपीरियंस है, बस दैट्स इट, दैट इज द क्राइटेरिया।
सर मेरा जो डिप्लोमा लेवल जो है दैट इज मतलब बैचलर्स नहीं है, तो 10th के बाद डिप्लोमा है, तो
अगर
उसमें
आपने
मिनिमम कितने सम?
डिप्लोमा की है ना, तो आपको फिर 7500 जो है ये आवर्स का एक्सपीरियंस से डालना पड़ेगा। तो
ओके
7500 का मतलब पता क्या है, मैं आपको बताता हूँ। देखो 7500 डिवाइडेड बाई 160, तो आपके पास जो है, एक मिनट रुको, 7500 डिवाइडेड बाई 160, तो 46 मंथ्स हो गए, 46 मंथ्स हो गए। तो 46
ओके
मंथ्स का मतलब है कि आपको 4 साल का एक्सपीरियंस शो करना है, तो 5 साल का डाल दो
ओके
डेटा, इतना तो है ही आपके पास, तो
तो
आपको
हाँ
5
उतना
साल का
उससे ज्यादा ही
डेटा
है।
डालना पड़ेगा,
ओके
है ना, तो आपका भी हो जाएगा पीएमपी। पीएमपी किसी को मना नहीं करना, क्योंकि जो अमेरिका में हर आदमी ग्रेजुएट नहीं होता, वहाँ पे काफी सारे लोग स्कूल पास, डिप्लोमा पास वो होते हैं, तो उनके लिए क्या है, पीएमआई कहता है कि आप अपना जो है ज्यादा एक्सपीरियंस शो करो, आप लोगों के लिए ज्यादा एक्सपीरियंस चाहिए पीएमआई का सर्टिफिकेशन लेने के लिए। ठीक है, तो उनके लिए जो है 7500 आवर्स।
ओके सर।
सर वो जो लिंक है एक बार इस पे चैट विंडो पे शेयर कर देंगे।
लिंक, हाँ मैं तो शेयर कर दूंगा ना उसमें व्हाट्सएप को। कौन सा लिंक बताओ?
जो अभी आपकी जहाँ पे सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैं, स्टूडेंट पैकेज और अदर।
नहीं, वो तो ना एक्चुअली क्या होगा, आप लोग एक काम करो, ये चैट विंडो में अपनी जीमेल आईडी ना चैट कर दो सारे। ठीक है,
ओके
तो मैं क्या करूंगा कि कल देखो, मेरे को अपलोड तो कल ही करना है, मैं कल इसको थोड़ा सा, कुछ मेरे पास अपडेट्स भी हैं। ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे तो आपको क्वेश्चन बैंक ये मिल जाएंगे, ये वाली यूआरएल तो आप जो है इसको बुक मार्क कर लो। और
जी
बाकी मैं काम कर रहा हूँ कि मैं ये करता जा रहा हूँ, एक एक करके ये जो मेल आईडीज है ना, आप पहले सब लोग टाइप कर दो, फिर मैं कॉपी पेस्ट में करके रख लेता हूँ। देखो मेरे को ये अभिषेक नीमा का मिला है, दीपाली ऋतिक का मिला है, ये अभिषेक बंसल का मिला है, राजवीर का मिला है, हितेश ठाकुर का मिला है, नहीं मतलब ये हितेश आहूजा का, और कौन बचा, देवशंकर आप भी अपना टाइप करो यहाँ पे मेल आईडी। देवशंकर, यू आर हियर? आप ना चैट बॉक्स में अपनी मेल आईडी टाइप कर दो प्लीज। तो मैं ना कल क्या करूंगा कि कल मैं पहले चेक करूंगा, अपडेट करूंगा, फिर मैं
प्राइवेटली गया ना दीपाली के पास, सॉरी एम
दे दो इसमें, हाँ डाल दो इसमें, कोई दिक्कत
ठीक है,
नहीं।
मैं डालता हूँ।
इसके अंदर दे दो, चैट विंडो में दे दो।
हाँ हैंग
तो
होने
कल मैं बैठ के ना, कल मैं इसको जैसे गूगल ड्राइव होती है ना, गूगल ड्राइव में जैसे ही मैं जीमेल आईडी आपकी मैं डालूंगा, तो गूगल ड्राइव एक मेल जनरेट करेगा, वो आपके पास मेल जाएगी, उसमें लिंक होगा। ठीक है, तो आप उसमें से फिर डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं। ठीक है,
सर कल की रिकॉर्डिंग भी शेयर करेंगे ना?
रिकॉर्डिंग में 2-1 दिन का टाइम लगेगा, क्योंकि ना
ठीक।
रिकॉर्डिंग क्या होती है कि ना, रिकॉर्डिंग पहले कन्वर्ट होती है। ठीक है,
ओके
तो रिकॉर्डिंग मेरे ख्याल से डे आफ्टर टुमारो मॉर्निंग तक वो हो जाएगा। ठीक है।
तो लास्ट टाइम जैसे आपने यूट्यूब पे डाला था वैसा ही डाल दीजिए तो अच्छा रहेगा, तो हम लोग मतलब कभी
मैं
भी देखेंगे।
यूट्यूब पे ही मैं ना ये डालूंगा। एक्चुअली मेरे पास गूगल ड्राइव का स्पेस जो है वो कम होता जा रहा है, और गूगल ड्राइव में ना ये पड़ा रह जाता है फिर।
मेरा तो ऑफ है।
ठीक है, तो यूट्यूब में क्या है कि आप लोग अपने मोबाइल से भी देख सकते हो, कहीं से भी देख सकते हो।
हाँ
गूगल ड्राइव में तो जब तक आप अपने लैपटॉप पे नहीं डाउनलोड करोगे तब तक देख नहीं सकते उसको, मोबाइल में तो कैरी नहीं कर सकते। अब एक बार यूट्यूब पे डाल दूंगा तो आपके लिए वो हमेशा ही हर जगह से एक्सेसिबल हो जाएगा। अगर आपने डाउनलोड करना, मैं आपको बताता हूँ यूट्यूब से डाउनलोड करने का तरीका। एक वेबसाइट है safefrom.net। आप safefrom.net जाओ, और
सर टाइप कर देंगे।
वहां पे जो वीडियो है जो उसकी यूआरएल डाल दो।
सर कौन सी वेबसाइट बोली आपने?
safefrom.net।
सेफ।
हाँ ये यहाँ पे लिख दिया है, ये देव शंकर ने लिख दिया है, देखो चैट बॉक्स में। सेव फ्रॉम डॉट नेट, सेव फ्रॉम, हाँ अब इन्होंने जो दूसरी वाली जो लिख के दी है वो है करेक्ट, सेव फ्रॉम डॉट नेट। इसके अंदर ना जो यूट्यूब आप देख रहे हो उसकी यूआरएल लो, ऊपर से उसके अंदर डाल दो बॉक्स में। वो क्या करेगा, आपको एक वो बटन देगा, उसको दबाते ही वो वीडियो को MP4 में वो डाउनलोड करना चालू कर देगा आपके लैपटॉप में, डिवाइस में।
Ask me for the resolution and accordingly it will download.
हाँ, तो आप उसको डाउनलोड कर लो। आपने वैसे देखना देख लो, आजकल तो सभी के पास बैंडविड्थ और डेटा दोनों ही है। बैंडविड्थ की कोई कमी नहीं है हमारी कंट्री में, तो 4G वगैरह तो है कई जगह पे, 3G से भी ये चल जाता है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। अगर डाउनलोड कर लोगे तो बहुत अच्छी बात है। मोबाइल में रखना चाहो तो मोबाइल में जो SD कार्ड है उसके अंदर डाउनलोड करके रख लो उधर, ठीक है ना, वहां से जब मर्जी देख सकते हो, हेडफोन लगा के सुन सकते हो। ठीक है, और बताओ। बस ये स्टूडेंट पैकेज में आपने प्लानिंग करनी है, और पैकेज में से आपने मॉक टेस्ट लेना है, और इसके अंदर जो है PMI का हैंडबुक वगैरह दिया हुआ है, तो आप उसको यूज करके अपनी एप्लीकेशन भर सकते हो। तो एप्लीकेशन, मेरे को एक बार बताओ, आप सब लोगों ने रजिस्ट्रेशन किया हुआ है PMI.org पे? एटलीस्ट अपना कोई लॉगिन अपना जो है वो मतलब कि बनाया हुआ है?
हाँ जी सर,
हाँ
मेरा है।
मेरा है।
क्या मेंबरशिप भी है?
नहीं, मेंबरशिप नहीं है सर।
हाँ, तो आप लोग एक काम करो कि पैरेलल में ना अपनी मेंबरशिप का काम पूरा कर लो, और एप्लीकेशन का काम भी अपना स्टार्ट कर दो, और मेरे से चेक करवा के एप्लीकेशन सबमिट जो है वो करवा दो। उससे फायदा ये होगा कि जब आप एग्जाम देने के लिए तैयार होंगे ना, जैसे आपको जिस दिन लगेगा कि आपने 5-6 मॉक टेस्ट देने के बाद आपके 75% आ रहे हैं, तो उस दिन आपको ना ये सब झंझट करने की जरूरत नहीं है। आपको जो है 1 ईयर का विंडो तो रहता ही है, लेकिन आप इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि 1 ईयर तक पेंडिंग करोगे। कहने का मतलब ये है, आप अपने एप्लीकेशन के प्रोसेस को कंप्लीट करके साइड में रखो उसको रेडी मोड में, और इस तरफ से अपना जो है मॉक टेस्ट ले लेके अपना स्टेमिना बढ़ाओ। देखो, आइडियल टाइम होता है मैक्सिमम, आज की डेट से क्लास से आइडियल टाइम है मैक्सिमम 3 मंथ्स। 3 मंथ्स में जो है तैयारी भी हो जाती है। लेकिन मैं तो कहता हूँ अभी तो कोरोना टाइम चल रहा है, आप लोग ज्यादा तो ट्रैवल कर नहीं रहे होंगे। इफ यू आर वर्किंग फ्रॉम होम तो कम से कम ट्रैवलिंग की एनर्जी तो, टाइम और एनर्जी तो बच रही है आपकी। ठीक है ना, रोज आपका जो ये ऑफिस टाइमिंग होता है उसके बाद आप 1 घंटे चाय पी के रेस्ट करके, ठीक है, रेस्ट करने के बाद जो है पढ़ने बैठ जाओ, और 2-3 घंटे चारों तरफ से साउंड बंद करके बैठ जाओ, पढ़ लो, और इसको एक्सलरेट कर लो। 1 महीने के अंदर जो है आप दे दो मॉक टेस्ट, 6-7 मॉक टेस्ट। जैसे ही आप 6-7 मॉक टेस्ट पूरा करोगे, एक नेचुरल कॉन्फिडेंस आएगी। नेचुरल आपको लगेगा हाँ अब जो भी टेस्ट देखूंगा अब मुझे उसमें कोई घबराहट नहीं होगी, और आंसर जो है वो आ जाएंगे आपको नेचुरली। क्योंकि एक तो लैंग्वेज की भी आदत जो है वो पड़ जाएगी। इसलिए मैंने जो स्टडी गाइड मल्टीपल दी है, 3-4 स्टडी गाइड इसलिए दी है ताकि अमेरिकन इंग्लिश की आदत पड़ जाए आपको। क्योंकि द प्रॉब्लम समटाइम्स इज द डिस्क्रिप्टिव क्वेश्चन, बिकॉज the American English is sounding differently. You might make a mistake in understanding the question. Your understanding of the concept may be correct, but your understanding of the misunderstanding of the question, so that can cause the problem. तो इसलिए मैं आपसे क्या बोल रहा हूँ कि 3-4 स्टडी गाइड से वो पढ़ोगे ना, तो लैंग्वेज की क्लैरिटी आ जाएगी आपको। ठीक है, लैंग्वेज की क्लैरिटी जब आपको होगी तो आपका उसमें टाइम वेस्ट नहीं होगा। आप जब उसमें देखोगे ध्यान से, जब आप 5वें-6ठे मॉक टेस्ट पे पहुंचोगे ना, आप देखोगे कि आपका क्वेश्चन पेपर एक्चुअली 3 घंटे में कंप्लीट हो रहा है, और 1 घंटा आपको मिल रहा है रिव्यू के लिए। तो रिव्यू करते रहो, करते रहो, करते रहो, करते रहो, रिव्यू करते 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 टाइम को ना खत्म कर दो, और ये अपने आप ही ये सबमिट हो जाएगा। और सबमिट होगा तो आप पास हो जाओगे, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी आपको पता ही है जब 6-7 मॉक टेस्ट ले लोगे तो स्टेमिना बन जाता है इतना, ठीक है। तो आपको ना तब कोई एप्रीहेंशन या डाउट या फिर ऐसा नहीं लगेगा कोई नई चीज हो रही है आपके साथ। बस आपको ये लगेगा कि स्क्रीन थोड़ा सा फर्क है, लेकिन आंसर तो आपने क्वेश्चन पे देना है ना, कोई स्क्रीन से वो थोड़ी ना कि फर्क पड़ेगा। अगर एनवायरमेंटल फैक्टर भी अगर अलग होगा तो बढ़िया ही होगा, तो उससे भी ज्यादा जो है वो इजी होगा। इट विल बी इजियर देन स्क्रॉलिंग थ्रू द पीडीएफ, ठीक है।
सर ये जो लॉगिन का आपने कहा था पीएमआई पे, वो मतलब अभी दिखा सकते क्या कैसे करना है उसका प्रोसेस?
हाँ तो मैं काम करता हूँ ना, मैं ये बना रहा हूँ को होस्ट, ठीक है। अब आप एक काम करो, अपनी स्क्रीन शेयर करो और चलो ब्राउजर में, अभी करवाते हैं आपका और ये सभी का, ठीक है। आपको मैंने को होस्ट जो है ये बना दिए। अब आपके पास स्क्रीन शेयरिंग की परमिशन है, ठीक है।
मेंबरशिप के लिए फीस आई थिंक $139 है, विच इज वैलिड फॉर 1 ईयर, राइट?
हाँ 1 ईयर की मेंबरशिप ले लो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। उससे फायदा ये है ना, आपको जो है पीएम बॉक मिल जाती है, दूसरी चीजों की आपको बेनिफिट वगैरह मिल जाती है, तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। तो क्योंकि पीएमआई को भी चलाने का खर्चा थोड़ा बहुत रहता है, वो पूरा हो जाता है मेंबरशिप से। तो मेंबरशिप की फीस है वही सेम है जो मैंने 2009 में दिया था, वही सेम है, कोई ज्यादा फर्क नहीं है उसमें। एग्जाम फी भी वही $405 है, पीएमआई ने बढ़ाया नहीं है। भाई कुछ तो दो ना, ऐसा ना हो कि पीएमआई जो है आपके एग्जाम देने से पहले ही बंद हो जाए। आप पीएमआई को बोल देना हम भी आ रहे हैं, एग्जाम फी दे रहे हैं, आप लोग जो है घर आप लोग भाग मत जाना यहाँ से।
सर मेरी स्क्रीन दिख रही है क्या?
हाँ ठीक है खोल लो। ठीक है,
हेलो।
हाँ ठीक है, इसमें करो, इसके अंदर जाओ ये रजिस्टर में। नहीं ये जो है इवेंट का बटन है ये। आप एक काम करो, वो लॉगिन स्क्रीन पे ना क्लिक करो, आप इस पे बैक करो, फिर वो लॉगिन स्क्रीन में जाओ।
लॉगिन के बाजू में रजिस्टर है, वहां पे कर लूं क्या सर? लॉगिन के बाजू में रजिस्टर है, वहां पे करूं क्या?
नहीं इसमें नहीं, ये जा रहा है इवेंट में। आप इस पे पहले क्लिक करो, ये लॉगिन पे क्लिक करो पहले, मैं आपको बताता हूँ। उसके वहां पे स्क्रीन आएगी, फिर लिंक आएगी, फिर उसके आगे देखो नीचे आएगा रजिस्टर नाउ।
हाँ
ये जो
आया।
नीचे है ना रजिस्टर, इस पे जाओ, ये आपके रजिस्ट्रेशन का है यूजर, ठीक है। हाँ वो ऊपर से ले लो, वो ऊपर से अपने आप टाइप हो जाएगा उसमें। नहीं वो आ रहा है ना वो स्क्रीन, वो फिल करने के लिए, तो वहां से क्लिक कर दो। ये ऊपर, हाँ ये जो आता है ना ऊपर, इसमें वो उसको सिलेक्ट कर लोगे तो अपने आप भर देगा काफी कुछ।
आ गया, काफी कुछ
वो
आ गया।
क्रोम से ये भर जाता है।
ओके। रिसीव अपडेट्स फ्रॉम
कंपनी नेम लिख दो इसमें।
सर मेरा भी डेजिग्नेशन है प्रोजेक्ट साइट इंचार्ज।
अब इसके अंदर लिख लो ना प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट। प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट ही हुआ ना प्रैक्टिकली तो।
हाँ वही हुआ।
सर अभिषेक,
हाँ बताओ।
सर ये जो है, how many years of experience do you have managing project that last for over 4 weeks?
10 years लिख दो, 10 years, कुछ नहीं होता।
सुजॉय, अभी तुरंत अगर मेंबरशिप ले लूं तो चलेगा ना? अभी
हाँ ले लो
ऐसे नहीं है
मेंबरशिप,
कि
1 ईयर
तुरंत
का विंडो है।
एप्लीकेशन करना है।
नहीं मेंबरशिप तो अभी देखो, अभी ये इसको कहते हैं रजिस्ट्रेशन, और मेंबरशिप में क्या होता है कि आपको $139 भरने पड़ते हैं।
नहीं, मैं अभी पे कर रही हूँ, आई एम टेकिंग द मेंबरशिप,
हाँ तो मेंबरशिप ले लो आप।
इसलिए पूछ रही हूँ।
हाँ मेंबरशिप ले लो, $139 पे कर दो, लेकिन
ओके।
जो एग्जाम की फी है ना वो बाद में जाएगी। एग्जाम
हाँ
की
हाँ हाँ,
से पहले एप्लीकेशन जाएगी, और एप्लीकेशन जब पास होगी ना उसके बाद
राइट,
एग्जाम फी पे होगी, पहले नहीं पे होती।
ठीक है ठीक है। तो मैं अभी मेंबरशिप का खत्म कर लेती हूँ। हेलो, आई विल फिनिश मेंबरशिप।
तो दिखा दो फिर अपनी स्क्रीन से, यहाँ पे तो वो रजिस्ट्रेशन का देख रहे हैं, मेंबरशिप का देख लेंगे। ठीक है, मैं आपको ना,
ओके।
मैं एक मिनट रुको, मैं आपको एक सेकंड, मैं आपको ना को होस्ट मैं ये बना रहा हूँ।
ओके।
ठीक है, तो अब आप ना अपनी
कर
स्क्रीन शेयर करना, आप अपनी स्क्रीन शेयर करना दीपाली। आई मेड यू द को होस्ट।
हाँ हाँ, करती हूँ।
ठीक है,
दिख रही है क्या स्क्रीन मेरी अभी?
हाँ वो आ गई। देखो
हाँ, तो
सबसे
यहाँ पे
पहले
ये मेंबरशिप का ऑप्शन है, लॉगिन तो कर लिया मैंने।
बिकम ए मेंबर पे क्लिक, हाँ ठीक है।
बिकम अ मेंबर पे क्लिक करना है। फिर यहाँ पे 9075 प्लस 704 इतनी उसकी मेंबरशिप फीस है।
एक मिनट रुक,
सो आई जस्ट
प्लस
क्लिक
वन
ऑन
टाइम पर ईयर
एप्लीकेशन फी है।
ये क्या है, ये तो समझ नहीं आया, ऊपर मेंबरशिप और एप्लीकेशन फी क्या है?
नहीं नहीं, एक्चुअली क्या है ना, उसका $129 इज मेंबरशिप फी एंड $10 इज वन टाइम एप्लीकेशन फी। So
वो
$10
मेरे
is
ख्याल से
as of today is
लोकल
704.
चैप्टर का, लोकल चैप्टर का होगा। चलो ठीक है, आजकल ये लोग रुपीस में ले रहे हैं, बहुत अच्छा है, आपका कन्वर्जन नहीं होगा। आपको एडवांटेज क्या है ना, कि जो आपका क्रेडिट कार्ड है ना,
हाँ
उसमें जो इंटरनेशनल क्रेडिट कार्ड है उसमें क्या होता है कि जब भी आप डॉलर वॉलर में पेमेंट करते हो तो वो पेमेंट तो कर देता है, लेकिन कन्वर्जन चार्जेस भी लगाता है। अगर आप रुपी में पेमेंट जो है ये करोगे ना तो कन्वर्जन
ओके।
चार्जेस नहीं लगाएगा। ठीक है, वो इसमें बढ़िया है, वो सेविंग हो गई आपकी। ठीक है,
सर इसमें यूजर नेम अपना ईमेल आईडी ही डालना है या कोई नया क्रिएट कर सकते हैं?
नहीं ये वैसे ना यूजर नेम अपना मेल आईडी डाल दो, वो बढ़िया रहेगा, वो डुप्लीकेट नहीं होगी। और मेल आईडी अपना पर्सनल यूज करना, कंपनी का यूज मत करना।
ओके। और
क्योंकि अगर
पासवर्ड तो अलग ही रखो ना?
कल को कंपनी चेंज होगी तो आपके पास ही रहेगा ना सारा डेटा।
हाँ वही। और पासवर्ड तो अलग ही रखो ना, जो भी मेरा ईमेल है मैं पासवर्ड वो नहीं रखूँ ना?
पासवर्ड तो आप अपना जो है यूनिक बना लो, कुछ अलग से बना लो इसके लिए।
ओके ओके
कई बार क्रोम भी जो है वो कह देता है सजेस्टिंग ए पासवर्ड, आप अपना ही पासवर्ड डाल लो। ठीक है, पासवर्ड
ओके
थोड़ा सा अलग रहो, बाय चांस कोई एक चीज का पासवर्ड निकाल ले तो वो दूसरी चीज में ना घुस पाए।
हाँ वही वही इसलिए।
है ना, अपना पासवर्ड नेट बैंकिंग अलग, ईमेल का अलग, पीएमआई का अलग, और यूट्यूब का वो अलग, हर चीज का अलग अलग रखो पासवर्ड, और पासवर्ड एक फाइल में स्टोर कर सकते हो। ठीक है, तो उस फाइल को
ये
भी
अभी
संभाल के
मैं
रखना।
ये अभी मैं चैप्टर की मेंबरशिप नहीं लेना चाहती हूँ, तो आई विल अनचेक
हाँ तो
दिस।
इसको अनचेक कर दो बस, वो क्योंकि ना देखो अभी तो चैप्टर की मीटिंग भी ऑनलाइन ही हो रही है, लेकिन चैप्टर मीटिंग में पीडीएफ मिलते हैं 5-6। पहले क्या होता था, चैप्टर मीटिंग बहुत बढ़िया होते थे, आप जाते थे तो चैप्टर मीटिंग स्पॉन्सर होती थी बड़ी कंपनी के द्वारा, तो आप वहाँ पे जब जाते थे तो एक बड़ा अच्छा एनवायरनमेंट 4 स्टार 5 स्टार होटल में होता है, चैप्टर मीटिंग फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट होता है। तो इवनिंग में होता है, इवनिंग में आप जाओगे, कोल्ड ड्रिंक स्नैक्स, फिर प्रेजेंटेशन होती है, बहुत अच्छी नेटवर्किंग होती है। तो अभी तो रहने दो, अभी तो कोई बात नहीं है, ये चेक बॉक्स चेक कर लो। ठीक है, फिर आगे आपका पेमेंट वो आ जाएगा। तो टोटल 9779 बोल रहा है, अच्छा ठीक है, डाल दो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। ठीक है, तो
ये कार्ड से ही पे करना होता है क्या?
देखो पेमेंट तो आपका जा रहा है यूएस में, आप कार्ड से पेमेंट करोगे तो बहुत अच्छा है, चेक में लिखोगे तो चेक कहाँ से जाएगा, घूम
नहीं नहीं, चेक का कोई ऑप्शन ही नहीं है, इट इज
ऑप्शन
शोइंग
इसलिए नहीं
ओनली
है ना,
कार्ड।
कोरियर कंपनी बंद है, वो हवाई जहाज बंद है ना अभी, तो फ्लाइट कहाँ चालू हुई है, कैसे जाएगा चेक बताओ। तो इसलिए जो है उन्होंने क्या करा, कार्ड का कर दिया ऑप्शन। पहले ये लोग चेक ले लेते थे, लोग भेजते थे चेक, एक एक महीने तक घूमते 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 पहुंचते थे। फायदा नहीं है, आजकल सब पेमेंट करो कार्ड से करो, सब सब पेमेंट ट्रेल
तो
रहता
मैं
है
You
आती
can
हूँ,
बैंक का।
मेरा
stop
कार्ड,
sharing your screen.
हाँ कार्ड नंबर डाल दो आप, कोई नहीं।
कार्ड लेके आती हूँ।
सर मेरा लास्ट में क्रिएट का ऑप्शन टिक नहीं हो रहा है।
कौन सा वाला?
लास्ट में जो क्रिएट अकाउंट का ऑप्शन है ना, वो टिक नहीं हो रहा है।
अच्छा, तो आप जो है मोबाइल यूज कर रहे हो, क्या क्या कर रहे हो, ये कैसी
हाँ
स्क्रीन
मोबाइल
है?
यूज कर रहा हूँ सर।
एक बार देखना जरा, डेटा तो है ही है उसमें सेव्ड, आप ना लॉग आउट करके एक बार जरा लैपटॉप से करना जरा लॉगिन। कई बार जो है ना, एक ब्राउजर में एक फील्ड जो है वो फंस जाती है, मेरे ख्याल से शायद
अच्छा।
वो मोबाइल के ब्राउजर में
नहीं, मुझे
फील्ड वो
लगा
फंस
था ये
जाती है।
नेट बैंकिंग से भी होगा।
नहीं, एक चीज बताऊं मैं दीपाली, कभी भी नेट बैंकिंग से ऑनलाइन पेमेंट को करना मत, कभी गलती से भी डेबिट कार्ड
ओके
से भी नहीं करना, हमेशा क्रेडिट
ओके।
कार्ड से करना। रीजन बीइंग दैट, कल को अगर क्रेडिट कार्ड हैक हो जाए ना, तो उसकी
हाँ
पेमेंट आपके अकाउंट से डिडक्ट नहीं होगी, आप उसको डिस्प्यूट कर सकते हो।
ओके।
अगर पेमेंट अगर डिस्प्यूटेड हो गया तो आप बोल दो क्रेडिट कार्ड कंपनी को, भाई इस डिस्प्यूट रिजॉल्व करो, नहीं तो मैं पेमेंट कार्ड को मैं कैंसिल कर रही हूँ, बस बात खत्म। वो अपने आप जो है वो करेंगे, है ना।
हम्म।
तो क्रेडिट कार्ड में क्या है कि आपकी सेफ्टी है, कि आपके हाथ से कोई नहीं जा रहा, आप जो है आई एम नॉट मेकिंग द पेमेंट आल्सो, आई एम नॉट इवन मेकिंग द पेमेंट फॉर द अनडिस्प्यूटेड ट्रांजेक्शन, फर्स्ट यू क्लियर दिस। तो इसलिए कभी भी ऑनलाइन जो है ना, अपने बैंक का डायरेक्ट कोई भी अकाउंट कहीं पर भी यूज मत करना। अगर आप पेटीएम से पेमेंट करते हो तो आप क्या करो, क्रेडिट कार्ड से पेटीएम में पैसा डालो, थोड़ा सा एक्स्ट्रा वो लगेगा, 2% का चार्ज लगेगा, वो सेफ है। डेबिट कार्ड का यूज सिर्फ एक ही जगह करना, सिर्फ एटीएम से पैसा निकालने के लिए, बस, और कहीं मत करना कभी भी।
ओके
हाँ, और कहीं मत करना गलती से भी, ना दुकान में, ना पेट्रोल में, ना ऑनलाइन।
राइट। मैं तो नेट बैंकिंग का करती हूँ।
नहीं, नेट बैंकिंग बिल्कुल मत करना, बिल्कुल भी। नेट बैंकिंग तो मतलब आपने बैंक का दरवाजा खोल के दे रहे हो आप, बैंक अकाउंट की तिजोरी खोल के दे रहे हो, कभी मत करना ऐसा।
सुजॉय
क्रेडिट कार्ड में,
नेट
क्रेडिट कार्ड,
बैंकिंग तो सुजॉय मैं भी बहुत ज्यादा करता हूँ।
हाँ तो बंद कर दो, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बंद कर दो, नेट बैंकिंग मत करना।
नेट बैंकिंग का और अभी यूपीआई का भी ऑप्शन आ रहा है ना, तो
देखो
वो
मैं
बहुत
आपको ना
कन्वीनियंट है।
एक मैं बात बताऊं, आप क्रेडिट कार्ड यूज अगर करोगे ना, तो क्रेडिट कार्ड कुछ आपको क्या होगा, कुछ क्रेडिट पॉइंट देगा आपको, आप उसके जो है 6 महीने 12 महीने बाद उसका रिवार्ड लो। और नेट बैंकिंग से तो पैसा तो तुरंत जा रहा है आपका, क्या फायदा उसका। आप क्या करो कि जब आपकी क्रेडिट कार्ड की स्टार्ट होती है ना डेट, तो उस डेट के आसपास सारी शॉपिंग कर लो, घर की ग्रोसरी ग्रोसरी सब मोटी शॉपिंग सब करके निकाल लो, और उसकी पेमेंट करो 50th डे पे, 50वें दिन पेमेंट कर दो प्रॉम्प्टली, उसको पेंडिंग करना कभी।
क्रेडिट कार्ड में ना हाथ बहुत फ्री होता है, डेबिट कार्ड से
नहीं
उतना
नहीं,
पैसा नहीं
ऐसे
निकलता,
देखो देखो
नहीं,
क्रेडिट कार्ड
वो
से
एक
होता
बार
है।
अगर
देखो,
वो
अगर
सही से
पीएमपी,
मैनेज किया तो ठीक है।
अगर
हाँ,
पीएमपी सर्टिफिकेशन कर लिया ना आपने, तो क्रेडिट कार्ड आप यूज आप कर सकते हो, क्योंकि आपको कॉस्ट मैनेजमेंट आ जाएगी आपको।
तो ये भी अब डाल
आप
देते
अपनी बेस
हैं
लाइन से
एक।
बाहर नहीं जाओगे। आपकी बेस लाइन क्या है मैं बताता हूँ, आपकी बेस लाइन है यो सैलरी माइनस 50%, वो आप बेस लाइन मान के चलो।
ठीक है, तो नेक्स्ट टाइम से पीएमपी बेनिफिट्स में ये भी डाल देता, इट विल हेल्प यू यूजिंग क्रेडिट
मैं तो
कार्ड।
प्रैक्टिकली पे यूटिलाइजेशन मैं बताऊंगा ना, कि पीएमपी कहाँ कहाँ पे यूज होता है। आप अगर कोई शादी पे कोई बुलाता है, भी देखो इस बच्चे की शादी जरा मैनेज कर लो, वहां पे भी पीएमपी आप लगा सकते हो बहुत कुछ। स्टेक होल्डर की लिस्ट बनाने में सबसे पहले काम आएगा आपके।
गुड गुड।
ठीक है,
सो आर वी
रिश्तेदारों
डन
को
विद
प्रायोरिटाइज करो।
टुडेज सेशन या अभी वी आर स्टिल डिस्कसिंग मोर?
नहीं, अभी कुछ कर रहे हैं, थोड़ा देख रहे हैं प्रोसेस। हाँ देखो, आप सब लोगों ने बढ़िया सा एक टेस्टिमोनियल देना ग्रुप में, सब हाथ मुंह धो के बैठना, ठीक है, अभी तो कर लो। मैं भी जरा आता हूँ, जरा मुंह धो के पाउडर वाउडर लगा के।
Sujoy, sir, you there?
Okay, guys, tell me that where are we?
Sujoy,
Yeah, tell me.
I'm not able to see the option to download that PIM book. But I have taken
Okay,
the
just share,
membership, it's complete.
yeah, just share your screen that I'll just tell you that where it is.
Just a second, just a second. Yeah, I have shared.
Okay, so just do one thing. Just scroll to the top and click on this link, PMI Project Management Institute. Just go to the home page.
Home page. Okay.
Yeah, just go. No. Yes. Okay. Click on that. I'll just tell you. And do this thing. Do a control F5. You know that what happens once you take the membership. Some old cookies are there. So to clear the old cookies, you do a control F5. It will clear the browser cache, and it will upload your
Okay.
new status. Now
Okay.
you go to this drop down PMO guide and the standards,
Okay.
and then about the and you click on the overview. So just go down. Okay. So just click on this PMBOK foundational standards. Yeah, go to the
This
PMBOK.
one.
Yeah, this one, yes. And just go down. And I believe that click on the order now. I believe that you will be able to download it.
No, actually, it is taking me to.
I believe
No.
that you know it's a style, so they will give you the link.
Okay.
Okay, you just don't worry. I'm see. You have that basically you have that guide with you in the student package. Just click on this PMP. Oh no, yes, this PMBOK guide. Yeah, PMBOK guide, and just see. You
Just
should see it
searching it.
downloading.
Yes.
So just click on this PMBOK guide and order now. Trouble downloading. You
It's
just
taking me to the
no.
same sheet.
Now just do one thing. Trouble downloading, browser compatibility issues. So there should be find the latest correction and updates to the payment. Just click on this, find the latest, or you just click on this picture. I think it is
I
basically,
think something is downloaded at the bottom. PM.
No,
or
no,
you just
that's the
go.
errata sheet which I have downloaded.
No, just go at the bottom and see if that is there.
No, this is errata sheet which I have downloaded.
No, just go down.
Mm-hmm.
See, here is the download button. Here is the download. Just go scroll up a little bit. See, here is the download. So join PMI. So you have joined the PMI, na, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, just do this thing. Just click on this join PMI. Just see that what it says. Okay, just do one thing. I think you have logged out.
No,
Just
I have not. This is my profile. It is showing member ID over here.
okay. Just do one thing. Just log out and log in again. Then I believe that it will then update your uh, status.
Yeah, I am just doing that. See, it is showing member ID also over here.
Member ID is created the day you just register yourself. So member card, just click on this. So it is the member card is for the
it will
people.
download my member card.
So if it is if you are able to download your member card, I believe that you should be able to download the PMBOK as well.
Yes, yes. I'll search. I'll figure it out.
Okay,
No
I'm
worries.
going to give you the unlocked PMBOK. So it is part of the student package only, so that you can
Okay.
download. So that's not a
Okay.
problem.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
Now
Thanks.
Sir,
this
is
is
there
the
any
video.
sir, is there any definite period for which the version of the PMBOK is being changed?
See, normally it is 3 to 4 years that a new version comes up. Every 3 to 4 years. So you know what happens that people are giving feedback. They're using it, then they're giving the feedback, and slowly what happens when a lot of changes they have accumulated. So they accumulate all the changes and which are approved by the existing PMI members after a vote. So they create the new version of the PMBOK and then they announce it to the world and then they change the exam.
Sir, the PMBOK sixth book was I think in 2017. So
Yes.
are there any chances for in this 6 months it will be changed? So we have to take another training for that, like that.
See, we'll have to look into that what comes up in the PMBOK 7, but PMBOK 6 is valid till the month of the January 2021. Exam based upon the PMBOK 6 is valid for another 5 to 6 months.
Okay.
Okay, so you can take the exam based upon the PMBOK 6 up to June
Sujoy, I'm just
2020.
coming back, 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine.
You are telling something regarding the exam?
Yeah, but tell me that what's your question? Yeah, tell me.
Sir, you are telling something about the exam that you can take the exam with PMBOK 6 edition
Till June 2021.
20.
Because the day the version is closed, but the people, those who are trained on that version, so from the date of the closure of the version, they give the 6 months grace period within which, if you have taken the training, say in the month of the January, so they give you say 6 months grace period within which to take the exam.
Okay.
So, sir, regarding the certificate and addition in the WhatsApp group, when will it be done? Will it be today
So
or?
certificate you will receive today only. I'm going to send you the mail.
So, guys, please check your inbox. I have already shared certificates with all of you. So by now it should be in your mailbox.
So for
I
Rajveer, I
received
will
it.
send it to you.
Okay.
So guys, I mean, if all are comfortable, can I ask you to switch on your cams, please?
So have you seen the testimonial, the previous one? So I believe that you have seen that. The previous testimonial.
We have seen few on LinkedIn.
No, Vivek, can you share the URL here from the
Okay.
YouTube channel so that they can see it on the screen?
Yes, I'll do that. Once again.
And Vivek, just to add in here, I just checked my Gmail account. I haven't received that certificate.
So I will send it. You will receive it from my account.
Okay, fine, got it.
Yeah. So here's the link. If any of you wants to watch, you can have a look. So nothing specific. I mean, even all of them have shared what they experienced in this 4-day class. So whatever you felt, you can, just speak out in 1 or 2 minutes. That's it.
Wait, is the video coming?
No, Dev, we can't see you. Your video is not coming.
Yeah, saw that. Saw the link that you shared.
Okay. So let Deb and Dipali also come on screen. Then probably after that we can have sort of a round table.
Give me a minute. Huh?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Everyone is ready, like wearing formal shirts and all. If you guys want, I can also wear one.
You can wear one. So that's not a problem. So that will look good. So that's not a problem.
It should look like that everyone
Distinguished.
is not that much sincere. Like there is one a backbencher as well.
Okay, Dev, I guess some issue at your end, or you haven't switched it on yet.
Sujoy, I am able to download the PIM book. I had to log out and log in again, but I was
Okay. Yeah.
able to. Yeah, I was able to download.
So that's what I felt. Actually, it was the cookie which did not get changed because the cookie has to know the status that you are now a registered member. That's why. So it's okay. It's fine. So you can use
I
the.
could see that. I could see that along with PIM book 6, there is one small book for, I think, agile methodologies. So, are there any questions which will be coming from them in the
No,
exam?
actually, it's not. So it is there included. In case you are interested to know about the agile, you can read that book also.
Okay.
And in case you want to do the agile training or certification, it is for that purpose.
Okay.
So Dipali, from which section or which particular tab you were able to download that?
I went into just a second. I'll tell you.
Just copy and paste the URL into the chat box, so you can go there directly.
Okay.
Okay, I think we should start now. No, probably they will join.
Dev Shankar, you are there? Hi, Dev. So can you please switch on your mic and your video, please?
I'm trying with the camera. I've switched on the camera, but something is black. I don't know why. Let me try.
So you can log in from your mobile for a while. So that's okay. We are not going to share any screen. So basically, you can use your mobile. So do you want me to give you the URL for this meeting and in the WhatsApp, and from there you can click?
Yeah, I think that will be good because just a second.
So let me do the thing. Let me send you that. Okay, let me send you the link, and you will be able to log in from there. So just give me a moment. Vivek, is Dev included in the PMP club?
Yes, Dev is part of.
Okay, just Dev, just look into the group, the PMP club group.
Yeah, I got the link. Yeah.
Yeah, just click on the link in your mobile, and you know, if the Zoom app is there, it will launch the Zoom,
Yeah, it's launching. Yeah.
and then you can join using the video.
PMP club is which group?
So we will include you into that group. So just don't worry.
Okay, 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 all right.
So Abhishek, is this cold drink or black coffee?
It's a kada actually.
Okay.
Yeah, Corona special.
Okay,
Yes.
good, good. Good.
Actually, Abhishek, once yeah, what you can do that you can switch off your virtual background. I think it is basically, it is not coming out properly.
Just
So I believe that your room background will be fine for you. Yeah, that's
that's
fine.
fine.
That's okay. Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
Dave, what happened? Everybody is looking at Dave's style, no?
I believe Dave is shy.
Can you see? It's asking for the meeting ID. I don't know why. It should automatically take, no?
A meeting ID or no? Just one second. Let me have a look. So let me look at the. Let me send you another one. So meeting ID is there now?
The meeting ID is already there. Yeah. No, I'm just the second link you have sent. No, I'm just trying to join
Yeah.
using the second link. The one that you have sent just now.
Yeah, actually the link number is the same,
Yeah,
but
now yeah.
I believe that it has meeting ID. But
The
actually
link
there
number.
is no password. There is no password here.
Okay, okay,
So
okay.
you you
Now
you
Dave
you
is
can
here.
yeah, you can join
Finally.
directly. So that what you can do, you can turn around by 180 degrees or 90 degrees. Oh yeah, 180 degrees. Actually, the light should fall on your face and
Correct.
not from your back.
Correct.
So make sure that the your face is lit up
Yeah.
and your background is dark, so that's fine. There should not be light from both the sides. So light should be coming only from the front side only. So just like you can see Hitesh, Rajveer, yes, Abhishek, yeah, these
Yeah.
guys are very well lit up.
I'm very bad at photography.
Okay, so I think that we are good to start. So I think that
I
we can
think
start.
we should start from Dave only, no? Because before the video goes away, let's start with Dave only. So Dave, yes, how did you feel? How was your experience? How was the training? Few words from your side.
For me, the training was wonderful. It's really wonderful, in one word. And I've gained a lot of insights as far as the different concepts are concerned. Because as I said earlier, during the beginning of the training, I never handled any project end to end, but I had been a part of different projects in bits and pieces. I've seen that. I mean, we have a PMO team. They work on the projects. Actually, I'm working with ITC Infotech, so they have a dedicated PMO team, PMO office they have, and they're working with that. And I'm a part of it sometimes as and when required. So I want to fully deep dive into this project, from end-to-end project handling. So for me, it's wonderful, and the way Sujoy has clarified all the doubts, starting from the very basics to the advanced level, and moreover, he has made the course very interesting by giving so many examples, real life scenarios and examples, because there are a lot of jargons. But for me, being a fresher with the PMP course and the PMP concepts, like giving examples that made the things very simpler for me, very easy to grasp. That's why I mean it's really wonderful. I'm going through this, and probably within 2.5 to 3 months, I'm going to sit for the exam as well.
Okay, great. Thank you and all the best. And I mean, yes, thanks. So,
And moreover, I'm also looking forward to join one of the courses of either, because in our office I have seen they are mainly using Microsoft Project as of now.
mhm.
So they were in the discussion phase of using Primavera rollout for ITC. So now let's see if they roll it out in the future, then okay, I can join Primavera. But as of now, I'll be joining this Microsoft project as
Okay,
well. From my GM of
great.
this system.
Great day. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And
Yes, Abhishek, you already have experience with Sujoy, but still, I mean, something from this training if you want to highlight.
The
Uh,
training is it me or is it the other Abhishek?
Yeah, Abhishek
No,
demo.
no, it's you, Abhishek Nima.
Yeah, yeah, the training is very good. Actually, not many concepts and many new insights I learned from this training. Earlier also I had done training from Sujoy sir. So at that time also I was preparing for PMP, but I couldn't undertake the exam at that time. But since I'm reviewing all the PMP material, and also I have undertaken MS project training from Sujoy sir. So this you all my learning and all the content, and it is a good one, good training.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yes, Dipali.
Yes, it was indeed a very good session. Here, I really enjoyed session for 4 days. Another thing is the confidence level is very important over here when you are attending any training and when you are thinking of giving the certification. So yes, I can say that my confidence level is very high towards the certification, and definitely I'll give certification in uh, 3 months.
Okay, great, great.
Yeah.
Okay,
Very good.
thank you. Hitesh, how about you?
Yeah.
It was very interesting 4 day training session. The how the sir has trained us was very well explained by giving real life situations or some stories like that. And the most I like the the sentence from Sujay sir. This is the training, not the seminar. Interact with me and clear your doubts. So all the doubts were raised and very well cleared with all the good examples and all this. So it was very nice session, and we will try to give the exam in next 2 to 3 months and try to clear in first attempt.
Okay, great. Thank
Very
you.
good.
Ritik.
Hello. Yeah. First of all, thank you, Sujay sir, for the 4 day training session. And the best part of the training is that it was very interactive because sir explained every concept with very simple and the day-to-day life example so that everyone can understand. And the best part which I like the most is that at the end of every knowledge area session, there was a question answer session followed by an interesting picture which sir used to share related to the project area. That
Okay.
part I really like. Sir cleared the doubt of everyone during the training session and even share the best PMI practices which we can implement immediately in our work area. So I am looking forward for continuous support in future too, sir. That's all from my side.
Yes, 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 for sure. You'll get all support needed for you to clear this exam. Well, thank you. Abhishek Bansal.
Thank you, Sujoy sir, for this wonderful training. Actually, the best part is that you are available every time. Is if I have some doubt, you clear it from my mind, and the session is very interactive and is and informative also. So initially, I read some books, but my doubt is not clear. But when I get the training, most of the doubts are clear. Means almost all the doubts are clear. So that's a very good thing. Thank you.
Okay, great, Abhishek. Yes, Rajveer. I mean, you also have experience with Sujoy, but still, anything from this session, last
Right.
4 sessions.
First of all, thank you so much, Sujoy sir, for giving me this opportunity to get trained from you. I know we have been talking a lot, have been following up for past couple of months, wherein we wanted within our organization for you to come and train us. Um, but yes, finally I got the chance, and the best thing, to be honest, what I feel is the way you interact with people. And I must say, when you said that this is a training, not a seminar, most of the people in here took it very seriously. Like Dipali, Hitesh, I see a lot of questions coming from them. So the questions even which I wanted to ask, they asked, and the queries were resolved. uh, I believe, to be honest, in terms of I would say what Dipali mentioned as the confidence level, just because of this, within my organization on Friday, I was able to give a seminar on project management fundamentals. I utilized the knowledge areas which you provided, and there was a PPT that was prepared, and majority of the people within the organization, they attended that, and they liked it very much, because again, I followed the same pattern which you shared, like interacting rather than just uh, giving a seminar and things like that. So it was a session scheduled for 30 minutes, but it went about 1 hour. So the good part was that everyone stayed, no one left. So yes, sir, thank you so much. And yes, I would like to learn more about MS projects. As I told you that within my organization, it's very difficult, and it's very vast. So just trying to implement the knowledge areas and the experience that you have provided to me, and just go ahead and want to stay in touch with you guys. Thank you so much again for providing this opportunity.
Okay, thanks,
Okay, thank
Rajveer. Thanks to all of you for all good words. And as we always say, no, PMP is not a training; it's a journey. So we'll be there with you on this journey till the time you don't clear the exam. So, anyways, Sujoy is always reachable. But any point in time, if you feel that you need Sujoy and you're not able to contact him, you have my numbers. You can contact me, and I'll arrange that for you.
Sure. Thank you so
So,
much.
yeah, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Anything else
Thank
anyone
you.
wants
Thank
to
you,
say?
everyone.
Yeah, thank you. So, are we closing this, or do we have anything more to discuss? Anyone wants to say something? Or Sujoy, you
Group
want
photo.
to? Yes, group photo. I know by
Oh
now
yes.
Sujoy must have already
You
taken.
know how to take the group photo. It's very simple. Just reach for the print screen and say smile. 1, 2, 3, smile. Cheese. Say cheese. Okay. So the group photo is taken. Now what you can do? Go into your MS Paint and just paste it there and save it there. Just right now. Just press the Windows button and just locate the MS Paint application and do a control V, and there you have the group photo. Okay. So just check out if it looks good. If it doesn't look good, we'll take another one. So it looks good. Did you see in the MS Paint? Just press the Windows the button. You will see the search, and in
Yeah,
the
it's there
search
in MS
you
Paint.
type Paint, and you just do a control V there. So is that good, or you want to take another one a little bit with more smile? So is that good, guys?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
so
sir.
Yes,
the
yes, yes.
I've taken
Yes.
one, so that look good. I will share that within the within the PMP club. Okay,
Okay, guys, I think we can close this. Thank you
yeah,
so much. Thanks for being
Thank
patient,
you.
and thanks for being with us from
okay.
past
And just
full
be
four
in
days.
touch with
Yeah.
me, and immediately I'm going to put you into the WhatsApp group, and then after that, I will tell you that when I am going to share the link, I have your mail IDs. So let me prepare some material. Let me update some questions, and then by tomorrow evening, I think that you will receive the link in your Gmail IDs. Okay.
Okay,
So
sir.
thank you very much, guys. Good night.
Thank you,
Thank you.
everyone.
Good
Good
night.
night.
Thank
Bye
you.
bye.
Bye.
Thank
See you,
you.
everyone.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye bye.